You've been lied to about discipline. They told you it's about adding more habits, more routines, more effort. But the truth? Discipline isn't about adding, it's about cutting away. Success isn't built on what you do, it's built on what you're willing to destroy. The weak version of you, it has to die. The distractions, they have to be erased. The excuses, burn them to the ground. Because the only way to become who you're meant to be is to eliminate everything that's holding you back. Watch until the end, because by the time this is over, you'll either wake up to reality or stay chained to the version of yourself that's keeping you weak. The choice is yours. Lesson 1. Discipline isn't just about adding, it's about cutting away. Most people think self-discipline is about stacking habits, adding routines, layering productivity hacks like bricks in a fortress. They believe that if they just pile on enough effort, success will be inevitable. They are wrong. Discipline isn't about adding, it's about removing. Just like a sculptor takes a hammer and chisel to a raw slab of stone, carving away everything that doesn't belong, your success depends on your ability to destroy what no longer serves you. And that's where most people fail. Not because they're lazy, not because they lack motivation, but because they refuse to let go. They cling to comfort, to weakness, to distractions, to old versions of themselves that have no place in the future they claim to want. They drag their past like a corpse, rotting, decaying, slowing them down, and then they wonder why they're stuck. You have to cut the dead weight. The hardest part of transformation isn't waking up early. It isn't reading more books. It isn't building a routine. The hardest part is murdering the version of you that refuses to evolve. That version of you loves excuses. It whispers that one more episode won't hurt, that you'll start tomorrow, that you're doing fine as you are. It will try to lull you into submission, wrapping you in a warm blanket of mediocrity. That version of you has to die, because every minute spent keeping it alive is a minute stolen from the person you are meant to become. You say you want success? Then burn the bridges that lead back to failure. Delete the distractions. Cut the toxic relationships. Erase the plan B. Make your old ways impossible to return to. True discipline is ruthless. It doesn't care about your feelings. It doesn't care about your comfort. And that's what makes it so rare. People want discipline that feels good. They want discipline that fits neatly into their lives without forcing them to bleed for it. But real discipline demands sacrifice. It demands you let go of the entertainment addiction that eats away your time. It demands you cut the weak voices that tell you to slow down. It demands you abandon the old self that seeks approval, comfort, and security. Because that self is nothing but dead weight. Discipline is not a game of addition. It is a process of elimination. The process of stripping yourself down to your purest, most unstoppable form. You are not the stone. You are the sculptor. And it's time to start carving. Lesson 2. Burning the bridges that lead back to weakness. Most people fail, not because they aren't capable, not because they aren't smart, but because they give themselves an exit, a back door, a safety net, a way to retreat when things get hard. They whisper to themselves, "If this gets too difficult, I can always go back." And just like that, they have already lost. Because true discipline isn't about trying. It's about committing so completely that failure is no longer an option. The mindset of no return. Think about it. The most dangerous soldiers are the ones who have no way out. The ones who have burned their boats on the shore, leaving themselves only two choices: win or perish. That's how you must approach your goals. You can't say you want to be great, then keep your old life waiting in the shadows just in case you change your mind. You can't say you want discipline, then let weakness keep a seat at the table. You can't say you want success, then keep the door open to failure. You have to burn the damn bridge. Because if there's a way back, your mind will find it. And the moment you let that thought creep in, I can always stop if it gets too hard. You're already standing in the ashes of your ambition. The death of the backup plan. Do you want to transform? Do you want to reach the highest level of discipline, of success, of mastery? Then here's your new rule. There is no backup plan. There is no version of you that goes back to wasting time. There is no version of you that settles for less. There is no version of you that tries and then gives up. That person is dead. And when you kill that version of yourself, something powerful happens. You start moving forward like a force of nature. There is no hesitation, no second guessing, because there's no way back. You're either going to make this happen, or you're going to die, trying. Retreat is a disease. Eradicate it. Most people think failure is about losing. It's not. Failure happens the moment you give yourself permission to quit. And you give yourself permission the moment you allow a way back. You say you want to get in shape? Then remove every excuse. Don't even let it exist as an option. You say you want to build wealth? Then stop thinking about what you'll do if it doesn't work out. You say you want discipline? Then don't negotiate with weakness. Kill it. Because when retreat isn't an option, you fight harder. When retreat isn't an option, you go all in. When retreat isn't an option, you win. So burn the bridges. Torch the escape routes. Let the old you scream in the flames. Because from the ashes, a new version of you will rise. One that does not know the meaning of surrender. Lesson 3. The unseen chains. Discipline is often about unlearning, not learning. They told you success was about learning more, knowing more, doing more. That if you could just gather enough knowledge, you'd finally unlock your potential. They lied. Success isn't about how much you can add. It's about how much you can strip away. Because before you can become who you are meant to be, you must first unlearn who they trained you to be. The programmed prison. From the moment you were born, you were given a script. Play it safe. Don't take risks. Follow the rules. Do what everyone else is doing. They programmed you to fear discomfort, to avoid pain, to settle for security over greatness. And now, you wonder why discipline feels impossible, why motivation fades, why you feel like you're dragging yourself uphill every day. It's not because you lack the ability. It's because you are still operating on a broken system. You were wired for survival, not success. And if you don't rewrite the code, you'll never escape the prison of mediocrity. Unlearning weakness, relearning power. Most people focus on adding new habits, but discipline isn't about stacking routines on top of a faulty foundation. It's about shattering the foundation itself. Ask yourself, what thought patterns are holding you back? What limiting beliefs were drilled into you that need to be erased? What societal expectations are you still enslaved to? Because discipline isn't just waking up early. It's unlearning the belief that comfort is more important than achievement. Discipline isn't just working harder. It's unlearning the fear of failure that keeps you from going all in. Discipline isn't just about staying focused. It's unlearning the distractions you were taught to crave. Erasing the lies that keep you weak. They told you to be realistic. Unlearn it. They told you to wait for the right time. Unlearn it. They told you to stay in your lane, to not aim too high, to not want too much. Unlearn it. Because success isn't about adding more information. It's about killing the weak programming that has kept you blind and chained. The moment you rewrite your mind, discipline stops being a battle and starts being second nature. The moment you erase the self-doubt, you start moving with certainty. The moment you unlearn everything that's been keeping you small, you become unstoppable. Destroy the old operating system. You don't need more self-help books. You don't need another motivational seminar. You need to destroy the parts of you that are programmed to lose. If you were raised to avoid risk, unlearn it. If you were taught to fear rejection, erase it. If you were conditioned to seek comfort, rip it out of your mind. Your brain is the software. Your beliefs are the code. And if the code is broken, it doesn't matter how hard you try. The system will always crash. Fix the code. Rewrite the mind. Unlearn the weakness. Because true discipline begins when you erase everything that no longer serves you. Lesson 4. The courage to kill your old self. There is an enemy living inside you. A shadow, a parasite, a weaker version of you that whispers lies in your ear. It tells you to stay comfortable. It tells you to be patient. It tells you that change is too hard, too painful, too risky. And as long as that version of you lives, you will remain trapped. Because the greatest enemy of your future is not failure. It is not fear. It is the version of you that refuses to evolve. And that version must die. The illusion of the old you. Most people don't change. Not because they can't, but because they refuse to bury their past self. They cling to the familiar, the predictable, the same excuses, the same habits, the same identity. Even when they claim they want more, they secretly fear transformation. Why? Because real change is violent. It demands sacrifice. It demands you take the version of you that is weak, distracted, and undisciplined, and put it to rest. Permanently. The death of weakness. You can't be two people at once. You can't be both disciplined and lazy. You can't be both committed and doubtful. You can't be both a warrior and a coward. One version must die. Every time you choose discipline, the weak version of you suffocates. Every time you reject distraction, it loses strength. Every time you push forward, no matter how exhausted, the old you begins to rot. But here's the truth. It will fight back. It will beg for another chance. It will tempt you with comfort, with nostalgia, with the lie that you can always start later. It will try to convince you that it still has a place in your life. Don't listen. Kill it. Burn the funeral pyre. The only way to evolve is through sacrifice. You say you want to be stronger? Then kill the version of you that makes excuses. You say you want to be successful? Then kill the version of you that wastes time. You say you want discipline? Then kill the version of you that seeks comfort over progress. There is no negotiation, no compromise, no balance between who you were and who you need to be. There is only war. And when the dust settles, only one version of you will remain. A new identity rises. Once the old you is dead, you will no longer hesitate, no longer question. You will move differently, think differently, operate differently. Because you will no longer be the person who wants success. You will be the person who demands it. You will no longer fear pain. You will embrace it. You will no longer crave comfort. You will seek challenge. Because the weak version of you is gone, and in its place stands something unstoppable. So have the courage. Take the blade to your past self. Kill the weakness. Kill the doubt. Kill everything that holds you back. And from its ashes, become something greater. If you made it this far, you're not like the rest. To the returning GrimFace warriors, you already know the deal. This path isn't for the weak, and you keep coming back because you refuse to be average. Respect. Keep sharpening your mind, cutting away the excuses, and forging yourself into something unstoppable. To the new ones, if this lit a fire in you, if you're ready to kill the weakness and build the kind of discipline that makes you dangerous, then subscribe and join the GrimFace movement. This isn't just motivation. This is war against everything holding you back. And here, we don't retreat. Stay ruthless. Stay relentless. And I'll see you in the next one. Right now, there are invisible forces silently killing your progress. Habits, beliefs, and behaviors that are keeping you trapped while others race ahead. These aren't just small mistakes. These are the difference between staying average and breaking through. And until you cut them out, success will always feel just out of reach. But if you're ready to stop playing small, if you're ready to break the patterns that have held you back for years, then keep listening. Because over the next 7 lessons, I'm going to rip apart the illusions that are keeping you stuck. And if you have the guts to follow through, you'll finally see what's been stopping you all along. This isn't motivation. It's a warning. You will either listen and execute, or you will stay exactly where you are, watching others take what could have been yours. The choice is yours. Stay locked in. Lesson 1 begins now. Lesson 1. The power of action over permission. Most people die long before their heart stops beating. They rot in the graveyard of hesitation, buried beneath the weight of not yet, and maybe someday. They wait. Wait for permission. Wait for the right time. Wait for certainty. But the world does not reward those who wait. It crushes them beneath the feet of those who act. No one is coming to tap you on the shoulder and say, "Now is your time." No one will hand you a golden key to unlock your future. You have been conditioned to ask, to seek approval, to believe that success is something granted, not taken. That is a lie. The ones who rise, the ones who break the cycle and carve their names into history, they do not ask. They do not hesitate. They move. You've been trained to stay in line. From the moment you were born, you were taught to follow orders. Stand here. Wait your turn. Ask permission. But what has that given you? A life of predictability, stability, comfort? Or has it left you restless, watching others take what should have been yours? You see them, the ones who break the rules, who start before they're ready, who take risks while you sit paralyzed by the fear of failure. They aren't better than you. They aren't smarter. They aren't more deserving. They just decided. The illusion of the right time. You tell yourself you need more time, more knowledge, more preparation. But the right time is a mirage. It moves further away the closer you get. If you keep waiting for everything to be perfect, you will die waiting. The graveyards are full of people who said, "I'll start tomorrow." Perfectionism is a disease. Perfectionism is not a sign of high standards. It is the mask of fear. You claim you want to get it right, but what you really want is to avoid failure, to avoid judgment, to avoid the pain of imperfection. But success does not belong to those who wait until the conditions are perfect. It belongs to those who move despite the chaos. Imperfect action beats perfect inaction. Every single time. The truth about risk. You cling to safety like it will save you. But safety is an illusion. Playing it safe is the fastest route to regret. Every great success story begins with risk. A leap into the unknown. A step taken without guarantees. So ask yourself, would you rather risk failure or guarantee mediocrity? Your marching orders. Name your war. What have you been putting off? Say it out loud. Write it down. Attack now. Set a deadline and take the first step today. Not tomorrow, not next week. Today. Embrace imperfection. Stop obsessing over getting it right. Launch. Adjust. Refine. The difference between those who succeed and those who don't is not talent. It's not luck. It's not intelligence. It's the willingness to move forward when others freeze. Are you ready to break free? Or will you keep waiting for permission that will never come? The choice is yours. Move. Now. Lesson 2. Mastering energy and focus for success. Look around. Do you see them? The walking dead. Not corpses, but the exhausted, the sluggish, the distracted. Drained souls drifting through life on autopilot. Eyes glued to screens. Bodies weak. Minds dulled by endless distractions. They wonder why they can't break through. Why success feels like an impossible climb. It's not bad luck. It's not fate. It's their energy. Because in a world built for speed, low energy is the silent killer of success. Your body is your war machine. You treat your car better than your body. You feed it junk, you deprive it of rest, you let it decay, and then wonder why you're always exhausted. You want to dominate? You want to build an empire? Then stop treating yourself like a second-rate machine. The ultra-successful don't view health as an afterthought. It's their secret weapon. They optimize sleep like a war strategy, because without recovery, the mind breaks. They fuel their bodies for battle, not for pleasure. Junk in, junk out. They train their strength, because a weak body houses a weak mind. You can't outwork exhaustion. You can't outthink burnout. Fix your energy, or stay stuck in mediocrity. Distraction, the new addiction. Your attention is under siege. Social media, video games, endless scrolling. Every second you give away is a second stolen from your future. And the worst part? You think you don't have enough time. You say, I'm too busy. But you had time to scroll, didn't you? You had time to binge watch, to check notifications, to waste hours lost in mindless consumption. Every wasted second is a piece of your future, burned. The elite protect their attention like it's life or death, because it is. The 3 rules of energy mastery. Audit your habits. Track where your time and energy go. Cut the leaks or drown in distraction. Fuel the machine. Sleep like an athlete. Eat like a warrior. Move like a predator. Guard your focus. If it doesn't make you stronger, smarter, or richer, eliminate it. Because while the world sleeps, the hungry ones rise. While the distracted waste their days, the focused build empires. So, will you take control? Or will you let exhaustion and distraction steal your future? The weak will ignore this. The strong will act. Choose. Lesson 3. The right mindset for growth. There is a war happening inside your mind. A battle between the version of you that wants to rise and the version of you that clings to fear, doubt, and weakness. Most people lose this battle before it even begins. They are prisoners in their own heads, shackled by self-doubt, drowning in comparison, and desperate for approval. And because of this, they never move forward. If you want to win, if you want to break free from the mental chains holding you back, then you must kill the things that weaken you. Quit doubting yourself. Self-doubt is the silent assassin of potential. It whispers, "What if I fail?" and convinces you to stand still. But here's the truth. Winners bet on themselves. They move forward even when they don't feel ready. They trust that even if they don't have all the answers, they'll figure it out along the way. Success doesn't come from waiting until you feel confident. Confidence is built through action. Every time you take action despite fear, you prove to yourself that you are capable. Every time you refuse to back down, you become stronger. Every time you push forward, self-doubt loses its grip on you. So, what will you choose? Action or hesitation? Strength or surrender? Quit comparing yourself to others. Comparison is a parasite. It feeds on your focus, drains your motivation, and leaves you feeling empty. The moment you look at someone else's success and think, "Why am I not there yet?" is the moment you lose sight of your own journey. High achievers do not waste time watching the scoreboard. They are too busy playing the game. They don't compete with others. They compete with themselves. They measure progress against who they were yesterday, not against someone else's highlight reel. Use other people's success as proof of what's possible, not as a reason to doubt yourself. Because the second you stop looking sideways and start focusing on your own path, your progress accelerates. So, will you keep watching others win? Or will you put your head down and build your own empire? Quit the need to be liked. The need to be liked is a disease, and most people are infected. They water down their goals, play small, and hesitate, all because they are afraid of what others will think. But let me ask you this. Would you rather be liked, or would you rather win? The truth is, not everyone will understand your path. Not everyone will support your vision. Some will doubt you. Some will hate you. Some will try to pull you back down. Let them. Because the ones who truly succeed, they do not seek approval. They seek results. The greatest innovators were ridiculed before they were respected. The strongest leaders were doubted before they were admired. The ones who change the world are almost never liked at the start. So what will you do? Blend in or stand out? Chase approval or chase greatness? Your orders. Kill self-doubt. The only permission you need is your own. Stop looking sideways. Measure progress against yourself, not others. Let go of approval. Respect beats popularity every time. Most people will hear this and do nothing. They will stay trapped in self-doubt, lost in comparison, and addicted to approval. But not you. Because today you make the choice. Break free or stay in chains. Decide. Move. Win. Lesson 5. Mastering ownership and accountability. Most people will never be free. They will live their entire lives trapped in a prison of excuses, blame, and low standards. They will point fingers at the economy, their upbringing, their boss, their circumstances, never realizing the truth. The second you blame something outside of yourself, you surrender your power. If you want to win, if you want to break free from the chains that keep you stuck, then you must take radical ownership of everything in your life, even the things that aren't your fault. Because until you do, you will remain a slave to your own excuses. Quit making excuses and blaming others. Excuses are nothing but stories. Lies you tell yourself to justify why you aren't where you want to be. You say, the market is bad. A winner says, I will adapt. You say, I don't have the right connections. A winner says, I will build them. You say, it's not my fault. A winner says, it doesn't matter. I take responsibility anyway. The second you drop the excuses, you take back control. Because the ones who win, the ones who break out, they don't wait for perfect conditions. They execute, they adjust, they find a way. So stop waiting for fairness. Stop blaming circumstances. Own your life, or someone else will. Quit accepting low standards. You don't get what you want in life. You get what you tolerate. Most people tolerate mediocrity. They accept good enough. They settle for average effort, average results, and an average life. And they wonder why they never break through. But the ones who dominate, they set standards so high that success becomes the only option. They refuse to accept half effort from themselves or those around them. They hold themselves accountable to levels most people wouldn't even attempt. They know that if you accept mediocrity, you will get mediocrity. Take a look at your life. Where have you been settling? Where have you been tolerating excuses? Where have you been accepting good enough when you should be demanding excellence? Because low standards lead to a low-quality life. The moment you raise the bar, you force yourself to level up or get left behind. Your orders. Drop the excuses. Own everything in your life, good or bad. Audit your standards. Where are you settling? Raise the bar. Stop waiting for the world to be fair. It never will be. Win anyway. Most people will hear this and do nothing. They will continue blaming, excusing, and tolerating mediocrity. But not you. Because today, you take full control. No more excuses, no more waiting, just execution. Now rise. Lesson 6. Building a success-oriented environment. Look around you. Your environment is either your greatest weapon or your greatest weakness. Most people don't fail because they lack talent. They don't fail because they aren't capable. They fail because they surround themselves with the wrong people, the wrong habits, the wrong influences. They let energy vampires drain them. They waste time consuming instead of creating. They allow their surroundings to dictate their future. But you? If you want to rise, if you want to break free from the cycle of mediocrity, then you must ruthlessly audit your environment. Because you are either building your empire or letting the world tear it down. Quit letting the wrong people drain you. You are the average of the people you surround yourself with. Hang around winners, and you will rise. Hang around doubters, complainers, and energy leeches, and they will pull you down. Look at the people around you. Who challenges you? Who pushes you to grow? Who holds you accountable? Now look again. Who is stealing your energy? Who fills your head with doubt? Who distracts you from your purpose? Why are they still in your circle? Winners protect their energy at all costs. They cut out those who drain them. Not because they're ruthless, but because survival demands it. If someone isn't inspiring you, challenging you, or helping you grow, they are dead weight. Cut them loose, or be dragged down with them. Quit consuming more than you produce. Most people are consumers. They binge content. They scroll endlessly. They buy things they don't need. But the ones who dominate, they produce. They create businesses, products, ideas, and systems. They put more into the world than they take. They know that wealth follows creation, not consumption. If you want to level up, flip the ratio. Instead of just watching content, start making it. Instead of buying products, start selling them. Instead of absorbing ideas, start acting on them. Ask yourself, are you consuming or are you creating? Because the people who create are the ones who win. Your orders. Audit your circle. Who drains you? Who elevates you? Adjust accordingly. Control your consumption. If it doesn't make you smarter, stronger, or richer, cut it. Create more than you consume. Building produce. Add value. Most people will ignore this. They will stay surrounded by the wrong people, waste time on distractions, and consume without creating. But not you. Because today, you take control of your environment. You cut the weak links, stop the distractions, and become the force that moves forward, no matter what. Now go sharpen your edge. If you've made it this far, you're not like most people. Most people hear the truth and ignore it. They feel motivated for a moment, then go right back to the same habits that keep them stuck. But you stayed. You listened. That means you're already different. You already have the mindset of someone who refuses to settle. To the returning warriors, you already know what we're about. Discipline, relentless execution, no excuses. You're part of the GrimFace movement because you're built for more. Keep pushing. Keep sharpening your edge. Keep building yourself into something unstoppable. And if you're new here, ask yourself, do you want to stay the same? Or do you want to break free? If you're done with playing small, if you're done with excuses, distractions, and the weak mindset that's been holding you back, then subscribe now and join the GrimFace movement. Because in this world, you either rise or you get crushed. The choice is yours. Now get to work. This is GrimFace. You don't need me to tell you who you are. You already know. You've walked through the fire. You've endured betrayal, hardship, and obstacles most people wouldn't survive. You've watched the world try to break you, to shape you into something smaller, weaker, more obedient. But through it all, you are still here. This message isn't about me. It never was. I've built many things in my life, businesses, ventures, ideas, but nothing has ever aligned with my mission the way this movement has. Not because of me, but because of the people who find their way here. People like you. The world is built to work against you. It is designed to test you, to strip you of your power, to convince you that you are insignificant. It will tell you to sit down, stay quiet, follow the crowd. But deep down, you've always known you were different. You've always felt it, like a fire burning beneath the surface. The world wants you to ignore that fire, to silence your instincts, to second-guess your own intuition. But you have never been one to kneel, and that is why you are here. Not because you need inspiration, not because you need someone to lead you, but because you recognize something familiar, a call to something greater. Nothing in this life is given. Everything must be earned. It doesn't matter who you pray to, or if you believe in anything at all. There is always a line, a separation between what is right and what is wrong, between what makes you stronger and what makes you weaker. Most people don't trust themselves enough to walk that line. They make excuses. They choose comfort. They avoid struggle. But not you. You are the exception. You have been beaten down, isolated, discarded, and overlooked. You have seen others take the easy way out while you chose the hard road. And yet, you continue forward. Why? Because you understand something they don't. True power isn't found in momentary pleasure, in short-term highs, in the approval of others. It is built in the darkness, in the suffering, in the struggle. Most people will never understand this. They will call you obsessed. They will call you extreme. They will tell you that you take life too seriously. Let them. Let them mock. Let them doubt. Let them continue to live in their comfortable illusions while you sharpen your mind, harden your resolve, and build something that cannot be taken away. This channel is not about me. It is not even about GrimFace. It is about you. You are the movement. You are the reason this exists. Your time, your most valuable resource, is what makes this real. Your discipline is what gives it meaning. Your presence here proves that there are still people out there who choose honor over convenience, mastery over mediocrity, and strength over weakness. And that means everything. I have been fortunate to build multiple successful ventures, and I did it by following 3 core principles. I am never afraid to try something new. I make every decision based on reality, not emotion. I'm never afraid to walk away from what isn't working. This is how you win. Not by waiting, not by hoping, but by acting. You throw yourself into the fire. You test yourself. You learn. You adapt. You refuse to stay in a place that does not serve your mission. And that is exactly what this movement is built for. Not for followers, not for spectators, for warriors, for those who refuse to stay trapped in the system, for those who will sacrifice comfort today for power tomorrow, for those who understand that true transformation begins within, and from there, it ripples out and changes everything. Because when individuals like you take control of themselves, The world has no choice but to change. You don't need permission. You don't need validation. Everything you need has been inside you this entire time. And now, it's time to use it. Not tomorrow. Not when things feel easier. Now, you have walked through the fire. Now, it's time to rise from it. This is your movement, your war, your life, and no one will fight for it but you. Major thanks to the GrimFace warriors. Let's continue on the path of love, honor, and commitment to a greater future. What if I told you that everything in your life, every success, every failure, every moment of pain or triumph, was created by you? Not fate, not luck. You. Right now, most people are sleepwalking through life. They blame their circumstances. They make excuses. They wait for something, anything to change. But the truth is brutal, undeniable, and inescapable. You are exactly where you have chosen to be. Your thoughts are the architects of your reality. Your actions, or lack of them, shape your destiny. Your discipline, your vision, your ability to persist when everything is against you. These are the only things that determine your fate. And if that truth makes you uncomfortable, good. Because the moment you take full responsibility for where you are, is the moment you gain the power to change it. In this series, we are diving deep into the dark corners of the mind, into the raw, unfiltered truths that most people are too weak to face. These are not lessons for the faint-hearted. They are for the ones who refuse to settle, the ones who will rise no matter how many times they fall, the ones who are ready to forge themselves into something unstoppable. Lesson by lesson, we will break down the hidden forces that shape your world, your thoughts, your character, your circumstances, your vision, and your persistence. By the end of this, you will either be on the path to mastery, or you will have no excuse left. So here's the question. Are you ready to take control, or will you keep living in a prison of your own making? Stay until the end. Because once you hear these lessons, you will never see the world the same way again. Lesson 1. The power of thought. Your thoughts are the architects of your reality. Look around. Every triumph, every failure, every ounce of misery or success in your life, you built it. Not fate, not luck, you. You have sculpted this existence with every thought you've entertained. Every belief you've held on to like chains around your neck. If you are drowning, it's because you filled the ocean. If you are burning, it's because you struck the match. Your mind is not some passive observer in this game. It is the master, the god of your fate. It molds, it shapes, it commands the very fabric of your reality. You think weak thoughts, you become weak. You think of failure, and failure welcomes you like an old friend. There is no escape from this truth. There is no pleading with it. The mind obeys. It obeys the orders you give it. And most of you, you've been feeding it poison. You say you want change, yet you whisper doubts to yourself in the dark. You say you want power, yet you let fear dictate your every move. You say you want freedom, yet you chain yourself with thoughts of limitation, regret, and despair. Enough. This world does not care for excuses. The universe does not bend to the weak-willed. You must decide, right now, whether you will take control of the battlefield that is your mind, or whether you will remain a slave to it. Because understand this, a man is literally what he thinks. The strongest warrior, the wealthiest mind, the most unbreakable soul. They were forged in the inferno of deliberate thought. They did not beg for power. They became it. So here is your choice. Keep thinking as you always have. and watch your life repeat itself like a cursed cycle. Or wake up, master your thoughts, and you will master your world. The world will not wait. Your mind will not wait. It will build you up, or it will tear you apart. And the only architect of that fate is you. Lesson 2. Thought in action. Building character. You are the architect of your own destruction, or the builder of your empire. Your habits, your actions, your very identity. They are all reflections of the thoughts you've allowed to breed inside your mind. You cannot escape them. You cannot outrun them. You wear them like a second skin, a silent confession to the world of who you truly are. You say you want success. You say you want discipline, strength, power. But when no one is watching, what do? Do you sharpen your mind, refine your skills, carve your character into something unshakable? Or do you sink into comfort? Let the rot of laziness and excuses take root. Here's the truth most people won't tell you. You are not a victim. No matter how much you want to believe otherwise, your failures were not handed to you. You built them, brick by brick, with every weak decision, with every moment of hesitation, with every lie you told yourself about why you can't. But just as you've built your failures, you can build your strength. Because your thoughts are not just thoughts. They are weapons. And they will either forge the blade that cuts through every obstacle, or the chains that bind you to a mediocre life. A disciplined mind creates a disciplined life. A relentless mind creates a relentless force. But a weak, scattered mind, it creates nothing but regret. Every day, you stand at a crossroads. Every action, every choice, no matter how small, is either making you stronger or weaker. There is no in-between, no neutral ground. You are either sharpening your edge or letting it rust. So, what will it be? Will you take responsibility and command the storm inside your mind? Will you turn your thoughts into fuel and your actions into war cries? Or will you sit back, let your weaknesses dictate your fate, and rot in the prison you built for yourself? You don't get character. You become character. You don't find strength. You forge it. The time for talking is over. Act, building dominate, or be forgotten. Lesson 3. The relationship between thought and circumstances. Your world is nothing more than a reflection of your mind. You look at your life, the struggles, the failures, the chains that hold you down, and you blame the world. You curse your circumstances, shake your fist at fate, scream about how unfair it all is. But let me tell you the cold, hard truth. You are exactly where you deserve to be. Every obstacle, every setback, every nightmare that haunts you, you called them into existence. The world is not your enemy. The universe is not conspiring against you. Your own mind is. You created this reality with the thoughts you have entertained, with the beliefs you have clung to, with the choices you have made, whether consciously or not. A man who thinks weak thoughts will live a weak life. A man who lets fear rule his mind will see nothing but failure before him. A man who refuses to take responsibility will forever be a slave to his circumstances. But the warrior, the one who understands that he is the master of his fate, he does not weep at misfortune. He does not cower before hardship. He does not sit idly by, waiting for life to hand him something better. He bends reality to his will. Circumstances are not your prison. They are your reflection. If your world is filled with struggle, it is because your mind is filled with doubt. If you are surrounded by failure, it is because you have accepted it within yourself. If you feel lost, directionless, trapped, it is because you refuse to command your own thoughts. This is the truth no one wants to hear. You are the cause. Not your past, not your upbringing, not society, you. And that means you are also the solution. If you want a different life, you must become a different person. You must rip out the roots of weakness from your mind, burn away every excuse, and take control of the only thing that has ever truly mattered: your thoughts. Because when you change your mind, you change your world. There is no escape from this truth. You either master your mind and shape your fate, or your fate will shape you. Choose. Lesson 4. The role of vision and purpose. A man without purpose is already dead. He just hasn't been buried yet. Look at the masses. Look at their hollow eyes, their restless hands, their meaningless routines. They wander through life like ghosts, drifting wherever the wind of circumstance takes them, waiting for something, anything, to give them direction. But nothing ever will. Because purpose isn't given. It's taken. It's forged in fire, carved from suffering, stolen from the void, with blood and willpower. And without it, you are nothing. A wasted breath. A creature crawling toward death with no reason to fight. Ask yourself, what are you building? Because make no mistake, you are always building something. Either a throne or a tomb. Either a kingdom that stands tall against the ages, or a pit where your dreams go to die. You say you want success. You say you want power. But have you committed to it? Have you bled for it? Have you declared war on every distraction, every weakness, every worthless indulgence that keeps you chained to mediocrity? Or are you just another lost soul, filling your days with empty pleasures, drowning in meaningless comforts, convincing yourself that you'll start tomorrow? There is no tomorrow. There is only now. And if you do not lock your mind onto a vision, if you do not carve out a purpose so sharp that it cuts through every excuse, then you will spend your days wandering in circles, forever trapped in a life that is not your own. The warriors, the legends, the untouchable minds that rise above the rest, they do not wait. They do not beg for direction. They do not live for comfort. They live for purpose. They die for purpose. And because of that, they cannot be stopped. So what will you do? Will you claim your purpose and shape the world around it? Or will you fade into the background, another nameless soul who never took control? The choice is yours. But know this, a man without purpose is already dead. Lesson 5. Persistence and mastery. The weak quit when they're tired. The strong quit when they're done. Everyone wants power. Everyone wants freedom. Everyone wants success. But when the storm hits, when pain, doubt, and struggle come crashing down, most fold like cowards. They break. They retreat. They whisper to themselves, maybe this isn't for me. That is why the world is filled with the forgotten. The dreamers who never acted. The warriors who never sharpened their swords. The kings who never claimed their throne. Because they lacked the one thing that separates the gods from the mortals: persistence. Look around. Every empire was built on the bones of the unshakable. Every legend was carved by the hands of the relentless. Every story worth telling is soaked in blood, sweat, and suffering. Do you think success bows to the impatient? Do you think mastery is handed to the weak-willed? Do you think life rewards those who start something only to walk away when it gets hard? No. Life bows to the unbreakable. It surrenders to the ones who refuse to yield, who rise when they fall, who refuse to accept defeat. Because persistence is not about motivation. It is not about talent. It is not about luck. It is about making the decision that nothing will stop you. Not failure, not pain, not fear, not the voices in your head that tell you to quit. Most people stop when they're tired. They stop when they're frustrated. They stop when the results don't come fast enough. And that is why they stay exactly where they are, watching from the sidelines as the relentless take everything they were too weak to claim. But you are not most people, because you will push forward when everything inside you screams to stop. You will march through fire while the world watches in awe. You will continue when logic says quit, when your body begs for rest, when everything in you has been broken and rebuilt 100 times over. That is how you become unstoppable. That is how you forge an empire. And that is how you claim your place among the greats. The war is never over, but those who refuse to surrender, they never lose. You've made it this far. That alone sets you apart from the weak. The ones who quit. The ones who fear the truth. The ones who would rather stay blind than face the reality of their own power. But hearing these lessons is not enough. What will you do with them? Because now you have no excuses. You've seen the blueprint. You've been handed the weapons. You either use them to carve out your destiny, or you let them rust in your hands. To those of you who keep coming back, the warriors, the relentless, the ones who refuse to break, I see you. You are the GrimFace movement. You are the ones who will rise while the rest fall. And if this is your first time here, consider this your initiation. If you're ready to tear down your old self and rebuild into something unstoppable, subscribe now. Because this is more than just motivation. This is the path to power, to mastery, to breaking free from the system that was built to keep you weak. We don't follow. We don't beg. We take control. So the question is, are you in? Subscribe now. Join the GrimFace movement. And I'll see you in the next lesson. They told us to visualize. They told us to believe. They told us that if we vibrated higher, the universe would bend to our will. And yet, here we are, drowning in the same struggles, clawing at a future that remains just out of reach. Because they didn't tell us the whole truth. They didn't tell us that the law of attraction doesn't work without sacrifice. That the universe doesn't reward dreamers, it devours them. That most who sit and manifest will die in the same place they started. Their visions left to rot inside their skulls. The hidden truth? The law of attraction was never meant to be a passive act. It's not about alignment in the way they sell it to you. It's about warfare. The moment you set a vision, you have declared war on your current reality. Every weakness in you will fight to survive. Every bad habit will sink its claws into your soul and refuse to let go. Every failure will feel personal, because it is. The universe doesn't grant wishes, it tests resolve. So, what are you willing to destroy? Will you sacrifice the comfort that's been killing you? Will you burn the bridges leading back to mediocrity? Will you shatter the old version of yourself and crawl through the wreckage, knowing there's no turning back? Because this is what the gurus didn't tell you. Your vision won't be built on hope. It will be built on blood and discipline. If you are not obsessed with the vision, if you do not breathe it, live it, suffer for it, then you are already dead weight to the universe. It doesn't reward good vibes. It rewards those who refuse to kneel. So the question is not whether the law of attraction works. The question is, are you willing to survive the price it demands? Lesson 1. The death of the old you. They told us to think positively, to visualize our success, to feel the joy as if it's already ours. But what they didn't tell us is this. The moment you set a vision, the current version of you becomes obsolete. You have lived in your current reality for a reason. Every thought, every habit, every excuse has built the life you're in right now. So if you dare to demand more, if you dare to reach for something greater, Understand that the version of you that exists today cannot come along for the journey. This is the part they didn't warn you about. The pain, the grief, the suffering of watching your old self die. You don't just align with success, you fight for it. The universe will rip you apart, piece by piece, and test whether you are willing to let go of the weaknesses that have kept you small. And that won't happen in some meditative bliss. It will happen in moments of agony. It will happen when you have to cut ties with people who only know your past. It will happen when your own mind revolts against you, screaming that you are nothing but a fraud. It will happen when you stand at the edge of change and realize there is no way back. Are you ready for that? Because this is where most people fail. Not because they didn't manifest hard enough, but because they weren't willing to sacrifice who they are for who they could become. Your first assignment: burn the bridges. If you are serious about changing your reality, then start by destroying every escape route back to the old you. Cut the habits that keep you weak. Cut the distractions that drain your mind. Cut the people who enable your excuses. Write it down. Make it real. What must die for your vision to live? Because if you refuse to let go, you will never be free. Lesson 2. The war against comfort. They told us to believe in abundance, to expect things to come easily, as if success is a natural consequence of positive thinking. But here's what they didn't tell us. Comfort is the enemy of transformation. You have been conditioned to seek comfort, to avoid discomfort, to protect yourself from struggle, to escape anything that makes you feel like you're losing control. And that is exactly why most people fail. They cannot endure the discomfort that separates who they are from who they could become. They quit when it gets hard. They retreat when reality doesn't align fast enough. They go back to what's easy because they mistake struggle for failure. But what if struggle is proof that you're finally moving forward? The law of attraction demands suffering. No one wants to hear this. They want the shortcut, the hack, the manifestation trick that lets them skip the pain. But there is no way around this. You will suffer. The suffering of waking up earlier when your body begs you to sleep. The suffering of pushing forward when your mind screams for relief. The suffering of holding discipline when no one is watching, when no reward is in sight, when doubt eats away at your soul. And most will not survive this stage. Not because they lack intelligence, not because they lack talent, but because they lack the will to endure. Your second assignment: kill the need for comfort. If you want your vision badly enough, you must train yourself to crave discomfort. Wake up before you're ready. Work when you don't feel inspired. Reject distractions, even when it feels like torture. The universe doesn't give power to those who seek ease. It grants it to those who prove they can carry the weight of their vision without breaking. So ask yourself, what comfort must you destroy today? Because the second you stop craving comfort, you start becoming unstoppable. Lesson 3. The illusion of time. They told us to trust the process, to believe that what we seek is already on its way. But here's what they didn't tell us. Time is not your ally. Time is your executioner. Every second that passes is a second you will never get back. And yet most people act like they have all the time in the world. They delay. They wait. They hesitate. They tell themselves they're not ready. They convince themselves they need more research, more signs, more perfect conditions. And that hesitation is how dreams rot. Because time doesn't slow down for anyone. It doesn't pause for your fears. It doesn't care about your self-doubt. Every moment you spend in hesitation is another moment your vision dies in the hands of someone bolder than you. The law of attraction punishes hesitation. The world is filled with people who had a great idea, who almost took action, who could have been great, but never pulled the trigger. They waited for the stars to align, for the fear to subside, for some cosmic sign to tell them it was the right time. But the truth, there is no right time. There is only now, and the consequences of waiting. Hesitation is nothing but slow suicide, and the more you hesitate, the more your dream starts to belong to someone else. Your third assignment: destroy indecision. Stop waiting for motivation. Stop planning like you have forever. Stop negotiating with fear. Take the first step today. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be real. Because the clock isn't ticking for you. It's ticking against you. So tell me, what action will you take before the day ends? Or will you let another day slip into the graveyard of wasted time? Lesson 4. The price of isolation. They told us to surround ourselves with positivity, to only engage with high vibrational people, to avoid negativity, to protect our energy. But they didn't tell us what happens when we outgrow everyone around us. Because when you commit to your vision, you will be alone. Not in the physical sense, not because you pushed people away, but because most people will not understand you anymore. They will mock your discipline. They will resent your ambition. They will tell you to relax while you are busy sharpening your edge. Not because they hate you, but because your growth is a mirror that reflects their stagnation. And most people cannot handle that. The law of attraction destroys weak bonds. They tell you to attract success, but they don't warn you about what you'll have to lose in the process. Because if you keep growing, if you keep evolving, you will reach a point where the people you once called friends become nothing but echoes of your past. You will look around and realize no one is coming with you. And that's when the real test begins. Will you keep climbing alone? Or will you slow down just to avoid losing people who have already lost themselves? This is why most people fail. They fear loneliness more than they fear regret. They would rather belong to the mediocre than walk alone toward greatness. But you were not meant for the comfort of the crowd. You were meant to walk where most fear to tread. Your fourth assignment: cut the dead weight. Identify the people who hold you back. Recognize the ones who undermine your vision. Distance yourself from those who encourage your old habits. This path is brutal. It will strip you down to your rawest self. But in the silence, in the solitude, you will meet the strongest version of yourself. So now ask yourself, who or what must be left behind? Because if you are unwilling to walk alone, you are not ready to walk at all. Lesson 5. Pain is the currency of transformation. They told us to stay positive, to think good thoughts, to trust that everything will work out, to find the flow. But they didn't tell us about the price. Because nothing worth having comes without suffering. And every level of success demands a payment in pain. They sold us the lie of effortless manifestation. They made it seem like we could align with abundance without enduring the grind, the sacrifice, the agony of ripping ourselves away from the life we've outgrown. But the truth, pain is not the enemy. It is the cost. The law of attraction demands blood. You don't just step into a better life. You drag yourself there. You crawl through the failures. You bleed through the discipline. You break apart in the process of becoming something stronger. And the reason most people stay exactly where they are? They refuse to pay the price. They avoid pain like a plague. They look for shortcuts, hacks, and easy ways to get what they want. But shortcuts lead nowhere, except back to the same mediocrity they were trying to escape. You cannot evolve without suffering, because growth means destruction. The destruction of the weak version of yourself. The destruction of your excuses, your doubts, your old identity. The universe doesn't ask if you're ready. It forces you to prove it. Your fifth assignment: learn to love pain. Find what you're avoiding and face it. Embrace the discomfort of pushing through resistance. Let go of the illusion that success is supposed to be easy. Every moment of suffering is a down payment on the life you want. So now ask yourself, are you willing to pay the price? Or will you remain shackled to a reality you refuse to suffer to escape? To our returning GrimFace warriors, you already know what this is. You've been through the fire, you've felt the weight of transformation, and yet, here you stand, sharper, stronger, more relentless than before. We see you, we respect you, and we're just getting started. To those who are new here, welcome to the fastest growing movement of those who refuse to kneel. If you've made it this far, you already know this isn't for the weak. This isn't for the ones looking for shortcuts, handouts, or permission. This is for those who are ready to claim what is rightfully theirs. We've already helped thousands break free from the chains that held them down, mentally, financially, physically. This is about taking back control, power, and purpose. But this movement goes beyond YouTube. If you want to stay connected, if you want more tools to sharpen your edge and take your life back, go to grimfaceofficial.com. That's where the real ones stay in touch. Beyond the algorithm, beyond the noise, beyond the distractions. The path is brutal. The price is high. But if you have the will to endure, the fire to rise, and the hunger to take what's yours, welcome to GrimFace. Now go. Do the work. You've been playing their game without even realizing it. Every wasted hour, every cheap dopamine hit, every excuse you let control you, all of it was engineered to keep you from becoming who you were meant to be. But something inside you has started to wake up. You feel it, don't you? That pull towards something greater. That fire inside you that refuses to die. That whisper in the back of your mind saying, this can't be all there is. You're right. This is your wake-up call. This is the moment you either step up or stay asleep. These lessons will show you what they never wanted you to know. They will strip away the lies, expose the traps, and arm you with the mindset of those who refuse to be controlled. It won't be easy. It won't be comfortable. But it will be the only thing that sets you free. Are you ready to reclaim your power? Lesson 1 begins now. Lesson 1. The system doesn't want you disciplined. You were never meant to be free. Not truly. From the moment you opened your eyes, you were funneled into a machine designed to mold you. Not into a warrior, not into a creator, but into a consumer. A cog in a system that thrives on your weakness, profits from your distractions, and feeds off your obedience. The world doesn't want you disciplined. It wants you entertained. It doesn't want you strong. It wants you comfortable. It doesn't want you focused. It wants you hooked. Look around. Every flashing screen, every notification, every perfectly engineered convenience, it's all part of the trap. They don't sell food anymore. They sell addiction. They don't sell entertainment. They sell distraction. They don't offer financial freedom. They offer chains with longer leashes. And they wrap it all in shiny marketing, smiling influencers, and one-click dopamine fixes. Because they know the truth. A man who is disciplined is a man they cannot control. This is not just a bad habit problem. This is a war for your mind. The algorithms know your weaknesses better than you do. They know exactly how long to keep you scrolling, exactly when to show you that ad, exactly what will make you click. They steal your time in fragments, a video here, a notification there, until one day you wake up and realize you've spent years running in place. You aren't lazy. You're engineered to be. That quick hit junk food, designed for addiction, that never-ending social media feed, designed for hypnosis, that debt, that easy credit, designed to keep you working, not winning. The system isn't broken. It works exactly as intended. And the more distracted, unhealthy, and indebted you are, the better it functions. But here's what they don't want you to know. You can break free, not by waiting, not by wishing, but by choosing. The moment you decide to wake up and see the cage for what it is, you become something dangerous. Because self-discipline, that's their greatest fear. A man who can say no to cheap dopamine, to fast pleasure, to the distractions fed to him, is a man they cannot sell to, cannot control, cannot break. A man who chooses self-discipline over comfort, that man becomes unstoppable. So ask yourself, how much longer will you let them own your attention? How many more hours will you give away to things that make you weaker? How much more of your life will you waste before you take it back? Because this isn't about motivation. This isn't about inspiration. This is about war. The system is counting on you to stay distracted, to stay soft, to stay hooked. Prove them wrong. Lesson 2. They profit from your weakness. They don't want you strong. They don't want you to wake up early, train your body, sharpen your mind, and move with purpose. Because a man who is disciplined is dangerous. And this world is designed to neutralize you before you ever become a threat. Think about it. Who profits if you're tired? Who benefits if you're out of shape? Who wins when you feel hopeless, distracted, and broke? The system is rigged against you, not by accident, but by design. Everywhere you turn, there's something designed to weaken you. The food, poison disguised as convenience. The entertainment, designed to keep you watching, not thinking. The debt keeps you running, never arriving. They don't sell products. They sell dependencies. They don't offer freedom. They offer illusions of choice. And if you aren't careful, you'll spend your whole life paying for your own enslavement. Because weak men are easier to control. A weak man doesn't question the system. A weak man doesn't challenge the rules. A weak man is too tired, too distracted, too addicted to fight back. And that's exactly how they want you. So how do you break free? Not by waiting for a miracle, not by blaming the system. You break free by becoming stronger than the forces designed to break you. Control your body, because when you're physically weak, your mind follows. Control your time, because every wasted second is a second they own. Control your desires, because if they can tempt you, they can trap you. Discipline isn't about punishment. It's about power. Because every time you choose discipline over comfort, you reclaim a piece of yourself. Every time you say no to the distractions designed to destroy you, you become a little more unstoppable. And that's what they fear most. So ask yourself right now, who is winning? The system that feeds off your weakness? Or you, the man who decides enough is enough? The choice is yours. Lesson 3. The war is won in the mind. You can have the strongest body, the sharpest skills, the best strategy, but if they own your mind, they own you. And that's where they attack first. Not with bullets, not with chains, not with force, but with ideas. The most powerful prison isn't built with steel bars. It's built with limiting beliefs. From the moment you were born, they whispered the same lies. You can't win, so you never try. You're not good enough, so you never push. It's too risky, so you never escape. They don't need to force you into submission. They just train you to submit on your own. And once your mind is weak, they don't have to take your freedom, because you'll hand it over willingly. But here's what they don't want you to realize. You are more powerful than you've been led to believe. Not because of luck, not because of privilege, but because your mind is the most dangerous weapon on this planet. The moment you reject their programming, the moment you realize you are not some helpless pawn, but the master of your own fate, you become untouchable. They can take your money, but if your mind is sharp, you'll make more. They can take your comfort, but if your spirit is strong, you'll thrive in the struggle. They can take everything from you, but they can never take your will unless you surrender it first. So how do you fight back? Guard your thoughts like a fortress. Everything you allow in, news, entertainment, conversations, either makes you stronger or makes you weaker. Question everything. If they're telling you something over and over, ask yourself, who benefits if I believe this? Stop feeding the distractions. Every time you scroll mindlessly, binge garbage, or avoid the hard work, you feed the machine that enslaves you. Discipline isn't just about what you do. It's about what you allow to shape your reality. Because once they can't break your mind, they can't break you. The turning point. So here's the choice. Continue living on autopilot, following the script they wrote for you, or wake up and take control. Most people will stay asleep. Most people will never break free. But you, if you've made it this far, something inside you is already rejecting the lie. You feel it. That pull towards something greater. That fire in your gut that refuses to die. That voice in the back of your mind whispering, you were meant for more. Listen to it. Because the war is won in the mind first. And once your mind is yours again, nothing, not their tricks, not their traps, not their system, can ever own you again. Lesson 4. The power of isolation. Why you must walk alone first. Discipline is lonely. That's what they don't tell you. When you decide to wake up, to break free, to take control of your life, you will walk alone. Not because you want to, not because you hate the world, but because the world does not understand discipline. They mock what they don't have. They fear what they can't control. They reject what reminds them of their own weakness. And when you step out of line, when you stop playing their game, they will try to pull you back in. They'll call you obsessed. They'll call you crazy. They'll call you selfish. But do you know what they're really saying? Your discipline reminds me of my own failures. The herd fears those who break away. Because the crowd is comfortable in its mediocrity. The crowd loves distractions. The crowd follows without thinking. And when you choose to reject it, to step outside their little bubble of mindless consumption and wasted time, you expose their biggest fear, that they could have been more, but they chose not to be. So they laugh at your discipline. They try to tempt you back into their world. They try to make you feel guilty for choosing better. Ignore them, because greatness requires isolation. You do not grow in comfort. You do not evolve surrounded by weakness. You do not become unstoppable by staying with people who fear the grind. When you first start this path, it will feel empty. You will miss the distractions, the cheap validation, the easy dopamine. But this is where you forge yourself. In the silence, in the struggle, in the long, lonely hours when no one is watching. Because when the world is gone, the real battle begins. No applause, no likes, no shortcuts. Just you versus you. And if you can conquer yourself in that emptiness, if you can fight through the doubt, the boredom, the pain, you will emerge as something no one can break. Because the man who learns to walk alone becomes the one they follow. One day, you will return to the world, not as the same person who left, not as the weak, distracted version of yourself, not as another pawn in their game, but as a force of nature, a man who owes nothing to the system, a man who sees the world for what it truly is, And when they look at you, when they whisper, when they envy, when they ask, "How did you do it?" you will smile, because you walked the path they were too afraid to take. Lesson 5. Pain is the currency of power. They sold you a lie. They told you that pain is something to avoid, something to fear, something to run from. They told you that life should be easy, that happiness is the goal, that struggle is for the unlucky, for the ones who didn't get it right. And you believed them. So when life hit you, when the weight of responsibility, discipline, and reality came crashing down, you backed off. Because that's what they trained you to do. They never told you the truth. That pain is the price of power. Look at history. Look at every legend, every empire, every great mind that shaped the world. What do they all have in common? They suffered. They lost. They struggled. They walked through hell and came out the other side. Not as victims, but as warriors. Because pain is the forge. It either breaks you, or it builds you. It either weakens you, or it hardens you. It either kills you, or it rebirths you into something new. But in this world, they don't want you to go through the fire. They don't want you to get stronger. They want you soft, comfortable, and weak. Because a man who has never faced pain is a man they can control. Most people avoid pain. Most people quit at the first sign of struggle. Most people never go far enough to discover who they really are. That's why they don't win. But you were meant for more. If you're in pain right now, good. That means you're alive. If you're struggling, good. That means you're moving forward. If it feels like everything is against you, good. That means you're pushing past the limits they set for you. Because pain is not the enemy. Weakness is. And every time you endure, every time you refuse to quit, every time you stare your suffering in the face and keep going anyway, you strip away another layer of the man you used to be. You become harder. You become smarter. You become the kind of man they cannot break. So here's the question. What will you do with your pain? Will you run? Will you numb yourself like the rest of them? Will you hide in distractions, addictions, and excuses? Or will you use it? Because in the end, the strongest men, the ones who build empires, the ones who carve their names into history, the ones who refuse to be forgotten, they are the ones who made pain their ally. They didn't wait for motivation. They didn't beg for inspiration. They bled, they suffered, and they endured. And because of that, they won. So what about you? You feel the fire? You feel the struggle? Good. Now prove you can survive it. To the returning GrimFace warriors, you already know what this is about. You've seen through the lies, rejected the distractions, and chosen the harder path. You are the few who refuse to be controlled. Keep pushing, keep sharpening, and keep proving them wrong. And to those new, to the movement, welcome to the other side. This isn't just motivation. This isn't just another speech. This is war. And if something inside you is waking up, if you feel that fire burning, it means you were meant for more. Subscribe now and join the fastest growing movement built for those who refuse to stay weak. Because we are just getting started. And if you're ready to go beyond YouTube, to stay connected with the GrimFace community, visit grimfaceofficial.com. That's where we keep the real ones close, where we build, where we plan, where we move. This world was never meant for the strong, but that's exactly why we're here. We are GrimFace. Most people go through life reacting, driven by impulse, fear, and emotion. They make weak decisions, sabotage themselves, and wonder why they never rise. They are controlled instead of being in control. But what if you could think on a higher level? What if you could strip away hesitation, fear, and uncertainty, and move with pure strategy? These lessons are mind hacks, psychological weapons designed to make you stronger, sharper, and unstoppable. They will rewire your thinking, giving you the ability to control emotions instead of being ruled by them. Make decisions with logic, not impulse. See the world as it is, not as fear or ego distorts it. Turn hesitation into clarity and weakness into power. These are the tools of the elite, the mental frameworks that separate those who rule from those who obey. Master them, and you will gain an unfair advantage in business, relationships, decision-making, and life itself. The weak react, the strong think. The question is, which one will you be? Lesson 1. The power of thinking differently. Most people don't think. They react. They move like puppets, strings pulled by emotions, impulses, and distractions. They let fear dictate their hesitation, excitement dictate their recklessness, and anger dictate their downfall. And they wonder why they never rise. But the world does not reward those who react. It does not crown the emotional, the impulsive, or the easily distracted. The world belongs to those who think, those who see past the noise, past the illusions, and past the bait laid out to trap the weak-minded. Look around you. Who holds the power? Who controls the systems, the wealth, the influence? It's not the ones who lash out in anger, who cry over setbacks, who drown in self-pity. It's the ones who stand still while others panic, the ones who observe while others lose themselves in the chaos, the ones who plan while others chase temporary pleasure. And yet most people will never understand this. They will live and die as slaves to their impulses. They will scream at shadows, fight meaningless battles, and waste their lives in pursuit of things that never mattered. Because thinking, true thinking, takes discipline. It takes control. And control is a skill most people never develop. But you are not most people. You are here because something inside you knows there is another way. A path that leads away from the herd, away from the cycle of reaction and regret. So ask yourself, when was the last time your emotions cost you something valuable? A relationship? A deal? An opportunity? How many times have you sabotaged yourself because you acted before you thought? Because you let a fleeting emotion make a permanent decision for you? Think back. Find 3 moments where your lack of control left you weaker, not stronger. 3 times when, had you only paused, had you only stepped back, cleared your mind, and seen the bigger picture, you could have won. Because that is the difference between the ordinary and the extraordinary, between the ones who are ruled and the ones who rule, between those who spend their lives reacting and those who engineer their own fate. It starts now. From this moment forward, you will not be moved by impulse. You will not be swayed by distraction. You will not let emotions dictate your destiny. You will think first. You will plan first. You will act only when the moment is right. And when the weak crumble around you, when they panic, when they show their hands too soon, you will stand above them, calm, patient, and ready, because you see what they do not. The world belongs to those who think. So decide, will you be ruled by impulse, or will you master the power of thinking differently? Lesson 2. The emotional delay rule. The greatest mistakes in history were made in seconds. A man lets his anger take over. He says the wrong thing, makes the wrong move, and his entire life changes. A leader makes a decision in fear, hesitates when he should act, and an empire crumbles. And the worst part? They knew better. But in that moment, they weren't thinking. They were reacting. They were ruled instead of being in control. Now look at your own life. How many times have you spoken words you couldn't take back? How many times have you let excitement make a promise you weren't ready to keep? How many times has fear made you hesitate, costing you an opportunity that would never come again? Emotions are powerful, but they are temporary. Science proves it. The most intense emotions, whether it's rage, fear, excitement, or frustration, last only 10 to 15 minutes at their peak. That's it. And yet, in those few minutes, people make decisions that cost them years. But the strongest, the ones who dominate, they don't fall into that trap because they know one thing. Control over emotion is control over outcome. The difference between the powerful and the powerless is not the absence of emotions. It's the ability to pause, to think, to strip away impulse and act only when it is time. So here's your new rule. You will never make another decision in the heat of the moment. Not when you're angry, not when you're scared, not when you're desperate. How to apply the emotional delay rule. Step 1. Create space before reacting. The moment you feel a surge of emotion, stop. Do not speak. Do not act. Wait. Give yourself at least 10 minutes. If it's a major decision, wait longer. Because the longer you wait, the clearer you think. Step 2. Separate emotion from facts. Write it down. What actually happened? Not how you feel about it. Not the story your emotions are telling you. Just the raw facts. Treat the situation like a detective, not a victim. This forces your mind to shift from emotional to logical. Step 3. Ask the cold, calculated question. If I had no emotions right now, what would be the smartest decision? Not the easiest decision, not the most comfortable, the smartest, because that's what matters. Step 4. Observe how others fail. Watch how most people sabotage themselves. Notice how they lash out, expose their weaknesses, and destroy opportunities because they let emotions control them. Every time you remain calm, while others lose control, you gain power over them. Why? This rule makes you instantly more powerful. You win conflicts. Others react emotionally. You respond strategically. You control your reputation. No more saying things you regret. You make better decisions. Every choice is based on logic, not impulse. You gain an edge over the weak-minded. While they crumble, you remain untouchable. This is the first step toward absolute control. Every second you pause before reacting is a second where you take back power. While others let their emotions burn them to the ground, you will stand above them, calm, deliberate, and unstoppable. Because the one who controls their emotions controls everything. Lesson 3. Thinking in numbers, not feelings. Most people live in a world of illusions. They make choices based on hunches, on gut feelings, on fleeting emotions that shift like the wind. They say things like, I feel like this won't work, or I just have a good feeling about this, and they wonder why they keep failing. Feelings are unreliable. They fluctuate with mood, with stress, with outside influence. They tell you one thing today and the opposite tomorrow. And yet, most people base their entire lives on them. But the ones who rise, the ones who dominate, they don't trust emotions. They trust numbers, data, and probabilities. They don't say, I feel like this is risky. They say, there's a 70% chance this fails based on past data. They don't say, I think this will work. They say, what evidence do I have that proves this is the right move? Because high-level thinkers don't guess. They calculate. And that's where you start today. How to apply the think in numbers rule. Step 1. Replace feelings with facts. Catch yourself using emotional language. If you hear yourself saying, "I feel like this is a bad idea," stop. Reframe it. What past data suggests this is a bad idea? Every decision must be rooted in logic, not fear. Step 2. Ask, what do the numbers say? Before making a move, check for quantifiable proof. Business decisions. Analyze market trends, case studies, and competitor performance. Investments. Look at risk-to-reward ratios and historical success rates. Personal choices. Study past patterns. What happened to others in similar situations? Step 3. Break down risk. Logically. Fear exaggerates risk. Data clarifies it. What is the worst-case scenario? What is the probability of failure? Does the potential reward outweigh the risk? If the numbers are in your favor, act. If they aren't, adjust. Either way, you decide based on logic, not emotion. Why this rule gives you an unfair advantage. You make better decisions. No more reckless risks, no more hesitation. You see the world as it is, not as your emotions paint it. You gain an edge over the weak-minded. While they rely on instinct, you rely on facts. You predict outcomes better than anyone around you. Most people will continue to live blindly, ruled by their emotions, making decisions based on feelings instead of facts. But not you. You will move with precision, accuracy, and control. While they guess, you will know. And the one who knows, the one who calculates, the one who sees reality as it truly is, that is the one who wins. Lesson 4. The third-person perspective. You see it so clearly when it's someone else's problem. Your friend is stuck, making a terrible decision, blinded by emotion. You spot the mistake instantly. You know exactly what they need to do. The solution is obvious. But when it's your problem, when it's your emotions clouding the situation, suddenly everything feels complicated. Suddenly logic takes a back seat. Suddenly you're just as lost as the rest of them. Why? Because when emotion gets involved, clarity dies. And that is where the weak fall. They drown in their own feelings, unable to separate themselves from the moment, unable to see the game for what it really is. They sabotage themselves, making mistakes they would easily recognize in someone else. But the ones who dominate, the ones who always make the right move, they step outside themselves. They strip away their personal bias and view their situation as if it belonged to someone else. They do not think like players trapped in the game. They think like the chess master watching from above. And now, so will you. How to apply the third-person perspective. Step 1. See your life as a chessboard. Picture your situation not as yourself, but as a strategist looking at the entire board. What are the possible moves? What option gives you the greatest long-term advantage? If this was a game of strategy, what is the smartest play? This removes emotion. This removes hesitation. This puts you in control. Step 2. Detach from personal bias. Your emotions are distorting reality. They are making small problems seem bigger, risks seem scarier, and decisions seem more complicated than they really are. Strip it down. Ask yourself, what is the most logical decision based on advantage versus risk? Which choice puts me in the strongest position later? What would an outsider say is the obvious best move? The weak allow emotion to guide them. The powerful analyze the game, not their feelings. Step 3. Ask, if this wasn't my problem, what would I tell someone else? You've given great advice before. You've helped others navigate their problems with clarity and logic. Now do the same for yourself. If a friend had this problem, what advice would I give them? If I had no emotional attachment to this, what would be the rational decision? If a strategist had to handle this, how would they approach it? The more you step outside of yourself, the clearer the solution becomes. Why this rule makes you more powerful than 99% of people. You remove emotional distortion. While others are blinded by attachment, you see with clarity. You make better decisions. No more hesitation, no more self-sabotage, only strategy. You gain the upper hand in conflicts because you think tactically, not emotionally. You develop a psychological edge. While others are overwhelmed, you remain calculated and composed. Most people will continue to drown in their own emotions. They will struggle with indecision, ruled by feelings instead of facts. But you will think like a grandmaster, moving pieces with precision, never revealing your hand, always 3 steps ahead. Because the world belongs to those who can see reality as it is, not as their emotions paint it. Lesson 5. Mastering fear and worst-case thinking. Fear is the greatest weapon used against you. It controls you. It makes you hesitate when you should act. It makes you run when you should stand your ground. It keeps you small when you were meant to be great. Most people are slaves to it. They let fear whisper in their ear, telling them to wait, to doubt, to surrender. They imagine disaster, humiliation, failure, so they do nothing. They remain stuck. But here's the truth. Fear only has power if you let it remain undefined. Your mind exaggerates danger when it doesn't know what it's dealing with. The unknown feels massive, unstoppable, crushing. But the moment you define the worst-case scenario, you take away its strength. You realize most risks won't destroy you. Most failures aren't permanent. Most fears are just illusions. And once you neutralize fear, nothing can stop you. How to apply the worst-case thinking rule. Step 1. Ask, what's the absolute worst that could happen? Your brain fears the unknown, so force yourself to confront it head-on. If you fail in business, what does that actually look like? If you take a risk and it doesn't work, what is the real consequence? If you make a bold move and people judge you, does it truly change your life? Most of the time, when you describe the worst case in clear detail, you realize it is far less catastrophic than your emotions made it seem. Step 2. Ask, can I survive that? Fear makes you believe failure will end you. That one mistake will ruin your entire future. But 99% of the time, you can recover. If you lost all your money, could you rebuild? Yes. If you embarrassed yourself, would people care in a month? No. If you failed completely, would it truly be permanent? No. Once you see that even the worst-case scenario is survivable, fear loses its grip. You take back control. Step 3. Prepare for the worst, then move forward with confidence. The strongest minds don't ignore fear. They calculate it, plan for it, and then crush it. If the worst happens, how will I handle it? What backup plans can I put in place? What can I do now to strengthen myself against this risk? You don't run from fear. You stare it in the face and prepare for it. Why this rule makes you unstoppable? You move while others freeze. Fear controls them. You control fear. You take calculated risks while they stay trapped in doubt. You embrace failure while they avoid challenges altogether. You become untouchable because nothing can surprise or overwhelm you. Fear only controls those who refuse to define it. But the moment you face the worst-case scenario, you take away its power. That's when you become unstoppable. To the returning GrimFace warriors, you are the reason this movement is expanding, reaching thousands, and changing lives. Your dedication, your mindset, and your hunger for absolute control over your destiny have made an impact far beyond what you can see. You're not just watching, you're building something greater. For those of you new to the movement, welcome to the place where weakness dies and power is forged. This is not just motivation, This is transformation. If you're tired of reacting, tired of living by someone else's rules, and ready to train your mind for dominance, then subscribe now. Because this is more than just a channel. This is a revolution, and the world belongs to those who think, move, and strike with precision. Stay sharp, stay ruthless, stay GrimFace. Most people wander through life without direction, chained by distractions, lost in meaningless pursuits, and wondering why they never feel fulfilled. They move, but they don't act. They exist, but they don't live. But today we change that. Because today, we're breaking down the foundation of self-discipline, the one thing that separates the weak from the unstoppable. By the end of this lesson, you'll understand why most people fail, how to carve out your purpose with ruthless clarity, and how to align your actions with something greater than yourself. So don't just sit back. Lock in, focus, and stay through to the end. Because this lesson isn't just something to listen to. It's something that will reshape the way you live, if you let it. Lesson 1. The wake-up call. You wake up. Another day. The world moves. The noise rises. And before you even take your first conscious breath, the distractions are already clawing at your mind. The endless cycle of messages, opinions, obligations, temptations, pulling you in every direction except the one that matters. And that is where most people fail. They move, but they do not act. They exist, but they do not live. They obey, but they do not decide. You see, without purpose, you're nothing more than a pawn, drifting, reacting, bending to whatever the world throws at you. But a man with purpose, a woman with purpose, they are a force of nature, unshakable, ruthless in their focus. While the rest wander in a fog of uncertainty, they move with clarity, carving their own path, setting fire to every obstacle in their way. So, ask yourself, what is my purpose? Not the shallow lies you've been fed, not the expectations they've forced upon you, not what the world tells you that you should be. I'm talking about the truth that lives in your bones, the thing that, if stripped from you, would leave you hollow. That force inside that will not let you settle. That hunger that will never be satisfied with mediocrity. Because purpose is not a fantasy. It is not a dream. It is the battle cry of your existence. And if you do not claim it, if you do not fight for it, then something weaker will take its place. Comfort, distraction, pleasure, regret. And so, the question is not whether you have a purpose. The question is whether you are willing to strip away the noise and uncover it. To do this, you must face yourself in the mirror, without lies, without excuses, without the armor of false confidence. You must ask yourself, who am I? What do I stand for? What am I willing to suffer for? Because make no mistake, purpose is not about happiness. It is not about ease. It is about devotion, about sacrifice, about choosing the harder road, knowing that no reward is worth anything unless it is earned. Look around you. The weak chase validation. They live for approval, for fleeting pleasures, for empty praise. But those who are truly alive, they serve something greater than themselves. They don't waste time explaining their path. They walk it. So here is your task. Define your core values. Not the ones that sound good. Not the ones you think people want to hear. The ones that define you at your most raw, at your most real. The values you would die for. The values you would kill for. Then, when the morning comes, before the world tries to own you, before the distractions sink their claws in, write down one thing, one action that aligns with those values. Then do it. No matter how small, no matter how hard, no matter how much your mind begs you to choose comfort. Because purpose is built through action. Discipline is built through repetition. And your future is built in the moments where you decide to rise while others remain asleep. This is the first step, the foundation, the moment where you choose to stop floating through life and start commanding it. So I'll ask you again, what is your purpose? And more importantly, what will you do today to prove it? Lesson 2. Count on yourself. Not them. Not the system. Not the opinions of the weak. The promises of the unreliable. Or the crutches you've leaned on for far too long. You. Because at the end of the day, when the noise fades and the lights go out, there is only one person who is responsible for where you stand. You. Yet so many people refuse to accept this. They wait. They blame. They hope that someone else will come along and save them from their own failures, their own hesitation, their own weakness. But that day never comes. Because nobody is coming. Read that again. Nobody is coming to save you. You think the world owes you something? It doesn't. You think life will reward you just because you want it? It won't. You think someone will swoop in and hand you the life you dream of? Keep dreaming. Because the brutal truth is this: if you are not willing to rely on yourself, you are nothing more than a prisoner, shackled by your own indecision. A puppet whose strings are pulled by anyone strong enough to command them. But those who count on themselves, they are the ones who cannot be controlled. They are the ones who rise, who dominate, who walk into any situation knowing that they don't need permission, approval, or validation. Because they built themselves. And if you want to reach that level, you must take full accountability. No more excuses. No more waiting. No more blaming circumstances. Everything you want, it's possible. But it requires a choice. To stop expecting and start executing. And that choice must be made every single day. Because discipline is not a one-time event. It is a war. A daily battle between the version of you that wants to stay weak and the version of you that is willing to suffer, to struggle, to bleed if necessary, because they know that victory is the only option. And here's the real test. Can you trust yourself? When you set a goal, do you keep your word? When you promise yourself change, do you follow through? Or are you just another liar, breaking promises to yourself every time things get hard? Because if you cannot trust yourself, why should the world trust you? If you cannot rely on your own discipline, your own drive, your own resilience, what foundation do you have? This is the difference between those who succeed and those who fail. The successful, they don't wait for motivation. The powerful, they don't need outside approval. The unstoppable question mark, they don't break when things get hard. They sharpen, and you must become the same. So starting today, keep your word. Set a goal, no matter how small, and execute every single day. No negotiation, no compromise, no excuses. You don't stop when you're tired. You don't stop when you don't feel like it. You stop when it's done. Because this is what separates the weak from the strong. And when the world looks at you, let them see someone who does not break, does not beg, does not waver. Let them see someone who counts on themselves. And let yourself see, finally, the power that has always been inside you. The only question is, will you step up and claim it? Lesson 3. Show up. Not when it's easy. Not when you feel like it. Not when the stars align and everything is perfect. Every single day. Because that's what separates the unstoppable from the forgotten. That's what makes the difference between those who build an empire and those who waste their lives chasing distractions. It's not talent. It's not luck. It's not some secret formula hidden in a book or whispered by the successful. It's the will to show up, no matter what. Most people, they only move when they feel motivated. They only work when it's convenient. They only chase their goals when the path is smooth, when the wind is at their back, when the applause is loud. But the moment things get hard, the moment discomfort creeps in, the moment their mood shifts, they crumble. They don't show up. And that is why they fail. Because success, mastery, discipline, these are not the products of fleeting inspiration. They are the result of relentless, unbreakable consistency. Do you understand what that means? It means that your excuses do not matter. Your mood does not matter. Your feelings in the moment do not matter. What matters is what you do when nobody's watching. What matters is how you act when it's just you, your goal, and the empty silence between success and failure. That silence, that's where your future is built. And here's the truth, most people will never accept. You will not always be motivated. Some days, you will feel empty. Some days, you will feel like nothing is working. Some days, the temptation to quit, to delay, to walk away, will be louder than anything else in your mind. And it is in those moments that you must decide. Do you let weakness win? Or do you show up anyway? Because the real battle is never against the world. It is against yourself. And the version of you that wins is the one that gets up when there's no reason to. That moves forward when every voice says stop. That does what needs to be done, not when it's easy, but because it must be done. So stop waiting. Stop hesitating. Stop searching for an escape. Decide. What is one thing that you know you need to do? That thing you keep putting off. That step you know will push you forward but terrifies you to take. Do it. Not tomorrow. Not later. Not when life slows down. Now, because showing up is not about motivation. It is about mastery. It is about proving, day in and day out, that you are not like the rest. It is about making a decision, a declaration, that nothing, no setback, no doubt, no pain, will stop you. You are here. You are working. You are relentless. And the world, it will either step aside or be forced to watch you rise. So I'll ask you one last time. Will you show up today? Or will you let another day slip away? Lesson 4. Suffer by choice or suffer by force. This world will break you if you are weak. It will strip you of everything you cherish, take what you love, and leave you hollow if you are not prepared. But the truth is, you have a choice. You can either train yourself to endure pain on your own terms, or you can wait until life forces it upon you, unprepared and defenseless. Comfort is the slow poison of the mind. It lulls you into complacency, makes you fragile, turns you soft. It tells you that you deserve ease, that you should avoid hardship, that struggle is for someone else. And then one day, when life finally crushes you, you have no armor, no resilience, no strength to fight back. You are not meant to live that way. You are meant to be strong, unyielding, a force that cannot be broken, not because you were born that way, but because you built yourself that way. And the only way to build that strength? Step into discomfort, willingly. Suffer now, so that nothing can break you later. That is how warriors are made. That is how kings are built. That is how legends are forged. Not in moments of comfort, but in the fire of voluntary struggle. So stop running from pain. Chase it. Hunt it. Make it your ally. Put yourself through hell while you still have a choice. Wake up earlier than you want to. Work when you're exhausted. Push yourself physically and mentally beyond what feels possible. Deny yourself distractions, easy pleasures, and cheap rewards. Break your body, sharpen your mind, and strip away everything that makes you weak. Because here's the truth. If you do not choose hardship, hardship will choose you. And if you are not ready, it will destroy you. But if you have trained yourself to endure, if you have built an iron will through suffering, if you have walked through fire on your own terms, then nothing can shake you. Then pain is just another tool. Then no obstacle, no hardship, no enemy can break what has already been forged in the furnace of your own discipline. The weak look at suffering and run. The strong look at suffering and smile, because they know it is fuel. So I ask you, what comfort are you willing to sacrifice today? What hardship are you willing to face? What will you do, right now, to make yourself untouchable? Because the day will come when life will test you. And when that moment arrives, only one question will matter. Did you prepare for it, or will it break you? Lesson 5. Control what you can. Let go of what you can't. Most people live as prisoners, not behind bars, but in their own minds. Trapped, chained to illusions, crushed beneath the weight of things they cannot control. They waste their energy screaming at the sky when it rains, instead of building shelter. They drown in anger over things that will never change, instead of adapting and moving forward. They let their emotions be ruled by forces outside of themselves, by the opinions of others, by circumstances, by chaos. And that is why they are weak. Because power does not belong to the one who rages at what they cannot change. Power belongs to the one who masters their response. So hear this now. If it is outside your control, it does not deserve your energy. If it is beyond your influence, it does not deserve your concern. If it is not in your hands, then release it immediately. Not because you don't care, not because you are passive, but because you are ruthless in protecting your own strength. Worrying, complaining, overthinking, these are the weapons of the weak. And every second you spend on things outside your control is a second stolen from the things that are within your power. Your thoughts, they belong to you. Your actions, they belong to you. Your discipline, your effort, your response, all of it belongs to you. And that is where your energy should go. Ask yourself, is this problem something I can directly influence? If yes, act. Fix it, solve it, adapt to it. If no, walk away from it and never look back. This is where most people fail. They live in reaction mode. They let the world control them instead of controlling what they can. They get angry over what someone said. They drown in regret over things they cannot undo. They sit in fear over things that may never even happen. And in doing so, they waste their only true power. But you will be different. Because from this moment forward, you will only put your energy into what you can control. Your habits, your discipline, your thoughts, your reactions, and everything else, you will let it burn. Because here is the ultimate truth. The world will never be under your control. But yourself, your mind, your discipline, that is yours, and yours alone. And if you master that, then nothing, not failure, not chaos, not even fate itself, can break you. So I ask you, where has your energy been going? To things you control, or to things that own you? Make the choice now. Own yourself, or be owned by everything else. If you made it this far, you're not like the rest. Most people don't seek discipline. Most people don't chase purpose. Most people will never break free from the cycle that keeps them weak. But you're here, and that means you're different. To those who keep coming back, the GrimFace movement grows Because of you. You understand that life is a battlefield, and only those who commit to discipline, purpose, and relentless action will rise above it. You're not just watching, you're building something within yourself. Keep going. And if this is your first time here, this is your call to step up. This movement isn't for everyone. It's for those willing to break free, to take control, to embrace the struggle instead of running from it. So, if you're ready to commit to that path, don't just watch. Join the movement. Subscribe, stay locked in, and prove, every single day, that you're built for more. Because in the end, there are two kinds of people in this world. Those who wait, and those who rise. Which one are you? Wake up. The screen flickers. The game begins. You were thrown into this world without a tutorial, without a manual, without a guide to tell you what to do. Yet here you are, dropped into the chaos, forced to figure it out as you go. This is the game of life. And most people, they don't even realize they're playing. They stumble through the levels aimlessly, grinding mindlessly in dead-end quests, wasting their most valuable currency, time, on things that don't matter. They treat life like a spectator sport, watching others climb the leaderboard while they rot in mediocrity. They complain about the cards they were dealt, the character they were born with, the so-called unfairness of the game. But winners don't waste time crying. Winners play the game. The question is, will you? Lesson 1. Understanding the game of life. Life is a game, not a cruel accident, not a meaningless cycle of suffering, not a prison, a game. And like every game, it has rules, objectives, and strategies. If you understand these rules, you can play to win. If you ignore them, you get played. Most people go through life like a lost NPC, non-playable characters, programmed by their environment, blindly following a script written for them by others. They never take control of the game. They never pick up the controller. But you are the main character. And today, you start playing with intention. Rule number 1. This is a single-player game. No one is coming to save you. No one is handing you the victory screen. You are the one behind the controls. You control the movement. You control the strategy. You control your next action. Yes, you can form alliances, team up with others, build connections. But at the end of the day, you are responsible for your own success. No one else can level up for you. No one else can grind for you. No one else can develop your skills, gain your knowledge, or fight your battles. Everything in this game is on you. Your success, your failure, your progress. And that's not a burden. That's freedom. Because if everything is on you, then nothing is stopping you from rising. Rule number 2. Your character is yours to build. Some of us were born with a head start. Others spawned in with nothing. But what matters isn't where you started. It's how you level up. Your strength, your intelligence, your wealth, your influence, all of it can be increased. The weak stay weak because they refuse to train. The strong become stronger because they never stop grinding. And you don't need permission to start leveling up. No one can stop you from learning a new skill. No one can stop you from hitting the gym and strengthening your body. No one can stop you from studying strategy, making better decisions, or mastering your emotions. You're not stuck with the default settings. You're not trapped in the starting level. You are evolving. You are upgrading. You are building a version of yourself that cannot be stopped. The only question is, will you commit to the grind? Rule number 3. Resources are meant to be maximized: time, money, knowledge, energy. These are the currencies of the game. Waste them, and you stay stuck at the bottom. Invest them wisely, and you buy your freedom. Every second you scroll mindlessly, every dollar you blow on nonsense, every day wasted doing nothing, you are choosing to stay weak. But when you learn how to manage your resources, the game changes. Time becomes your greatest weapon. Money becomes your tool, not your master. Knowledge compounds, stacking like an infinite XP multiplier. Most people waste their resources. They blow their in-game currency on meaningless side quests, parties, distractions, cheap entertainment. But winners, they stack their resources. They invest, they train, they create, they multiply their wealth, their health, their power. They move with purpose. Are you playing to win, or are you playing to pass the time? Rule number 4. Set your own win condition. Most players never win because they never define what winning looks like. They drift through life, following someone else's script, never asking themselves what they actually want. The greatest trap in this game is thinking you have to follow someone else's path. You don't. Success isn't one size fits all. Maybe for you, it's building an empire. Maybe it's achieving complete freedom. Maybe it's reaching a level of discipline and mastery that makes you unstoppable. But you have to choose your objective. You have to decide what winning means. And then, you grind until you get there. Rule number 5. The game doesn't pause. There is no reset button, no save file to reload, no do-over. Every second that passes is one you'll never get back. And while most people waste their lives waiting for the right time to start, waiting for motivation to hit, waiting for things to magically improve, winners take action. They understand that time is the most valuable resource in the game, and they refuse to waste it. Because the game keeps moving, with or without you. The only question is, are you leveling up, or are you being left behind? The hard truth. Most players quit before they even get started. They get stuck in the early levels and assume that's all there is. They complain about the difficulty settings instead of figuring out the cheat codes hidden in plain sight. They waste their lives on side quests that lead nowhere, instead of marching toward the final boss version of themselves. But not you. You see the game for what it is. You understand the rules. And now, you have a choice. You can either sit on the sidelines, watching others play, or you can take control. You can pick up the controller, sharpen your strategy, and dominate the game. No more excuses. No more waiting. No more living life like an NPC. The screen is on. The controller is in your hands. It's time to move. What if I told you the universe doesn't want you to win? That no matter how hard you visualize, how many affirmations you repeat, or how much you believe, you will still meet resistance at every turn. Because reality is not designed to hand you what you want. It is designed to test you, to break you, to see if you are truly worthy of the power you seek. Most people fail because they expect the universe to cooperate. They expect success to come with ease. And when it doesn't, they crumble. They blame the system, their circumstances, their past, their luck. But the few who rise, the ones who command reality instead of begging it to change, they do not break. They understand the truth. Manifestation is not passive. It is war. If you are ready to claim your power, if you are ready to stop wishing and start creating, if you are ready to bend the world to your will no matter how much it resists, then these lessons will show you how. Lesson 1. Reality is hostile. Master the battlefield. You were lied to. They told you the universe would conspire in your favor, that all you had to do was think positive, visualize, and wait. But you've seen the truth, haven't you? You've bled for your ambitions, fought for every inch of progress, only to watch the world spit in your face. Reality isn't a wishing well, it's a battlefield. And yet, that is the greatest gift of all. If the universe handed you everything, if there were no struggle, no resistance, no hardship, what would you be? Weak, fragile, unprepared. But the universe does not create gods from comfort. It forges them in fire. You must unlearn the myth of effortless attraction and embrace the truth of warrior manifestation. The world is not designed to reward your desires. It is designed to test them. It will beat you down, strip you of everything, and demand to know one thing. How bad do you want it? The weak will crumble. The timid will retreat. But the warrior sees the hostility of reality and laughs, because he knows that resistance is power. The first rule of shadow manifestation: bend, but never break. Every obstacle is a lesson. Every failure is a sharpening stone. You do not shatter under pressure. You adapt. You do not crumble in chaos. You control it. The world will push. It will fight. It will try to grind you into dust. But you bend, but never break. You are not here to ask the universe for permission. You are here to take what is yours. The war has already begun. It started the moment you dared to dream. Now the question is, are you willing to fight for it? Lesson 2. Weaponizing your subconscious mind. They don't want you to know this. They tell you to dream big, to believe in yourself, to visualize success. But they never tell you the real war isn't fought in the world. It's fought inside your own mind. You see, the subconscious is a ruthless gatekeeper. It doesn't care what you want. It only follows one rule. It must protect you, even from your own ambitions. And that's why most people fail. Their subconscious sees risk and shuts them down before they even begin. But here's the truth. The subconscious is not your enemy. It is your weapon, if you know how to use it. How hidden self-sabotage blocks manifestation before it starts. Ever wonder why you hesitate? Why you procrastinate? Why you set goals, but never follow through? That's your subconscious choking you with invisible chains. You don't even realize it's happening. Every failure, every rejection, every painful memory, it's stored deep within, whispering, stay safe, stay small, stay where it's comfortable. And comfort is the silent assassin of dreams. You must reprogram yourself. You must tear apart the weak version of yourself that hesitates, that doubts, that flinches at resistance. You must become someone new. The inversion principle, turning resistance into fuel. Most people run from fear, from pain, from discomfort. You will use them. Every setback is a trigger to push harder. Every doubt is a reminder to prove it wrong. Every rejection is proof that you're walking the right path. You are not here to be coddled. You are here to command reality to obey you. And that starts with commanding yourself. Controlled obsession, forcing your mind to submit. True manifestation is not wishful thinking. It is a violent act of will. It is a conscious decision to never let your mind drift into weakness again. From now on, every thought must be a weapon. Every action must be deliberate. Every moment must be spent reprogramming the subconscious to serve you. There is no room for hesitation, no room for doubt, no room for the old version of you that accepted failure as an option. You are the master now. Your subconscious is a tool. Use it. And when the world tries to tell you that you can't, that you won't, that you should settle, smile. Because you've already won the war where it matters most. Inside your own mind. Lesson 3. The dark energy transmutation method. Pain, fear, rage. Most people drown in these emotions. They let them paralyze their will, break their spirit, and keep them in chains. But what if I told you that these emotions, the very ones that hold most people back, are the greatest fuel for manifestation? What if I told you that anger is power, fear is focus, and suffering is an amplifier for desire? You've been taught to suppress negativity, to run from it, to numb yourself with distractions. But those who truly manifest at an unstoppable level do not run from the darkness. They consume it and turn it into strength. This is the art of dark energy transmutation. This is where you stop fearing your demons and start commanding them. Negativity isn't an enemy. It's fuel. Look at the most powerful moments in your life. The times when you moved mountains, defied the odds, and broke through walls. Were you comfortable? Were you at peace? No. You were angry. You were fed up. You had nothing left to lose, and that desperation became pure, unstoppable energy. The system wants you docile. They want you to feel good enough, to be content. Because a person who never embraces their inner fire never becomes dangerous. But you will weaponize your emotions. The alchemist's secret: how to convert pain into power. An alchemist turns lead into gold. You will turn pain into dominance. Here's how. Feel it fully. Stop running from pain. Sit with it. Let it burn through you. Let it show you what you truly desire. Reframe the story. Instead of thinking, "Why is this happening to me?" Start thinking, "How is this making me unstoppable?" Redirect the energy. When you feel rage, don't lash out. Use it. Pour it into your work. Pour it into your training. Pour it into your vision until every ounce of that fire is spent making you stronger. Nothing will ever be given to you. Every dream you have, every goal you set, the world will throw every obstacle in your way. It will mock you, break you, make you suffer. Good. Because suffering is a furnace. And in that furnace, you are forged into something unbreakable. The rage into reality technique. Take the deepest pain, the darkest betrayal, the most crushing failures, and use them as the foundation for your empire. Betrayed? Good. Let it fuel your rise. Doubted? Perfect. Make them eat their words. Failed? Even better. Because now you know what doesn't work, and you're still standing. You are not here to wish for an easy life. You are here to demand success, to command reality itself. And that requires fire. The world doesn't hand power to the weak. It bows to those who refuse to break. So don't suppress your darkness. Transmute it. Don't fear your demons. Command them. And when the universe dares to stand in your way, don't beg. Burn through everything until it bends to your will. Lesson 4. Thought alone is weak. The ritual of embodiment. You've been deceived. They tell you to think positively, to visualize success, to believe, as if thoughts alone can change the world. But here's the truth. Thoughts without action are nothing but wasted potential. The universe doesn't reward those who simply wish. It bends to those who become. This is where most fail. They spend their lives trapped in the realm of thought, convinced that if they think hard enough, dream long enough, reality will shift in their favor. But thoughts without action are like weapons without warriors. Useless. You must move beyond thinking and into embodiment. You must not just visualize success. You must become the kind of person who attracts it effortlessly. This is the ritual of embodiment. The identity forge, becoming the cause, not the effect. Most people live as effects of the world around them. They react, they wait, they follow. But warriors of manifestation, they are causes. They dictate how the world responds to them. They do not chase success, it chases them. To reach this level, you must burn the bridge between who you were and who you must become. Ask yourself, who is the future version of me that already has what I desire? How does that version of me think, move, act, What habits, what discipline, what presence does that version of me command? And then, become that person now. Not tomorrow, not when the time feels right. Now, the difference between passive visualization and command visualization. Visualization is a weapon, but like any weapon, it is useless unless wielded correctly. Passive visualization is what the weak do. They dream, they fantasize, they escape into a world where they have what they want, only to wake up unchanged. Command visualization is different. It is a demand, a declaration. It is not a wish. It is an order. When you visualize, do not see yourself as a hopeful spectator. See yourself as an unstoppable force. Do not just see the goal. See yourself crushing every obstacle in your path. Do not just imagine the reward. Feel the sweat, the discipline, the sacrifice it takes to earn it. Do not just hope the world bends to you. Force it to recognize who you are becoming. The death of hesitation, acting as if without delusion. Some here act as if and mistake it for blind arrogance. They fake confidence, fake success, fake effort. In reality, it sees through them. To truly act as if, you must earn it. You must train your mind, your body, and your habits to align with your vision. There can be no separation between who you are now and who you aim to become. If you want to be a warrior, train like one. If you want to be wealthy, move like a king, not a beggar. If you want respect, carry yourself like someone who commands it, not someone who pleads for it. Do not wait for the world to give you permission. Embody the future version of yourself today. The ritual of embodiment, a path to manifestation. Through action. Every morning, affirm who you are becoming, not what you want. I am a relentless force. I am inevitable. I take what I want. Every day, take action that aligns with that identity, no matter how small. Every night, assess. Did I live as my highest self today? If not, what needs to be burned away? Repeat until the world has no choice but to recognize you. This is where most fail. They hesitate. They make excuses. They tell themselves they're not ready. But reality does not wait. And if you refuse to move, you will remain trapped forever in the purgatory of almost. Embodiment is the key. Be before you have. Move before you see. Act before you are ready. Because when you fully commit, when you stop playing small, when you embody who you were always meant to be, reality will have no choice but to bow. Lesson 5. The hidden power of rejection and resistance. The world is not your friend. It will not greet you with open arms. It will not clear a path for your ambitions. Instead, it will test you, over and over again, with rejection, failure, and endless resistance. And most people? They break. They take rejection as a sign to stop, resistance as proof they aren't meant to succeed. They shrink, retreat, and settle into a life of quiet submission. But you will be different. Because rejection is not failure. Resistance is not defeat. They are the fire that forges the unbreakable. The world doesn't owe you anything, so take it anyway. Understand this. No one is coming to save you. No one is going to hand you what you want. No one is going to make this easy. And if you are waiting for permission, for a sign, for the world to roll out the red carpet and invite you to succeed, you are already lost. The universe rewards those who refuse to be denied, those who take rejection and turn it into fuel. So when the world tells you no, you say, "Watch me." When doors slam in your face, you don't knock again like a beggar. You kick them down. Why rejection is proof. You're on the right path. Most people fear rejection. They take it personally. But in reality, rejection is a gift. Because rejection means you are trying. It means you are pushing beyond your limits. It means you are playing at a level most people are too afraid to attempt. And if you are not getting rejected, if you are not meeting resistance, then you are playing far too small. If they laugh at you, good. You are ahead of them. If they doubt you, perfect. That means you see what they can't. If they shut you out, excellent. That means you are knocking on doors meant only for the bold. Weak minds seek comfort. Warriors seek resistance because they know pressure creates power. The momentum of resistance. How every obstacle increases your strength. Here's the secret they never tell you. Resistance is momentum in disguise. Every time you push against resistance, you grow stronger. Every time you get rejected and keep going, you build unstoppable momentum. And at some point, resistance no longer slows you down. It propels you forward, but only if you refuse to break. The mindset of inevitability. How to make the world submit. There comes a point when the world can no longer stop you. Not because the resistance disappears, but because you have become too strong to be affected by it. This is the mindset of inevitability. This is where rejection stops feeling personal, where failure stops feeling final, where resistance becomes nothing more than a weight to be lifted. And once you reach this level, once you become immune to rejection, indifferent to obstacles, and unstoppable in your pursuit, the world will have no choice but to bow. Not because it wants to, but because it cannot stop you. So embrace rejection, chase resistance, relentlessly pursue what is yours. And when they try to stop you, when they say you can't, you won't, you shouldn't, smile, because you know something they don't. You are inevitable. Lesson 6. Breaking the chains of the system. You were born into a prison, a system designed to mold you into obedience, to keep you small, afraid, and dependent. From the moment you took your first breath, you were fed rules, unspoken laws that shape the way you think, act, and live. Play it safe. Don't aim too high. Just be grateful for what you have. They want you docile. They want you comfortable. Because comfortable people don't rebel. They don't question. They don't break free. But you are not meant to be controlled. You are not here to live in quiet submission, shackled by invisible chains. You are here to break the system and build your own world. How society conditions you to settle and obey. Everything around you is designed to keep you trapped. The education system doesn't teach you to think. It teaches you to comply. The media feeds you fear, keeping you too paralyzed to act. The 9-to-5 grind drains your energy, leaving just enough room for distraction, but never for revolution. And the worst part? They make you believe it's normal, that life is meant to be hard, that success is reserved for the lucky, that you must accept the life handed to you, rather than creating the one you deserve. It's all a lie. The illusion of scarcity, why abundance is locked behind fear. They tell you there's not enough money, not enough opportunities, not enough success to go around. But scarcity is an illusion, a story told by those in power to keep the masses fighting for scraps instead of building their own empires. The truth? There is no shortage of power, only a shortage of those willing to claim it. The weak believe in scarcity. The strong know that anything can be created. Detaching from social programming while still operating in the world. You cannot escape the system by ignoring it. You escape by understanding it, using it, and ultimately outgrowing it. Learn their rules, so you can bend them to your will. Study their methods, so you can outmaneuver them. Play their game until you no longer need to. Because the goal is not just to survive. The goal is to transcend. The strategic rebel mindset, winning by playing the system against itself. Most rebels fight blindly, They resist for the sake of resistance, and that is why they fail. You will not be reckless. You will not be another casualty of the system. You will be surgical, tactical, relentless. Learn the game. The system is a rigged casino, designed to keep you playing on their terms. Study the rules, then rewrite them. Control your mind. The greatest weapon they have is fear. Kill it. The moment you stop being afraid is the moment you become unstoppable. Build your own power. Never depend on their validation, their handouts, their approval. Create, own, command. And when the day comes that you no longer need them, when you have built something so strong that they can no longer touch you, that is the day you are truly free. Break the chains or be buried in them. Most people will never wake up. They will live and die inside the prison they were born into, never questioning, never fighting, never realizing how much power they could have had. But you have a choice. You can let the system dictate your limits, or you can burn those limits to the ground. You can live as they expect you to, small, fearful, obedient, or you can become the exception. You do not wait. You do not ask for permission. You do not accept the world as it is. You shape it. You own it. You take what is yours. And when they try to break you, when they try to pull you back into their world of fear and control, you smile, because you have already won. Lesson 7. The final seal. Manifestation through ruthless commitment. The weak talk about dreams. The strong execute. That is the final difference between those who succeed and those who spend their lives waiting. You have seen the truth. You have learned the rules of reality, shattered illusions, and armed yourself with the power to create. But none of it matters. Not your vision, not your knowledge, not even your ability to fight, unless you commit with ruthless, unstoppable force. Because the universe does not reward wishful thinking. It bows only to those who refuse to accept anything less than victory. Why most people fail at manifestation and how you won't. Failure isn't about talent. It isn't about intelligence. It isn't even about luck. It's about commitment. Most people fail because they give up too soon. They set a goal, face resistance, and decide it's not meant to be. They let obstacles convince them they should stop instead of using them as proof that they must push harder. But here's the truth. Success isn't about whether it's meant to be. It's about whether you will make it be. Most people quit after the first rejection. You will not. Most people break under pressure. You will thrive in it. Most people lose faith when things don't go their way. You will believe even harder. Because you do not hope to win. You decide to win. The no escape rule. Burn the bridges behind you. There is a reason warriors burn bridges before battle. They leave themselves no way back. Because when retreat is not an option, the only choice is to win. That is how you must approach your goals. No escape. No backup plan. No safety net to catch you when you fall. You must be so committed that failure is simply not an option. Ask yourself, if this was the only path available, would I still hesitate? If failure meant death, how hard would I fight? If I had no other choice but to win, how would I move? Now move like that. The infinite game strategy, how to make your goals inevitable. The secret to unstoppable manifestation is to stop treating success like an event and start treating it like a game that never ends. Most people play small, looking for shortcuts, quick wins, easy routes. They get excited for a while, then burn out. But the warriors, the legends, the ones who take what they want from life, they commit to the long game. They don't work for results. They work because it is who they are. They don't quit when they hit roadblocks. They adapt, and continue. They don't stop when they achieve one goal. They build higher ones. This is the infinite game. This is how you make your success inevitable. Because when you refuse to stop, when you refuse to break, when you refuse to settle, the world will have no choice but to yield. The final key: unshakable belief. This is where all 7 lessons converge. At this level, it is no longer about external resistance, obstacles, or even the system trying to hold you down. The only thing left is you. Do you believe in yourself enough to never stop? Because if you do, if your belief is unshakable, your commitment absolute, then reality itself will shift in your favor. Not by chance, not by luck, but because you refuse to let it be any other way. The last choice: submit or dominate. This is the moment where you decide. Do you keep living like the rest, making excuses, waiting, hoping? Or do you step forward, claim your power, and demand what is yours? There is no middle ground. You either bend reality to your will or let it crush you. So ask yourself, right now, are you ready to stop playing small? Are you ready to kill hesitation? Are you ready to live as the unstoppable force you were born to be? Then commit, fully, without hesitation, without escape, without retreat. Because once you do, the universe will have no choice but to bow. If you've made it this far, you already know. You're not like the rest. Most people won't push themselves to see reality for what it is. Most people won't embrace the resistance, won't weaponize their mind, won't commit fully to their own power. But you're still here. And that tells me one thing: you were meant for more. To those of you who keep coming back, who have been part of this movement from the beginning, you already know what we stand for. We don't submit. We don't break. We don't wait for permission to live the life we were born to create. You are the ones proving every day that reality bends to those who refuse to accept anything less than victory. And to those of you who are just finding us now, welcome to the rebellion. The GrimFace movement isn't for everyone. It's for the ones who are tired of the lies, tired of the limitations, tired of being told to wait their turn. It's for those who are ready to wake up, take control, and force their destiny into existence. So if you're ready to kill hesitation, if you're ready to command your mind and dominate your reality, hit that subscribe button and become part of something bigger. This is more than motivation. This is power. This is GrimFace, and we're just getting started. Tell me, are you tired? Tired of waking up every day, feeling like you're meant for more but never actually becoming more? Tired of being trapped in the same cycles? Distraction, procrastination, wasted time, while deep down, you know you could be unstoppable if you just had the discipline to break free. Are you sick of watching others rise while you stay stagnant? Are you exhausted from living in the gray zone of mediocrity, where you're not failing badly enough to change but not winning enough to feel alive? Good, because that means you're ready. See, the difference between those who rise and those who fade isn't talent. It isn't luck. It isn't intelligence. It's discipline. But not the kind of discipline they've been feeding you. This idea that you have to force yourself into suffering, that you have to rely on endless willpower, that you have to be perfect every second of the day. That's why you've failed before. Because that's not how true discipline works. True discipline is about hacking your own mind, bending your desires to your will, turning weakness into power. It's about mastering yourself so completely that success is no longer a choice. It's the only outcome. And that's exactly what you're about to learn. Lesson 1. Leverage your desires. Tell me, how much energy have you wasted fighting yourself? How many hours have you spent resisting distractions, suppressing urges, battling temptations, only to lose, over and over again? You know what I'm talking about. That endless cycle. You set a goal. You tell yourself you'll be disciplined. You make promises. And then, the cravings creep in. The distractions whisper your name. You fall. You hate yourself for it. And then you do it all over again. And why? Because you've been fighting the wrong battle. They told you discipline means denial. That success requires you to kill your desires, to starve your impulses, to shut down every part of you that craves pleasure. And for how long? How long can you hold back the flood before it drowns you? But here's the truth. The strongest people, the most disciplined, the most powerful, they don't fight their desires. They bend them to their will. They take what others call distractions, what others call weaknesses, and they turn them into tools. So tell me, why are you still at war with yourself? Your desires are not the enemy. Let's get one thing straight. Desire is not your enemy. Temptation is not your enemy. Your cravings, your hunger, your urge for pleasure, they are power. The problem isn't that you want dopamine. The problem is that you've let it be controlled by things that do nothing for you. You've trained your brain to chase mindless entertainment, quick fixes, and cheap rewards instead of something that actually builds you. It's time to reprogram yourself. How to leverage your desires for power. You don't fight against your instincts. You redirect them. You turn your cravings into your greatest weapon. Here's how. 1. Want dopamine? Make progress addictive. Right now, your brain is wired to chase what's easy. Scrolling, gaming, junk food, whatever floods your system with quick dopamine. But dopamine is just a chemical. It doesn't care where it comes from. So make it come from your goals. Turn your work into a game. Set clear milestones. Track your progress. Attach rewards to tasks. Small wins get small rewards. Big wins get something major. Break down large goals into micro wins, so your brain gets frequent hits of dopamine from progress, not just completion. The same rush you get from social media, from junk food, from distractions. You can make your brain crave achievement just as much, if you train it. 2. Love chaos. Build a system that thrives in it. Some people can live by rigid schedules. If that's you, great. But if routine kills you, stop forcing it. Instead of trying to create discipline through control, embrace unpredictability and use it as a weapon. Set flexible work challenges. Instead of forcing yourself into the same routine every day, make your work unpredictable. Give yourself missions, time-based challenges, shifting environments. Gamify your effort. Assign yourself unexpected obstacles. Create random reward systems. Keep yourself on edge in a way that keeps you engaged. Create productive chaos. If you need variety, rotate your work style. Work in sprints. Change locations. Change tempos. Make it a game where the only rule is that you have to win. Stop trying to be someone you're not. Use your nature instead of fighting against it. 3. Make your vices work for you. Instead of feeling guilty about your distractions, find a way to link them to progress. Addictive personality? Good. Get addicted to self-improvement. Love social media? Fine. Use it to document your growth and keep yourself accountable. Crave competition? Perfect. Find a rival. Make your goals a battle. Turn your ambition into a fight you refuse to lose. If something pulls at you, find a way to make it pull you towards something that actually benefits you. 3. Set hard boundaries. Indulgence isn't the enemy, but losing control is. You have to define clear rules. If you schedule a cheat meal, it's one meal, not an entire weekend of garbage. If you allow yourself a break, it's 30 minutes, not a whole wasted day. If you indulge in a distraction, you stop when the time is up. You are not weak for indulging, but you are weak if you can't stop. 4. Break, but don't collapse. When most people take breaks, they fall apart. They indulge once and let it spiral out of control. Not you. You control your indulgence. You take what you need, then you get back to work. One day off is fine. A week of slacking is not. A scheduled distraction is fine. An uncontrolled addiction is not. A planned indulgence is fine. Losing yourself to it is not. You are not here to be a slave to your desires. You are here to make them serve you. 4. Use pleasure as fuel, not as an escape. You don't have to cut out pleasure. You just have to earn it. Make a rule. No dopamine without progress. You want to watch a show? Do something productive first. You want to eat something unhealthy? Only if you worked for it. You want to indulge in distractions? Fine. But only as a reward, never as an escape. This flips your brain's programming. Instead of seeing hard work as suffering, it starts to see it as the key to getting what you want. 5. Rewire your identity. The final piece is the most powerful. Change who you believe you are. Stop calling yourself lazy. Stop saying you have no discipline. Those words are shackles. Start telling yourself, out loud, that you are someone who bends their desires to their will. Every time you take control, every time you turn a craving into a tool, reinforce it. Say it. Feel it. Become it. Because once you start seeing yourself as the master of your own mind, you become unstoppable. Discipline is not denial. It's domination. Understand this. The strongest people aren't those who deny themselves pleasure. The strongest people are those who control the source of their pleasure. You will always crave. You will always want more. That's human nature. The only question is, will you be a slave to those desires, or will you be their master? Because in the end, it's not about fighting yourself. It's about making every part of you, your instincts, your cravings, your distractions, work for you. The battle isn't about suppression. It's about control. It's about domination. And once you learn to bend your desires to your will, once you rewire your mind to chase what builds you instead of what wastes you, you become something else entirely. You become dangerous. Lesson 1 is over. Now what will you do with it? Lesson 2. Strategic indulgence. Let me ask you something. How many times have you burned out trying to be perfect? How many times have you started a new habit, a new goal, a new plan, only to go all in, push too hard, and then collapse under the weight of your own expectations? You tell yourself, this time will be different. You'll be disciplined. You'll cut out distractions. You'll work harder than ever before. And for a while you do. You wake up early. You grind. You push through exhaustion. But then, the cracks form. The fatigue sets in. The motivation fades. The urges grow stronger. And before you know it, you're back where you started, drowning in the same distractions you swore you'd escape. Why? Because you made the same mistake that destroys most people. You thought discipline meant perfection. But perfection is a lie. Nobody is perfectly disciplined 24/7. Not the most successful people. Not the most powerful. Not even the ones who seem unstoppable. The difference is that they don't break under pressure, because they don't deny themselves relief. They understand something you don't. Discipline isn't about never indulging. It's about controlling when and how you do it. That's strategic indulgence. The ability to schedule your weaknesses so they never have the power to destroy you. Let me show you how it works. The trap of forced perfection. You've seen it before. The person who swears they'll never eat sugar again, then caves and binges on an entire week's worth in one night. The one who decides to quit social media, then finds themselves scrolling for hours after just one quick check. The one who grinds at work nonstop, only to burn out and disappear into laziness for weeks. Do you see the pattern? When you try to force absolute control, you create an imbalance. And nature hates imbalance. Your brain isn't wired for endless self-denial. It will fight back. And when it does, you won't just slip, you'll crash. This is why so many people fail. Because instead of structuring their indulgence, they try to eliminate it. Instead of planning their breaks, they force themselves into suffering until their own mind rebels against them. The truth? You don't need to eliminate indulgence. You need to weaponize it. Here's how. How to use strategic indulgence to stay unbreakable. Instead of fighting temptation until you snap, you control when, where, and how you indulge. You don't binge, you don't break, you give yourself permission, but on your terms. 1. Schedule your weaknesses. If you try to quit something cold turkey, your brain will crave it even more. So instead of denying yourself completely, control when you allow it. If you love junk food, don't cut it out forever. Pick one day where you eat what you want, then get back on track. If you crave social media, schedule a time to use it guilt-free. Instead of mindlessly scrolling all day, set a 20-minute window where you indulge, then shut it down. If you work non-stop, plan your downtime. Don't wait until you collapse. Take a controlled break before your brain forces one on you. When indulgence is on your schedule, it never becomes a weakness. It becomes a tool. 2. Turn your indulgence into a reward. If you give yourself pleasure before you've earned it, it weakens you. But if you attach it to achievement, it strengthens you. You want to watch TV? Fine, but only after you've completed your work for the day. You want to go out and party? Great, but only if you've hit your fitness goal that week. You want to relax and do nothing? Perfect, but only if you've been productive first. This rewires your brain. Instead of seeing discipline as suffering, it sees it as the path to the rewards you already crave. Why this works. The balance of power. Imagine your discipline is a battery. If you never recharge it, it dies. And when it dies, you lose control. You lose momentum. You fall into chaos. But if you recharge it strategically, it stays full. It stays powerful. You never burn out. You never break. This is why the strongest people aren't the ones who push until they collapse. They are the ones who know when to stop and when to go. They rest before they need to. They indulge before they snap. They take control before they lose control. That's the difference between those who last and those who fade. That's the difference between the weak and the unstoppable. Discipline is a cycle, not a straight line. Forget perfection. It doesn't exist. The path to greatness isn't about constant suffering. It's about managing your energy, your focus, your willpower, so you never run empty. You train hard, you rest when needed, you push forward, you recharge, you repeat. You don't fight against yourself, you work with yourself. And when you master this balance, you become something terrifying. Because while everyone else burns out, while everyone else collapses, while everyone else falls into the cycle of failure and regret, you keep going. You never break. You never stop. Lesson 2 is over. Now what will you do with it? Lesson 3. Emotional alchemy. Tell me, what do you do with your emotions? Do you let them control you? Do you let them slow you down, keep you weak, keep you trapped? Do you allow frustration to paralyze you? Do you let anger make you reckless? Does laziness keep you from moving forward? Or do you weaponize them? Because here's what most people don't understand. Your emotions are not the enemy. You've been told to control your emotions, to suppress them, to calm down, to stop overreacting, to not let them get the best of you. But what if that advice is the reason you're stuck? What if the energy you've been taught to silence is the exact energy you need to break through? You don't need to fight your emotions. You need to forge them into power. That's emotional alchemy. The art of taking the raw, unfiltered energy of your emotions and turning it into something useful. Instead of seeing them as obstacles, you convert them into fuel. Anger, frustration, pain, even laziness. Every single one of these emotions carries energy. Energy that can be controlled, redirected, used. Weak people drown in their emotions. Strong people bend them to their will. Which one will you be? The hidden power inside your emotions. Let me tell you something. Emotions are pure energy. Think about it. What happens when you're angry? Your heart races. Your body tenses. Your mind sharpens. It's a surge of power. But what do most people do with it? They waste it. They lash out. They lose control. And then there's frustration. That gnawing, irritating feeling of being stuck, of knowing you could be further along, of feeling the weight of unmet potential. Most people let it crush them. And laziness. People think laziness means they don't want to do anything. That's not true. Laziness is actually a desire for efficiency, a deep, instinctual urge to find the easiest way forward. The problem isn't laziness. The problem is that most people don't know how to redirect it. Emotions are not the problem. Your lack of control over them is. So let's fix that. How to transmute your emotions into power. Instead of letting your emotions control you, you hijack them. You take the raw energy and force it into momentum, focus, and power. First turn, anger into action. Anger is one of the most explosive forms of energy. It can destroy, but it can also build. If you let anger control you, you lash out, you make reckless decisions, you self-destruct. But if you harness it, it becomes a weapon. How to use it? When you feel anger rising, pause. Don't react. Channel it. Instead of venting, move. Lift. Run. Work. Create. Let the fire drive you, but never let it blind you. Stay focused. When you feel like you have something to prove it through your results, not your words. Example: instead of punching a wall, punch the work in front of you. Instead of arguing, level up. Instead of wasting energy on pointless rage, turn it into unstoppable action. 2. Turn frustration into focus. Frustration means one thing. You know you're capable of more, and that's powerful if you use it. Most people let frustration make them bitter, make them quit. But frustration is just a signal. It's telling you do more. Fix it. Move. How to use it. When frustration creeps in, don't let it paralyze you. Let it sharpen you. Focus all that irritated, restless energy into correcting, improving, and pushing forward. Write it down. What's making you frustrated? What's the solution? No complaining. No pity. Just action. Let frustration be proof that you refuse to settle. Example: if you're frustrated about your progress, double down. If you're frustrated about a skill you haven't mastered, train harder. If you're frustrated about your results, analyze, adjust, and attack. Third, turn laziness into leverage. Laziness is not a weakness. It's a clue. It's your brain telling you that you either aren't motivated by what you're doing, haven't found the most efficient way to do it. Most people fight laziness. You don't fight it. You use it. How to use it. If you feel lazy, ask yourself, what's the simplest way to get this done? Use your natural desire for ease to eliminate unnecessary effort and work smarter. Create a system where the path of least resistance leads to progress. Make the right choices easier than the wrong ones. Example: if you're too lazy to cook, prep easy meals in advance. If you're too lazy to work out, find a form of exercise that you actually enjoy. If you're too lazy to work, make it so simple to start that it feels effortless. Laziness is just your brain looking for shortcuts. Instead of fighting it, use it to optimize your process. Master your emotions. Master yourself. This is the difference between being controlled and being in control. Weak people let emotions ruin them. They rage and waste their anger. They drown in frustration and give up. They let laziness make them stagnant. But you take the energy and make it your own. You don't react. You redirect. You don't suppress. You convert. You don't get consumed. You control. Because at the end of the day, your emotions are fire. They can burn you alive, or they can forge you into something stronger. The choice is yours. Lesson 3 is over. Now, what will you do with it? Lesson 4. Micro-failures as training. Let me ask you something. How many times have you failed? How many times have you broken your promise to yourself, slipped into distraction, fallen into procrastination, wasted another hour, another day? How many times have you looked at your reflection and thought, I should be further ahead by now? And what did you do? Did you beat yourself up? Did you let the shame eat away at you? Did you tell yourself you're weak, undisciplined, not cut out for this? Good. Because now you know exactly why you've been stuck. Not because you failed, but because you never understood what failure actually is. See, most people think failure is a wall, something that blocks them, something that stops them from reaching their potential. But the truth? Failure is the gym where discipline is built. Every single time you get distracted and pull yourself back on track, that's a rep. Every time you procrastinate, but eventually force yourself to act, that's a rep. Every time you slip, get frustrated, and choose to keep going anyway, that's a rep. Discipline isn't about never failing. It's about how quickly you recover when you do. And the people who win in this life, they aren't the ones who avoid failure. They're the ones who fail faster, correct faster, and move forward while everyone else wallows in self-pity. So tell me, how many reps have you done today? Rewiring your mind, the power of micro-failures. Think about how a muscle grows. You don't lift a weight once and suddenly become strong. You lift, you push, and you fail. Your muscles give out. But what happens next? They rebuild stronger. Your discipline works the same way. Most people think discipline means being perfect, never slipping, always staying focused. But that's a lie. Even the most disciplined people in the world fail every single day. The difference, they don't see failure as the end. They see it as a necessary rep in the process of getting stronger. Every distraction is a test. Every mistake is feedback. Every failure is an opportunity to course correct faster. That's how real discipline is built. Not through perfection, but through relentless correction. Let's break this down. How to turn every failure into training. 1. Recognize the representative. Most people don't even realize when they're training discipline because they see failure as a loss. That stops today. From now on, every time you catch yourself slipping, you recognize it as a rep in your mental gym. Got distracted? Good. Pull yourself back and you just did a rep. Procrastinated? Fine. The moment you start working, you just did a rep. Skipped a habit? Happens. Restart it the next day, and you just did a rep. Instead of seeing these moments as proof of weakness, see them as reps in the process of getting unbreakable. 2. Reduce the recovery time. Here's the real difference between those who succeed and those who don't. How long do they stay down? Some people get distracted and waste the entire day. Others waste a week. Some waste years. But the disciplined, they notice, correct, and move on within seconds. Your goal isn't to avoid failure. That's impossible. Your goal is to shorten the time between failure and correction. You catch yourself scrolling? Immediately stop. Don't dwell. Get back to work. You waste an hour? Fine. Make the next hour count. You broke a streak? Start again. No guilt. No hesitation. The shorter the recovery time, the stronger your discipline becomes. 3. Make failure a non-issue. Most people fail once and make it mean something. They spiral. They get emotional. They overthink. They start telling themselves stories like, I always fail. I have no discipline. Maybe I'm not cut out for this. Bullshit. That's not failure. That's just one rep in a lifetime of training. The people who win don't take failure personally. They treat it like data. They look at what went wrong, make adjustments, and move forward without attaching any emotion to it. Failure means nothing unless you let it mean something. So don't. 4th, track your course corrections, not just your progress. You already track your wins. But what if I told you that tracking your recoveries is even more important? Keep a tally of how many times you caught yourself slipping and got back on track. Make a game out of it. How fast can you course correct? Reward yourself for noticing failures quickly, instead of punishing yourself for making them. If you start counting your corrections instead of obsessing over your mistakes, you'll start seeing failure as progress instead of defeat. Set a 3-second rule. Here's a simple, brutal way to keep yourself from spiraling. Anytime you fail, you have 3 seconds to course correct. You catch yourself wasting time? 3 seconds. Back on track. You miss a workout? 3 seconds. Plan the next one. You procrastinate? 3 seconds. Take one small action to break it. No guilt, no thinking, just action. Failure is not the opposite of discipline. It's the path to it. The moment you stop seeing failure as a problem, you become unstoppable. Because now, every mistake makes you stronger. Every slip makes you sharper. Every failure is another rep in the gym of discipline. This is why some people get results and others don't. Not because they never fail, but because they recover instantly. So from now on, every time you fail, you train. Every time you get distracted, you train. Every time you procrastinate, you train. And the more reps you do, the stronger you become. Because discipline is not about avoiding failure. Discipline is about how fast you stand back up. So tell me, how fast can you get back up? Lesson 4 is over. Now, what will you do with it? Lesson 5. Become the puppeteer of your own mind. Tell me, who really controls you? You think you do. You think you're in charge. But if that were true, why do you still procrastinate? Why do you still give in to distractions? Why do you still break your own promises? I'll tell you why. Because you are not the puppeteer. You are the puppet. Your mind isn't working for you. It's working against you, pulling you toward comfort, toward mindless entertainment, toward weakness. And that's why discipline feels so damn hard. Because every single day, you are fighting yourself, instead of using your own mind to your advantage. But what if you didn't have to fight? What if instead of trying to force discipline through willpower, you rigged the game in your favor? What if you became the puppeteer, the one pulling the strings of your own mind, tricking yourself into progress so easily that failure becomes impossible? That's the secret. The strongest people aren't the ones with the most willpower. They're the ones who don't need it, because they've built systems that make discipline automatic. And that's what you're about to do. The illusion of free will and how to hack it. Most people believe they make conscious choices. They don't. They react to their environment. They follow habits they don't even realize they have. They obey subconscious triggers that dictate their actions before they even think about them. And that's the key to everything. Because if your brain is just running on programming, then why not change the code? Why not trick yourself into discipline? Why not design your environment so that success happens automatically? Let's break it down. How to trick yourself into discipline. 1. Make starting so easy. It's impossible to fail. The hardest part of anything is getting started. Your brain tells you it's too hard, too exhausting, too much effort. So you procrastinate. But you can override that. Want to work out? Don't commit to an hour. Commit to 30 seconds. Need to write? Just write one sentence. Need to study? Read one page. The moment you start, momentum kicks in. And suddenly, the thing you were avoiding becomes easy. The trick is to lower the barrier so much that your brain has no excuse. Once you start, you'll keep going. That's how you hack your mind. 2. Engineer your environment for discipline. Most people make discipline harder than it needs to be. They rely on willpower, not realizing that their environment is setting them up for failure. You need to reverse that. Make distractions harder to access. Delete the apps. Put the TV remote in another room. Log out of social media. The harder it is to access, the less likely you are to give in. Make the right choices effortless. Want to read more? Keep a book on your pillow. Want to eat healthy? Make junk food inaccessible and healthy food the default. Want to work out? Lay out your clothes the night before. Your brain is lazy by nature. It will always take the easiest path. So make the right path the easiest one. 3. Create automatic rewards for discipline. Your brain loves instant gratification. The problem? Most good habits don't provide it, but you can change that. Set immediate rewards for finishing a task. No guilt-free indulgences until progress is made. Use habit tracking apps that visually reward you for consistency. Turn it into a game. Small rewards for small wins, big rewards for big milestones. When your brain associates discipline with pleasure, it stops resisting. 4. Build a system of non-negotiables. Weak people rely on motivation to do what they need to do. Strong people rely on systems. Tie habits to existing routines. Example: every time I brush my teeth, I do 10 push-ups. Set hard rules that remove choice. Example: I don't negotiate with myself. I go to the gym at 6 a.m. no matter how I feel. Use social accountability. Example: if you skip your goal, you have to pay a friend $50. Once something becomes a rule instead of a choice, your brain stops resisting. 5. Create a failure safety net. Even with the best systems, you'll slip. The key is to prevent a small slip from becoming a complete collapse. Never miss twice. If you miss one workout, the next one is mandatory. Have a reset plan. If you fall off track, what's the first action you'll take to fix it? Treat discipline like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. And when you take a hit, you recover faster. Discipline isn't about perfection. It's about rigging the game so you win more than you lose. If you've made it this far, you're different. Most people won't. Most people will hear these lessons, nod their heads, feel that temporary spark of motivation, and then do nothing. They'll stay in their cycles. They'll keep making excuses. They'll keep waiting for discipline to magically appear. But not you. You came here because you're tired of mediocrity, because you're done with wasting time, Done with being another nameless face in the crowd. Done with watching others build their lives while you sit on the sidelines. So if you're new here, consider this your initiation. The GrimFace movement isn't for the weak. It isn't for those who want a comfortable, easy life. It's for those who are ready to take control, to rewrite their story, to step out of the shadows and carve their own path, no matter the cost. For those of you who have been here before, you already know what we're about. You've felt the shift. You've started breaking free. And now, it's time to push even harder. This movement isn't just about motivation. It's about transformation. So if you're ready to destroy the old version of yourself and rebuild into something stronger, something unshakable, something unstoppable, then subscribe. Join the GrimFace movement, because we're just getting started. And when we rise, nothing will stand in our way. They don't want you to know this. Not your teachers, not your boss, not the ones who raised you. Because the moment you understand these lessons, really understand them, you become uncontrollable. You stop waiting. You stop obeying. You stop living by the rules they built to keep you small. This isn't motivation. This isn't inspiration. This is a weapon. A weapon that once wielded will shatter every illusion, every excuse, every chain you've been carrying. 7 lessons. 7 truths they never wanted you to hear. Most people won't make it to the end. They'll get uncomfortable. They'll resist. They'll turn away because facing these truths means taking responsibility, and responsibility is too heavy for the weak. But if you stay, if you listen, if you absorb every word, you will never be the same again, and they will never see you coming. Let's begin. Lesson 1. Own your story. Rewriting the narrative of your life. You were not born to be a prisoner of circumstance. You were not placed here to be another nameless soul swallowed by the weight of the past. Listen to me. Your story is yours to command. And if you don't seize the pen, the world will write your ending for you. Somewhere along the way, you were told who you are. Maybe it was whispered by failure. Maybe it was carved into your skin by regret. Maybe it was screamed at you by people who never saw your worth. And you believed it. You let their words, their judgments, their rejections form the chains that bind you now. But today, that ends. You are not a victim of what has happened to you. You are the architect of what happens next. Every scar, every mistake, every moment you fell and thought you'd never rise again, it was fuel. You just didn't know it yet. The past does not define you unless you bow to it, unless you kneel before its ghost and let it whisper the lie that you are broken, that you are weak, that you are not enough. No, enough is what you decide you are. Strength is what you decide to forge. Power is what you take back when you stop blaming the world and start owning your choices. Everything you want begins the moment you turn inward and say, "This is my life. This is my story, and I refuse to let someone else hold the pen." But to do that, you must kill the narrative that has kept you caged. You must rip it apart, line by line, and rewrite it with blood and fire. Every failure, it was a lesson. Every loss, it was a redirection. Every time the world spat in your face, it was a test to see if you would break or if you would rise. So here is your task. Take a moment. Dig into the depths of your past. Find that one failure, that one moment that haunts you, and drag it into the light. Look it in the eye, strip it of its power, and transform it. What did it teach you? How did it shape the warrior standing here today? Write it down. Own it. and then set fire to the shame, the regret, the weight of what was. Because after today, you are no longer chained to it. You are free. Your past was the prologue. Now, it's time to write the next chapter. Lesson 2. Obsession beats motivation. Fueling your fire without relying on feelings. You've been lied to. They told you that motivation was the key. That if you just stayed inspired, if you just kept yourself in the right mindset, success would come knocking at your door. But look around. How many people do you know who started strong, filled with motivation, only to crash and burn the moment things got hard? Motivation is a fleeting spark. It flares up, shines bright, and then dies the second the winds of resistance hit. But obsession is the fire that never stops burning. Obsession doesn't wait for the right moment, the right feeling, the right conditions. Obsession wakes up before the sun and works while the rest of the world sleeps. You see, motivation is a luxury, but obsession is a necessity. The weak chase motivation. They wait for it like beggars, hoping that someday they'll feel ready, that someday inspiration will strike, that someday the stars will align and everything will just click into place. But those who truly win, those who carve their names into history, they don't wait for someday. They take action now. They're obsessed with the mission. And because of that, they don't need motivation. Their drive doesn't depend on how they feel. It doesn't depend on external validation, on applause, on some temporary high. It is built into their identity. So ask yourself, are you interested or are you obsessed? There's a difference. The interested person talks about their goals. They fantasize, they plan, they dip their toes into the water when it feels good. But the obsessed drown themselves in their purpose. They don't need a push. They don't need encouragement. They don't need a damn thing from anyone, because they know that their destiny is theirs to build or destroy. Obsession is what makes a writer bleed over every page, rewriting the same sentence 100 times to make it perfect. Obsession is what makes an athlete push through pain, through exhaustion, through every fiber of their body screaming to stop. Obsession is what makes an entrepreneur work until their eyes blur, knowing that the rest of the world will never understand the sacrifices they make. Obsession is what separates the great from the forgotten. And you have to decide. Because if you're not obsessed, you will lose. You will fall to the wayside with the millions of others who wanted success, but weren't willing to suffer for it. Because that's what obsession is. It's suffering with purpose. It's bleeding and burning and breaking and still coming back for more. Because there is no other option. The world will try to break you. It will throw distractions at you, tempt you with comfort, lull you into a life of mediocrity. It will whisper, take a break, slow down, you've done enough. And that's the moment you must dig deep. Because obsession isn't about balance. It isn't about playing it safe. It's about pushing past every limit, every excuse, every moment of doubt, until there is no separation between you and your mission. You become it. So here is your task. Take a goal, one that matters, one that makes your blood boil, one that you know deep down is your purpose. Write it down. And now ask yourself, am I interested in this, or am I obsessed? And if the answer isn't obsession, if you can walk away from it, if you can take a day off without it gnawing at your soul, then it's time to either abandon it or change yourself. Because only the obsessed will survive. Lesson 3. Process over results. Falling in love with the daily grind. You want to win. I know that. But what if I told you that wanting to win is exactly what's holding you back? Everyone wants the results. The victory, the wealth, the power, the recognition. That's easy. That's human nature. But here's the truth that will separate you from the rest. It's not about the outcome. It's about the process. The ones who truly rise, the ones who dominate in their field, they don't obsess over the finish line. They fall in love with the race. The weak are addicted to results. They chase the high of achievement. And when it doesn't come fast enough, they break. They start questioning if it's worth it, if they should keep going, if they were ever capable in the first place. The obsessed, they don't care about the scoreboard. They care about mastery. See, when you focus on results, you make yourself a slave to something you can't control. You become desperate. You start cutting corners. You get impatient. And eventually you quit because the finish line feels too far away. But when you focus on the process, when you show up day after day, no matter what, you become unstoppable. Think about it. The greatest fighters in the world don't focus on the championship belt. They focus on the daily grind. They master every movement, every strike, every ounce of their endurance, knowing that when the moment comes, the results will take care of themselves. The greatest musicians don't fixate on selling out arenas. They perfect their craft. They play when no one is listening, when the world doesn't care, when they are the only ones who believe. The greatest entrepreneurs don't chase money. They chase systems, building, refining, repeating, knowing that fortune follows process. You are not owed results. You are only owed what you earn through discipline. And discipline is built in the trenches, on the days when no one is watching, when there's no reward, no dopamine hit, no applause. That is where winners are made. And that's why most people fail. They are too addicted to validation. If they don't see progress fast enough, they break. They tell themselves it wasn't meant to be. They abandon the process because they never respected it in the first place. But you have a choice. You can chase outcomes like the rest of the world, impatient, desperate, weak. Or you can make a different decision. You can commit to the grind. You can fall in love with the small, relentless, thankless work that no one else is willing to do. Because if you do that, if you surrender to the process, something changes. Suddenly, the results don't own you anymore. You're not trapped by the need for quick success. You become dangerous. Because no matter what happens, you will still show up. And eventually, the world will have no choice but to bow to you. So here is your task. Take your biggest goal and break it down. Not into deadlines, not into expectations, but into daily, repeatable actions. What can you do every single day with no reward, no validation, no immediate success, purely for the love of mastery? Write it down, and then commit to it. Not for a week, not for a month, but for life. Because the ones who master the process, they own the results. Lesson 4. Engineer your own luck. Success isn't random. It's designed. You think luck is real? You think the successful just stumbled into their fortune? That the powerful were simply born into their status? That the greats woke up one day and found themselves at the top? No. Luck is an illusion. A story told by the weak to justify their failure. A lie whispered in the dark corners of mediocrity to make people feel better about their own inaction. Because here's the truth. The ones who rise, they engineer their luck. They manufacture their opportunities. They position themselves in ways that force success to happen. Luck is nothing more than preparation, meeting opportunity. And opportunities? They don't fall from the sky. They don't knock on your door while you sit around hoping. They are created by relentless effort, by strategic positioning, by refusing to wait for the perfect moment, and instead forcing the moment to exist. The unsuccessful sit around, praying for a break, hoping for a chance, complaining that life is unfair. They call others lucky while ignoring the years of discipline, the sacrifices, the sleepless nights that went into building that so-called luck. Meanwhile, the obsessed, the ones who refuse to lose, they are out there every single day, sharpening their weapons, strengthening their position, aligning themselves for the moment that will change everything. And when that moment comes, they don't hesitate. They don't question if they're ready. They strike because they've been engineering their own luck from the very beginning. Now look at your life. Look at your goals. Are you waiting for a break, or are you creating one? Are you hoping for the right connections, or are you putting yourself in the right places? Are you waiting for knowledge to magically come to you, or are you studying, grinding, mastering your craft, so that when the opportunity arises, you are the only logical choice? Success is not an accident. It's a formula. And if you are not deliberately stacking the odds in your favor, then you're playing a game that you will lose. So here is your task. Identify 3 ways you can engineer your own luck this month. What skill do you need to sharpen so that when the door opens, you are ready? What room do you need to enter to be surrounded by people who can elevate you? What small daily action can you take to position yourself for the success you claim you want? Write it down, then act on it. Because those who sit and wait for luck, they die in obscurity. But those who create it, they are the ones the world calls unstoppable. Lesson 5. Abundance mindset. Scarcity is a lie. There's more than enough for those who take it. They taught you wrong. Since the day you could understand words, they programmed you to believe in scarcity, that there's only so much success to go around, that there's only so much money, so many opportunities, so much power, and if someone else takes it, there's less for you. So you grew up clawing, competing, fearing. You saw others winning, and it felt like they were stealing something from you. You learned to think small, to hoard what little you had, to protect instead of expand, to survive instead of dominate. But here's the truth. The world isn't limited. Your mindset is. There is no shortage of success. There is no ceiling on wealth. There is no cap on opportunity. But the weak, the ones trapped in the scarcity mentality, will never see this. They will forever be afraid. Afraid to give, afraid to share, afraid to risk. Because in their mind, they are playing a game where there aren't enough trophies to go around. The strong, the ones who take over the game, they see abundance everywhere. They know that success isn't a pie with a limited number of slices. They know that money isn't disappearing. It's just moving, constantly shifting, waiting for someone smart enough, obsessed enough, ruthless enough to position themselves in the right place to receive it. They know that wealth is not stolen, it's created. That power is not taken, it's built. And because of that, they move differently. While the weak guard their small gains, the strong invest. While the weak fear losing, the strong risk strategically. While the weak see competition, the strong see collaboration, expansion, and leverage. The successful know that helping others does not take away from them. It multiplies their value. That the more they grow, the more they can create. And the more they can create, the more they can dominate. Scarcity makes you weak. Abundance makes you dangerous. So let me ask you, where in your life are you thinking small? Where are you operating from fear instead of power? Where are you holding back instead of expanding? Where are you hoarding instead of creating? If you keep seeing the world through the lens of scarcity, you will stay small. But if you can flip the switch, if you can start seeing opportunities instead of limitations, if you can start recognizing that the world is overflowing with chances for those bold enough to take them, you will become unstoppable. So here is your task. Find one area of your life where you've been acting from scarcity. Maybe it's fear of investing in yourself. Maybe it's hesitation to make a move because you're afraid to lose what little you have. Maybe it's a belief that you don't have enough time, enough money, enough connections. Identify it, destroy it. Then take one action today that proves to yourself that abundance is real. Because once you shift into an abundance mindset, once you start moving like there's always more, always another way, always another level, you will never be controlled by fear again. You will be the one who controls everything. Lesson 6. Be blissfully dissatisfied. The balance between contentment and relentless growth. You hear it everywhere. Be grateful. Be content with what you have. Happiness is about appreciating the moment. And that's where most people get it wrong. Because while gratitude is powerful, and while being present is essential, there's a dangerous trap hidden in that mindset. The trap of complacency. See, most people think they have two choices. Be satisfied, which means accepting what they have, and settling. Be hungry, which means constantly chasing more and never being happy. But the truth? The real winners live in the paradox. They are blissfully dissatisfied. They wake up every morning grateful for what they have, but completely unwilling to stop where they are. They respect their progress, but they are not fooled into thinking the journey is over. They refuse to let comfort soften them, to let success sedate them, to let satisfaction kill their hunger. Because hunger is life. The moment you lose it, the moment you say, "This is enough," the moment you stop reaching, you start dying. Look at the greatest athletes, the most powerful entrepreneurs, the legends in any field. Did they stop when they made their first million? Did they stop when they won their first title? Did they stop when the world told them they had made it? No, because making it is a lie. It's an illusion, built for the weak, for those who want an excuse to quit early. The obsessed, the ones who rewrite history, they understand that the game never ends. And that's where blissful dissatisfaction comes in. It means waking up grateful for the fight but still hungry for war. It means appreciating the climb but demanding the next peak. It means recognizing your progress but refusing to stay at this level. Because there is always another level. And that's what you need to burn into your mind right now. There is no final destination. The second you think you've arrived, you've lost. The second you slow down, someone hungrier than you will take your place. So here's the challenge. Look at your life. Where have you started to settle? Where have you let gratitude turn into comfort? Where have you let good enough replace what's next? Write it down. Identify it. And then do one thing today to prove to yourself that you're still hungry. Because the ones who stay blissfully dissatisfied, they never stop evolving. And because of that, they can never be stopped. Lesson 7. The Master Key. Discipline over everything. Your future is built on the choices you make daily. This is it. The final piece. The master key that separates the weak from the powerful, the dreamers from the doers, the forgotten from the legendary. Discipline. Not talent, not luck, not motivation. Discipline is the foundation, the iron law, the force that bends reality to your will. Because listen to me, without discipline, nothing else matters. You can have all the motivation in the world, but if you only work when you feel like it, you will lose. You can have the biggest dreams, the most ambitious plans, but if you don't have the discipline to execute daily, you will stay exactly where you are. You can read every book, watch every video, take in all the knowledge, but if you don't have the discipline to apply it relentlessly, you will remain powerless. This is the truth most people can't handle. Nobody cares about your feelings. The universe doesn't care if you're tired. Success doesn't care if you're uninspired. Your dreams don't care if today isn't convenient. Winners show up. Every single day. Discipline is what makes the difference when motivation dies. Discipline is what keeps you moving when everyone else quits. Discipline is what builds an unstoppable machine out of the person you were yesterday. And the best part? It's not genetic. It's not magic. It's a choice. You either wake up and do the work, or you don't. The weak make excuses. The strong follow the process. The obsessed don't ask if they will work today. They just execute. It's not about feelings. It's not about inspiration. It's about commanding yourself to act, no matter what. And this is where most people break. They say they want it. They say they're committed. But when it gets uncomfortable, when it requires sacrifice, when it forces them to go beyond their limits, they fold. They want the reward, but they don't want the suffering that comes with it. And that's why they fail. But you are here because you are ready to be different. Because you refuse to live and die as one of the many. Because you are done negotiating with your excuses. So here's your final task. Pick one habit, one thing you know you need to do daily that will take you to the next level. Maybe it's waking up earlier. Maybe it's training harder. Maybe it's cutting out distractions. Maybe it's showing up even when you don't feel like it. Whatever it is, commit to it. Not for a week, not for a month, but forever. Because once you master discipline, once you make it your religion, there is nothing that can stop you. This is your moment. Discipline over everything. Now go build the life they said you never could. If you're still here, you're not like the rest. Most people tap out. They hear the truth, and they run. But you stood in the fire. You listened. And now, you're armed with something most will never have. The blueprint to take control of your own life. To our returning warriors, you already know what this is. The GrimFace movement isn't for the weak. It's for those who refuse to be shackled by society's limits. For those who are willing to fight for their own destiny. You keep coming back because you understand that growth is war, and we fight together. To those of you just joining us, welcome. But understand this, you don't get stronger by watching. You get stronger by acting, by committing, by stepping beyond motivation and turning this into a way of life. And now, we're taking it further. Beyond YouTube, beyond algorithms, beyond distractions. The GrimFace website is live. This is where the real ones gather. Where we sharpen our minds, where we push past limits, where we stay connected no matter what. Subscribe now, get in, stay locked in. Because what we're building isn't just content, it's a revolution. You already took the first step by being here. Now, the question is, will you take the next one? The choice is yours. We'll see you on the inside. GrimFace, out. Look around you. Everything you have, or don't have, is a result of your choices. Your thoughts, your surroundings, your willingness to rise, or your willingness to settle. And here's the brutal truth. Most people never rise. Most people die long before their heart stops beating. They let fear dictate their decisions. They shrink their dreams to fit inside someone else's expectations. They trade ambition for comfort and call it being realistic. But what if you couldn't fail? What if failure was an illusion? What if the only real mistake was never trying? Would you finally take that risk? Start that business? Become the person you've always known you were meant to be? Or would you still hesitate? This is not a course. This is not some cheap motivation designed to give you a 5-minute high before you go back to your old ways. This is a reckoning. Over the next 8 lessons, You will be forced to confront yourself in ways you never have before. You'll be forced to question the lies you've believed about success, fear, and failure. You will be pushed to the edge of your comfort zone and then shoved off the cliff. Because the truth is, you have been playing small. You have been trapped in a prison you don't even see. But the door? It has been open this entire time. All you have to do is step through it. But understand this. This journey is not for the weak. You will have to face your fears. You will have to let go of the version of yourself that has been holding you back. And above all, you will have to be willing to pay the price for greatness. So before you continue, ask yourself one question. Do you want to stay comfortable? Or do you want to be free? Because you cannot have both. If you are ready to step into a new reality, one where success is not just possible, but inevitable, then let's begin. And remember, the only failure in life is refusing to rise. On fire. Lesson 1. What would you do if you couldn't fail? What if I told you that everything you fear is a lie? Not just a mistake, not just a misunderstanding, but a carefully designed illusion, a mirage crafted to keep you weak. You were trained to believe in failure, programmed to fear it, to avoid it, to let it control your every decision. You've been conditioned to stay small, to stay within the lines, to never step beyond the borders of what is safe. But let's cut through the deception. Who benefits from your fear? Certainly not you. Fear was never meant to protect you. It was meant to control you, to keep you docile, obedient, too scared to take what is yours. Now let me ask you a question that will haunt you for the rest of your life. What if you couldn't fail? Not, what if you had a little more confidence? Not, what if you had more time, more money, more talent? No. I mean, what if it was impossible for you to fail? Would you finally chase the life you dream about before you drag yourself out of bed and into another day of quiet misery? Would you finally stop waiting for the right moment and become the right moment? Or would you still hesitate, still make excuses, still cling to the comforting prison of doubt because it's all you've ever known? Let's not pretend. Most people will never move. They will spend their entire lives hiding behind the excuse of failure, waiting for a guarantee that will never come. They will die with their dreams still inside them, rotting, decayed, buried in the same dirt that will swallow their lifeless bodies. But you are here because something inside of you refuses to stay asleep. Something inside you is clawing at the walls of your existence, demanding that you wake up, that you rise, that you take control. So hear me now, and hear me well. Failure is an illusion. It does not exist. It never did. It was invented to keep you afraid, to keep you from realizing the truth. Every setback is a lesson. Every fall is a stepping stone. Every rejection is just a redirection. There are only two types of people in this world: those who let fear dictate their fate, and those who burn fear to the ground and walk through the ashes into greatness. Which one are you? Because I promise you this: your excuses will run out before your life does. You can wait. You can hesitate. You can tell yourself that you're not ready. And while you do that, time will devour you. Opportunities will slip through your fingers like sand. Doors will close that you never even had the courage to knock on. Or you can decide, right here, right now, that failure is not real. That the only failure is never trying. The only thing standing between you and the life you crave is the lie that you are not capable. The lie that you are not worthy. The lie that failure is something to be feared. Rip the blindfold off. See the world for what it truly is. A battlefield where only those who move forward win. So I ask you again, what would you do if you couldn't fail? Because after today, that's not a question. That is your reality. And the only thing left for you to do is take what's yours. No more waiting. No more doubting. No more fearing. Move. Now on fire. Lesson 2. Fear is stopping you from winning. There's a parasite in your mind. A whispering, slithering voice that wraps itself around your thoughts like a serpent, tightening its grip every time you try to step forward. It doesn't shout. No, that would be too obvious. It speaks softly, disguising itself as wisdom, as logic, as realism. What if you fail? What if they laugh at you? What if you're not good enough? And you listen. You always listen. You let the parasite coil itself around your ambition. Let it strangle your dreams before they ever take their first breath. And the worst part, you don't even realize it's happening. You think you're playing it safe. You think you're being responsible. But what you're really doing is rotting. Every time you let fear dictate your choices, you decay a little more. Your potential fades. Your fire dims. You become just another ghost wandering through life, shackled by the chains you placed on yourself. And here's the brutal truth. Fear is not the enemy. You are. Fear is just a signal, a response, a spark. It's what you do with it that defines you. Some will feel fear and use it as a cage. Others will feel fear and use it as fuel. So, which one are you? Because make no mistake, fear will always be there. It will be there when you wake up. It will be there when you look in the mirror. It will be there when opportunity knocks, whispering, begging you to stay small. But fear only has power if you obey it. Right now, I want you to picture your greatest ambition. Not a wish, not a half-hearted hope. I mean the thing that sets your soul on fire. The version of yourself that is unstoppable. The version that commands respect. The version that walks through life like a king, like a queen, untouchable, undeniable. Now tell me, what is standing in your way? It's not your past. It's not your resources. It's not your circumstances. It's fear. Fear that you might fail. Fear that you might look foolish. Fear that you might actually succeed, and then have to face the weight of responsibility that comes with greatness. But, listen to me. No one remembers the cowards. No one sings songs about the people who sat in silence, waiting for permission to be great. The world is built by those who were afraid and moved forward anyway. So I'll ask you again, what is standing in your way? And this time, answer honestly, not with your excuses, not with your rehearsed justifications. Answer from the place deep inside you that knows the truth. Because the only thing stopping you is you. And the only thing left to do is fight. Not tomorrow. Not when you feel ready. Not when the fear magically disappears. Now rip fear from your mind like a parasite and watch how fast the world bends to your will. This is your moment, your chance. The question is, will you take it? Or will you let fear win? Because if you do, it won't just steal your dreams. It will steal you. Move. Before there's nothing left of you to move. On fire. Lesson 3. The power of thinking big. You've been lied to since the moment you could understand language. They told you to be realistic. They told you to aim small. They told you to stay in your lane. And you obeyed. You shrunk your dreams to fit inside a tiny box of expectations. You cut off pieces of yourself to be practical. You traded ambition for acceptance. And now you wonder why life feels so empty. Why you wake up every morning with a vague, gnawing sense of dissatisfaction. I'll tell you why. Because you were never meant to think small. Thinking small is a disease, a virus, a slow creeping rot that infects your soul and convinces you that good enough is enough, that surviving is the same as living, that wanting more is somehow selfish, reckless, or foolish. But tell me this, who benefits from your small thinking? Not you, not the people who depend on you. The only ones who benefit from you staying small are the ones who fear what you could become. Because small thinking creates slaves, but big thinking creates leaders. So I ask you now, what if you dared to think bigger? What if you didn't just want success, but domination? What if you didn't just want security, but freedom? What if you didn't just want comfort, but power? No one is going to hand you permission to be great. No one is going to tap you on the shoulder and say, it's your turn to rise. If you want more, you have to take it. And the first step, you must expand your mind. Because your world is a reflection of your thoughts. Think small, live small. Think big, live limitless. Understand this. Every empire began as a thought. Every fortune started as an idea. Every legend was once just a person who refused to think small. So I'll ask you again, what if you dared to think bigger? If your goals don't terrify you, they are too small. If your dreams don't make people scoff, they are too weak. If your vision doesn't shake you to your core, it is not enough. And here's the real question. Are you willing to kill the small version of yourself? To become something greater? Because the moment you let go of your small thinking, you are no longer one of them. You become a threat, a force, a storm that cannot be contained. And suddenly, the world is yours to shape, but only if you choose it. Only if you burn your small thinking to the ground and rise from its ashes. So tell me, will you? Or will you stay in the shadows, comfortable in your smallness, while others carve their names into history? Because the world belongs to those who dare to think big. Lesson 4. Your thoughts shape your future. Look around you. Everything you see, every empire, every fortune, every revolution, began in someone's mind. The walls that trap you, they were built inside your head long before they ever appeared in your life. And that's the truth. They don't want you to know. You are not trapped by your circumstances. You are trapped by your thoughts. Your mind is the architect of your reality. But here's the real question. Who is in control of your mind? Is it you? Or is it the world? Because every single day, something is shaping your thoughts. The news you consume, the music you listen to, the conversations you tolerate, the people you surround yourself with. Most of you, you've never had an original thought in your life. You're just repeating what you've been fed since childhood, running the same mental programs that were installed in you without your permission. And you wonder why you feel powerless. But hear me now. Your mind is a weapon. And the only way to control a man is to convince him to put his own weapon down. If you don't take control of your thoughts, someone else will. And when that happens, you don't live life. You just exist. You become a puppet, a shadow, a mindless cog in a machine built by people who have already mastered what you refuse to learn. But it doesn't have to be this way. Because here's the greatest secret of all. If you control your mind, you control your life. The thoughts you think today become the actions you take tomorrow. The actions you take tomorrow become the habits that define you. And those habits, they dictate your entire destiny. So tell me, what do you think about when no one's watching? Do you think about your goals, your vision, the empire you will build? Or do you think about excuses? Do you replay the past like a broken record, drowning in regret, while your future rots in the corner? Because the truth is simple. Your future is nothing more than a reflection of your thoughts. If your mind is weak, your life will be weak. If your mind is undisciplined, your actions will be sloppy. If your mind is ruled by fear, your reality will be a prison. But if your mind is powerful, then your world is limitless. So I ask you, who are you going to become? The person who lets their mind control them? The person who drifts through life, reacting instead of creating? Or the person who masters their thoughts and bends reality to their will? You have the power to shape your future, but only if you take the first step. And that step is this: take back control. Filter your thoughts like a king guards his castle. Eliminate distractions like a surgeon cuts away the diseased. Feed your mind with discipline, with focus, with fire. Because in the end, the world belongs to those who think with purpose. So choose. Remain a prisoner to the weak, fearful thoughts that were planted in you, or burn them to the ground and create a future of your own design. Your mind is your weapon. Sharpen it, wield it, or be destroyed by it. On fire. Lesson 5. Change your input. Change your life. You are not who you think you are. You are what you consume. Not just food, not just water. I'm talking about everything. The thoughts you feed your mind, the words you let into your ears, the energy you allow into your space. These things shape you more than you realize. And here's the harsh truth. Most of you have been feeding on garbage. You drown in cheap entertainment, numbing yourself with distractions. You surround yourself with weak-minded people who do nothing but complain. You let the news, the media, and social networks flood your brain with fear, division, and hopelessness. And then you wonder why you feel lost. Your mind is not broken. Your spirit is not weak. You're simply being poisoned. Slowly, silently, every single day. But let's make one thing clear. No one is coming to save you. No one is going to reach into your brain and remove the toxic thoughts you've been absorbing. No one is going to filter out the negativity for you. That is your job. That is your responsibility. And if you don't do it, you will drown in the same filth that buries the rest of the world. You must become the gatekeeper of your mind. You must be ruthless about what you allow into your consciousness. Because what you put in is what you get out. Listen to losers, and you will think like a loser. Surround yourself with weakness, and you will become weak. Indulge in mediocrity, and you will drown in it. But listen to greatness, and you will begin to think like the great. Surround yourself with killers, and you will develop the mindset of a warrior. Consume wisdom, power, discipline, and you will become unstoppable. This is not about motivation. This is not about feeling inspired for 5 minutes and then going back to the same dead routine. This is about reprogramming your life at the source. Because make no mistake, you are being programmed. Every day, with every piece of content you consume, with every conversation you have, you are being shaped. And if you are not careful, that shaping will turn you into another mindless drone, docile, distracted, and defeated. So I ask you, what are you feeding your mind? Are you consuming knowledge that strengthens you, or distractions that drain you? Are you surrounding yourself with warriors or with victims? Are you programming your mind for success or for failure? There is no middle ground. There is no neutral. You are either rising or rotting. And right now, you have a choice. You can continue letting the world pollute your mind, feeding off whatever garbage is thrown your way. Or you can take control. You can choose powerful thoughts. You can choose wisdom over distraction. You can choose to surround yourself with people who challenge you, push you, force you to grow. You can choose to cut off everything that weakens you. Yes, that means turning off the noise. Yes, that means distancing yourself from weak people. Yes, that means being alone for a while. Because the path to power is not a crowded one. But the reward is freedom. The reward is greatness. The reward is becoming the person you were meant to be before the world filled your head with poison. So tell me, are you going to clean your mind, or will you let it rot? Because if you don't choose, the world will choose for you. And I promise you, it will not choose in your favor. Change your input, change your mind, change your life, or stay where you are and watch your potential rot on fire. Lesson 6. The price of success. Everyone wants success. Everyone wants freedom. Everyone wants to wake up one day and suddenly be the person they were destined to become. But here's what most people don't want: the price that comes with it. Because success isn't given. It isn't found. It isn't wished into existence. It is earned. And the cost? The cost is everything you are right now. Success demands sacrifice. It does not negotiate. It does not offer discounts. It does not give handouts. It wants your excuses. It wants your comfort. It wants the part of you that still clings to weakness, to laziness, to the idea that somehow you can have it all without giving anything up. But let's get one thing straight. You will pay. The question is, what will you pay with? Will you pay with discipline, with effort, with relentless obsession for the life you claim to want? Or will you pay with regret? With the slow, agonizing realization that you wasted your only shot, that you traded your potential for comfort, that you let fear and laziness rob you of everything you could have been? Because make no mistake, one way or another, you will pay. There is no escaping the price. You either pay it now, or you pay for the rest of your life. Look around you. Look at the people who gave up. The ones who let time strip them of their dreams. The ones who wake up every day hating their own reflection, knowing deep down that they could have been more. They paid. They paid with a lifetime of mediocrity, with nights spent staring at the ceiling, haunted by the ghosts of the dreams they abandoned. And that is the highest price of all. So tell me, what are you willing to give up? Because if you are not ready to sacrifice, you are not ready to win. You cannot hold on to your excuses and your ambitions at the same time. You cannot stay comfortable and become great. You cannot cling to your old self and step into your power. Something has to die for something greater to be born. And the truth? Most people are too weak to kill the version of themselves that keeps them small. They are too attached to their habits, their distractions, their false sense of security. They would rather suffer in familiarity than risk the unknown. But you are standing at the edge of a choice. You either let go of the person you are today, or you let go of the person you could become. And if you hesitate, if you refuse to pay the price, then understand this. There is someone out there who will. There is someone out there who will put in the work you avoid. Someone who will wake up earlier, push harder, sacrifice more. And while you're making excuses, they will be taking everything you ever wanted. Success will not wait for you. It will move forward with or without you. So decide. Will you sacrifice today so you can reign tomorrow? Or will you let another year slip by, clinging to your comfort, until one day you wake up and realize you are just another name on the list of forgotten people who almost made it? The choice is yours. But just know, the price of greatness is far less than the price of regret. Lesson 7. The hardest work is thinking. Most people think they work hard. They lift heavy. They grind at a job they hate. They spend hours sweating, struggling, pushing their limits in the physical world. But tell me, when was the last time you actually sat in silence and thought? Not scrolled, not distracted yourself with noise, not reacted to whatever chaos the world threw at you. I mean thought, deeply, intentionally, ruthlessly. Because I promise you this, thinking is the hardest work there is. That's why most people never do it. They drift, they react, they exist, but they don't think. They let the world tell them who they are. They let their environment dictate their reality. They let society inject thoughts into their mind, never questioning, never challenging, never asking the most important question of all: who am I? Because if you ever truly stopped and thought about that question, you would become dangerous. You would realize that every limitation you accept is a lie. You would see that the path you're on was never chosen by you. It was assigned. You would wake up and understand that the world wants you weak, distracted, and afraid. Because the moment you start thinking for yourself, you become uncontrollable. That's why they keep you busy. That's why they flood you with meaningless content, worthless distractions, endless noise. Because the last thing they want is for you to sit in silence and actually use the mind you were given. Because when you do, you realize you can create your own reality. You realize you don't have to accept the script they handed you. You don't have to follow their rules. You don't have to think like the rest of the world, because the rest of the world is weak. The strongest, most successful people in history, they all had one thing in common. They knew how to think. They understood that before you can build anything in the world, you must first build it in your mind. Before you conquer anything out there, you must first conquer the battlefield of your thoughts. So tell me, when was the last time you sat alone with your thoughts? Not scrolling, not numbing yourself with distractions, not avoiding, but truly thinking, strategizing, mapping out your next move like a warrior preparing for battle. If the answer is never, then I have news for you. You are at war, and you are unarmed. The world is thinking for you. Your habits are thinking for you. Your fears are thinking for you. And until you take control, you will remain a pawn in someone else's game. So I challenge you, right now, to stop, to shut out the noise, to sit in silence, to force your mind to do the work most people run from. Ask yourself, who am I? What do I truly want? What is stopping me from taking it? And when you answer those questions, be ruthless. Do not lie to yourself. Do not sugarcoat. Do not run from the truth that will slap you in the face and expose everything you've been avoiding. Because that is the real work. That is the work that separates the rulers from the ruled, the powerful from the powerless, the awake from the asleep. And if you refuse to do it, if you keep running, keep distracting yourself, keep numbing your mind with noise and entertainment, then understand this: you will be nothing more than another cog in a machine designed to keep you small. Because in the end, the world belongs to the thinkers, and everyone else, they are just puppets. Think, or be controlled. There is no in-between. On fire. Lesson 8. Your surroundings dictate your future. Look around you. Not just at your home, not just at your city. Look at the people in your life, the conversations you have, the energy you absorb. Because make no mistake, your surroundings are shaping you, whether you realize it or not. You think you're in control. You think you make your own decisions. But tell me, how many of your thoughts are truly your own? How many of your habits, your beliefs, your ambitions were given to you by the people you spend the most time with? The hard truth? You are the average of your environment. And if you surround yourself with weakness, you will become weak. If you surround yourself with complainers, you will become a victim. If you surround yourself with mediocrity, you will drown in it. But if you surround yourself with killers, you will become lethal. If you surround yourself with visionaries, you will see the world differently. If you surround yourself with warriors, you will develop an unbreakable mind. The question is, which one are you choosing? Because make no mistake, it is a choice. No one forces you to waste time with people who hold you back. No one forces you to absorb the poison of negativity and doubt. You choose your surroundings, and in doing so, you choose your future. So let's get honest. Who is in your circle? Are they pushing you forward, or are they dragging you down? Every person in your life is either an anchor or a sail. Anchors weigh you down. They keep you stuck. They feed you excuses, plant doubt in your mind, and pull you back into the darkness every time you try to escape. Sails, they push you forward. They challenge you. They force you to think bigger, move faster, and level up until you become the kind of person who demands success. So ask yourself, who are the anchors in your life? And more importantly, are you brave enough to cut them loose? Because here's the thing about anchors. They don't care about your dreams. They don't care about your ambition. They only care about keeping you exactly where you are. And if you let them, if you hesitate, if you keep holding on to the relationships, the habits, the environments that do nothing but hold you back, then know this, you will fail. Not because you aren't capable, not because you aren't strong enough, but because you refuse to let go of the things that were killing you. And the worst part? The people who held you back won't feel a thing. They'll keep living their small, empty lives. They'll keep making excuses. They'll keep laughing at the idea of greatness while you rot in regret. Or, you can make a different choice. You can remove yourself from weak environments. You can cut off distractions like a blade through dead flesh. You can walk away from anyone who doesn't force you to become better. And when you do, when you finally surround yourself with people who refuse to settle, who demand more, who look at the world and see something to be conquered rather than something to endure, you will change. Your mindset will shift. Your confidence will rise. Your ambition will multiply. And one day, without even realizing it, you will have become someone unrecognizable to the version of you that once settled for less. So I'll ask you one last time, who are you surrounded by? And if the answer is anything less than absolute power, then you already know what you need to do. Choose your circle wisely, or be buried with the weak, on fire. If you've made it this far, you're not like the rest. Most people, they hear the truth, they feel the fire for a moment, and then they go right back to their comfortable little cages. But you're still here. That means something. That means you're built differently. That means something inside you refuses to die quietly. And for those of you who keep coming back, you are the warriors of this movement. You've chosen to wake up, to challenge yourself, to burn away the weakness that society tried to force feed you. I see you. I respect you. And this is just the beginning. For those of you who are new here, this isn't just a channel. This is a movement. The GrimFace movement is for the ones who refuse to follow. The ones who choose to carve their own path, no matter how brutal, no matter how lonely. So if you're ready to kill your excuses, master your mind, and take back control of your life, hit that subscribe button. Join the GrimFace movement. Because here we don't just talk about success, we take it. And remember, the world belongs to those who refuse to kneel. Stay sharp, stay ruthless, Stay relentless. Now go. Build and conquer. And take what's yours. Everything they taught you was designed to keep you in a cage. To follow. To obey. To stay small. But you feel it, don't you? That pull. That whisper in the back of your mind. Telling you that there's more. That you were meant for more. This is not just another lesson. This is a reset. A recalibration. A complete destruction of the lies that have shaped you. You will not be the same person when you finish this. Because once you open your eyes, once you see the truth, there is no going back. The world is yours. But first, you must unlearn everything. Lesson 1 begins now. Lesson 1. The illusion of external answers. They told you the answers were out there, that success was a map, that if you followed the right path, read the right books, listen to the right voices, you'd make it. They lied. How many times have you chased the next big thing? The job, the title, the money. How many times have you looked at someone else and thought, if I had what they have, I'd finally be happy. And yet, no matter how much you take, no matter how much you achieve, that hollow feeling never leaves. Because you were looking in the wrong place. Everything you need has been inside you from the beginning. But you never stopped to look. You never stopped to listen. Because they made you believe that you weren't enough. That you needed more. That you needed them. But the truth is brutal. No one is coming to save you. No book, no mentor, no God will hand you the key to your own prison. You must break the chains yourself. Stop chasing. Stop waiting. Look within. Sit in the silence and ask yourself, who am I when no one is watching? What do I believe when the world isn't telling me what to think? What if the thing I've been running from is the thing I need to face? It will be uncomfortable. It will be terrifying. But it is the only way. Because the moment you realize that no external force can give you the life you crave, that the power has always been yours, that is the moment you become unstoppable. Not because you found the answer, but because you finally understood where to look. Lesson 2. Who are you? Really? They gave you a name. They gave you a number, a title, a role, a place in their machine, and you believed it. You walk through life saying, this is who I am. But tell me, who told you that? Who decided that this body, this face, this job, this history is all you are? They programmed you to identify with the surface, your past, your failures, your achievements. They made you think that if you stripped all of it away, there would be nothing left. But the truth is, that's where the real you begins. You say, I know who I am. I know my name, my age, my story. But if I took all of that from you, who would remain? You are not your name. You are not your job. You are not your scars, your sins, or your suffering. You are something deeper, something untouched by the weight of this world. Most people will never find out what that is. They will live and die trapped in their labels, defined by what others see. Because it's easier that way. But you feel it, don't you? The pull, the whisper beneath the noise, telling you there's more. And that's why you're here. So ask yourself, not who you were told to be, not who the world expects you to be, but who you are when no one is looking, who you are when everything is stripped away, because that is the real you. And until you meet that version of yourself, you will never be free. Lesson 3. The barriers to success. They say success is rare, that only a chosen few will ever rise above the rest, that most people are destined to struggle, to fight for scraps, to settle for less than they truly want. And they're right, but not for the reasons you think. The world doesn't hold you back. The system isn't stopping you. The greatest barrier between you and the life you crave is you. From the moment you were born, you were conditioned. They fed you rules, limitations, and quiet little lies that shape the way you see yourself and the way you see the world. Money is hard to earn. You have to be realistic. Not everyone is meant for greatness. And without question, you absorbed it all. But the worst part? It wasn't just the words. It was the people. Look around you. Most people don't think. They react. They move like ghosts, following routines they never chose, living lives they never questioned. And because you were surrounded by it, you became part of it. Not by choice, by exposure. But here's the truth no one wants you to know. Success isn't reserved for the lucky. It isn't given to the special. It belongs to the ones who break free. Free from the programming. Free from the crowd. Free from the weight of a past that no longer serves them. You want success? Then stop moving like the 95%. Stop waiting for permission. Stop accepting the rules they gave you as law, and start thinking for yourself. Because the ones who break the mold, the ones who reject the script, the ones who say, "I will decide who I become," they are the ones who rise. So tell me, will you be one of them? Lesson 4. Thinking for yourself. Look around. Most people are trapped. They wake up, they follow the script. They obey the invisible rules that were handed to them before they were even old enough to question them. They go to school, they get the job, they buy what they're told to buy, they believe what they're told to believe, and they call that life. But what they don't realize is that they were never truly alive. They exist, they function, but they do not think. They don't ask, "Why do I do this? Why do I believe this? Who decided that this was the way life should be?" And because they never ask, they never escape. Tell me, when was the last time you had an original thought? Not a recycled opinion? Not a belief you inherited from your parents, your teachers, or the voices on the screen, but a thought that was truly your own. Because that is the difference between those who rise and those who remain trapped. The ones who rise question everything. They do not blindly accept. They do not follow without reason. They stop. They analyze. They decide for themselves. And that decision, that single act of defiance against the program, is the moment they take control of their own destiny. But let's be clear, this is not easy. Thinking for yourself will isolate you. It will make you an outcast. You will start to see the world differently. And in doing so, you will see the people around you for what they really are. Prisoners who love their chains. They will resent you for questioning what they have accepted. They will tell you you're crazy, that you're arrogant, that you should stop, be realistic, fall in line. And most people will listen. Most people will fold, because it's easier to be accepted than it is to be free. But if you are hearing these words, if you feel the pull deep inside you to be more, to see more, to know more, then you already know that you cannot go back. So here is my challenge to you. Starting today, question everything. When you wake up in the morning, ask yourself, am I doing this because I chose to, or because I was told to? When you make a decision, ask, is this what I actually want, or is this what I was conditioned to want? And most importantly, When someone tells you what you can't do, what you shouldn't do, who you are, and who you are not. Ask yourself, do they truly know? Or are they just repeating what someone else told them? Because the moment you start to think for yourself, the moment you stop following the herd, the moment you refuse to be another cog in their machine, that is the moment you become dangerous. That is the moment you become free. Lesson 5. The power of visualization. Close your eyes. Strip away the noise, the doubts, the voices telling you who you are and who you aren't. Now picture yourself standing at the edge of a cliff. Behind you is everything you've ever known. Your past, your fears, your failures, your limitations, the version of you that settled, that hesitated, that obeyed. Ahead of you is the unknown, the version of you that hasn't been born yet, the one who is broken free, the one who has everything. But between the two, a gap, a space so wide, so deep, that most people never cross it. They stand on the edge, staring into the abyss, too afraid to take the first step. And then, they turn back. They go back to the job they hate, the life they didn't choose, the small, safe, comfortable existence that was handed to them. They tell themselves, one day I'll try again. But that day never comes, because they never learned the truth. The gap is an illusion. It isn't real. The only thing separating you from the life you want is the image in your mind. Because here's the secret they never taught you. Before you can create anything in the real world, you must first create it in your mind. Every skyscraper was once just an idea. Every empire was once just a vision. Every legend, every warrior, every success story, all of them started the same way, with someone closing their eyes and seeing it before the world ever could. And if they could do it, why not you? The problem is, most people never see themselves winning. They only see their fears. They visualize failure, disappointment, rejection, and then they wonder why their lives reflect exactly that. But you are going to do something different. You are going to see yourself as the person you were meant to be. Not the weak version, not the one society molded, but the real you. The one who stands tall, the one who does not beg for permission, the one who walks through fire and does not break. And when you see it clearly enough, when you feel it, taste it, breathe it, the world will have no choice but to bend to your vision. Because the universe does not give you what you want. It gives you what you expect. And if you expect small, you will get small. But if you expect dominance, if you expect greatness, if you expect to win, then nothing and no one can stop you. So I ask you one question. When you close your eyes, what do you see? Lesson 6. Setting clear, specific goals. Vague dreams create vague results. Most people walk through life saying they want success. They want money. They want happiness. But if you ask them how much money, they say, a lot. If you ask them what success means, they say, being better off. If you ask them what happiness looks like, they hesitate. They stutter. Because they have never truly decided. And that is why they fail. Because a man without a target will never hit anything. Look around you. Most people are drifting, waiting for life to hand them something. A break, an opportunity, a miracle. But life does not reward the passive. It does not care about wishes, hopes, or empty ambition. It rewards the precise. The ones who know exactly what they want, how much they want, by when they want it, and what they are willing to sacrifice to get it. So let's make this simple. What, doctor, you want? Not what your parents wanted. not what society told you to want. What do you want? Say it. Write it. Carve it into your mind so deeply that it becomes part of your DNA. And don't you dare be vague. You don't want to be rich. You want to make $1 million in the next 3 years. You don't want to be successful. You want to build a business that generates $100,000 a month. You don't want to be happy. You want a life where you wake up every morning with power and purpose. And when you decide, when you commit to something so specific it burns, that is when the shift happens. Because your brain is a weapon, and like any weapon, it needs a target. The moment you give it one, it begins working to make it real. You will start seeing opportunities that were invisible before. You will attract the right people, the right circumstances, because your subconscious mind is now locked in. And if you don't believe it, try this. Write your goal on a card. A single, clear, undeniable goal. Carry it with you. Read it every morning, every night. Repeat it until it is burned into your soul. And watch. Watch as your mind bends reality to match the image you created. Watch as the world moves to clear the path for you. Watch as what once seemed impossible becomes inevitable. Because the ones who win in life, they do not wish. They do not wander. They do not wait. They decide. And once the decision is made, nothing can stop them. So tell me, have you decided yet? Lesson 7. Mastering your attitude. Your mind is a battlefield. Every day, thoughts flood in. Doubt, fear, excuses. A constant war between what you want and what you fear. Most people lose this battle before they even step onto the field. They wake up, check their phone, let the world dictate their mood before they even take their first breath of the day. And then they wonder why their lives feel out of control. But here's the truth. It's not the world that's against you. It's your attitude. Your attitude is the filter through which you see everything. It's the deciding factor between success and failure, between power and weakness, between rising and breaking. The weak wake up and ask, what will the world do to me today? The strong wake up and say, what will I do to the world today? Do you see the difference? Because here's what they never taught you. You don't have to react to life. You can control it. You can choose your thoughts. You can decide how you feel, how you act, how you respond. But most people never do. Because reacting is easier than controlling. The moment something goes wrong, they break. They complain. They blame their circumstances, their past, the government, their boss, their parents, anything but themselves. Because taking responsibility for your own attitude, that requires power, that requires discipline, that requires a level of self-mastery most people are too weak to develop. But not you. You are not weak. You are not average. You are not like them. So from this moment forward, you control your mind. You do not react. You respond. You do not complain. You adapt. You do not break. You bend reality to your will. If you wake up tired, you decide to be energized. If life hits you, you decide to hit back harder. If negativity creeps in, you cut it off at the root. Because your attitude is not something you wait for. It is something you command. And when you master it, nothing can stop you. Not setbacks, not failures, not fear. Because you will no longer be controlled by what happens to you. You will be controlled only by the unshakable force that you have become. So tell me, are you ready to take back control? Lesson 8. Reprogramming the subconscious mind. You think you're in control. You believe that your decisions are yours, that your actions, your habits, your desires, they come from you. But what if I told you? You've been programmed since birth, not by choice, not by force, but by repetition. They told you who you were before you could speak. They told you what was possible before you could think. And without question, you believed them. You were taught your limits, taught what success means, taught that life is supposed to be a struggle. And now, that programming runs you, like a virus in your mind, dictating your every move. You say you want success, but the subconscious beliefs you carry still whisper, you don't deserve it. It's too hard. You'll never be more than this. And because those thoughts are buried so deep, they feel like truth. But they're not. They never were. And that is why most people fail. They try to change their life without changing their mind. They chase money while believing wealth is evil. They seek success while believing they aren't worthy of it. They want love while believing they'll never be enough. It is impossible to escape a prison you refuse to see. But here's the secret. Your subconscious mind does not know the difference between truth and lies, between what is real and what is repeated. And if it was programmed once, it can be reprogrammed. So here is your new command. From this moment forward, you will no longer let the past dictate your future. You will rewrite the script. You will rewire the code. You will become who you decide to be. How? The same way you were programmed in the first place, through repetition. Every morning, before the world poisons your mind, you will feed it the truth. You will speak the words. You will see the vision. You will feel the power of who you are becoming. And you will do this every day until your subconscious has no choice but to obey. Because the mind is a machine. It follows what it is given. And from this moment forward, you will give it power. You will give it dominance. You will give it the command to rise. And then, watch as your world changes to match the new force you have become. Because you are no longer a slave to the old program. You are the architect of your mind. And nothing can stop you now. If you've made it this far, you're not like the rest. You're not here for comfort. You're here for truth, for power, for mastery over yourself and your life. To those returning, you already know what this is. You've felt the shift. You've embraced the fire. And you keep coming back because you refuse to be ordinary. You are the few, the relentless, the ones who rise. And to those who are new, welcome to the GrimFace movement. This isn't for everyone. This isn't for the weak. This is for those who dare to think for themselves, who dare to break free, who dare to become something more. Here, we don't follow the rules. We rewrite them. We don't wait for permission. We take what's ours. If you're ready to step out of the shadows, if you're ready to claim your mind, your power, and your future, then this is your call to action. Subscribe, stay locked in, and prepare yourself, because this is only the beginning. Welcome to GrimFace. Now let's go build something legendary. Most people live their lives in chains they forge themselves. Doubt, excuses, fear, a lifetime of broken promises to themselves. They wonder why they never win, why they stay stuck, why every time they reach for something greater, they collapse under the weight of their own hesitation. The truth is brutal but simple. You are not failing because of the world. You are failing because of you. But that changes now. These lessons aren't here to comfort you. They're here to break you, so you can rebuild yourself stronger. They will strip away your illusions, expose your excuses, and force you to face the one thing you've been avoiding: the truth. No more hoping, no more waiting. No more empty words. From this moment forward, you execute. You follow through. You become the kind of person who does what needs to be done, no matter what. The weak will look away. The cowards will quit. But you will rise. Lesson 1. The root of limiting beliefs. You stand in a cage, a prison of your own making. The bars, they're not steel. They're not unbreakable. They're made of whispers. The voices you've absorbed, the doubts you've fed, the promises you've shattered. You think you're free, but you're not. Because every time you set a goal, every time you tell yourself, this time will be different, there's another voice, a shadow in the back of your mind that sneers. You don't follow through. You never have. And the worst part? It's not lying. Think about it. How many times have you told yourself you'd change? That you'd wake up early, hit the gym, start the business, cut the toxic habits, become someone better. But when the moment came, when discipline was required, what did you do? You hesitated. You doubted. You broke your own word. And so, the cage tightens. The bars grow thicker. Not because they're real, but because you believe they are. That's what a limiting belief is. A thought so repeated, so ingrained, that it becomes your identity. It becomes the script you follow. Not because it's true, but because you made it true. Let me ask you something. If a man lies to you every single day, if he makes promises and breaks them every time, do you trust him? Do you believe in him? No. You call him a fraud, a coward, a joke. So why do you expect any different from yourself? Your mind is keeping a record. Every broken promise, every excuse, every time you said tomorrow and meant never, it remembers. And now, when you reach for something greater, it reminds you. You're not the kind of person who follows through. You're not the kind of person who wins. And that's where you fail. Not in action, in belief. But here's the truth. You are not your past. You are not your failures. You are not your broken promises. You are what you choose to become next. So today, right now, you make a choice. To tear down the lies. To see the bars for what they are. Hollow, fragile illusions. You don't need to escape the cage. You need to stop believing in it. Start small. Start where you are. Keep your word. To yourself. Build trust in the smallest ways. Because trust, once broken, is not rebuilt overnight. It is forged in the fire of daily discipline. You want to change? Then prove it. Not to me. Not to them. To you. The bars are waiting. The door is unlocked. The only question is, do you have the courage to walk through? Lesson 2. The power of self-trust. You don't believe in yourself. You think you do. You tell yourself you do. But deep down, in the silence of your mind, you hear the doubt, the hesitation, the echo of every time you've let yourself down. You've become the boy who cried wolf. But to yourself. Every time you swore you'd change. Every time you promised you'd commit. Every time you said, this is it, and then did nothing. That's where your self-trust died. And now, here you are. Afraid to take risks. Paralyzed by your own hesitation. Not because you lack ability, not because you lack potential, but because you don't trust yourself to follow through. But let's get one thing straight. Without self-trust, you will never win. Success, growth, strength, those things demand consistency. And consistency demands trust. If you don't trust yourself to show up, how can you expect life to reward you? Think about this. If you had a gym partner, a friend who said, I'll meet you at the gym at 6 a.m., and he never showed up. Day after day, week after week. Would you rely on him? Would you expect him to change? Would you bet on him? No. You'd call him unreliable, a flake, someone who talks but never delivers. But here's the punchline. That's how your mind sees you. It has no reason to believe in you. No proof. No evidence. Just a history of broken promises. And so, when the time comes to act, it laughs in your face and says, "Why bother?" We both know how this ends. But here's where everything shifts. You can rebuild that trust. You can change the story. Not by making big, dramatic promises. Not by swearing that this time will be different. But by proving it. In the smallest ways. Every single day. Clean your room. Read one page of a book. Do one push-up. Make one healthy meal. Show up when you say you will. It sounds stupid. Insignificant. But that's how trust is built. Brick by brick. Small wins stacking on top of each other until one day, you look back and realize you are not the same person anymore. And that voice in your head that used to doubt you, it gets quieter. It starts to believe because you've given it a reason to. So here's your challenge. Don't make any promises today. Just take action. One small thing. Prove to yourself that you are done being unreliable. And then do it again tomorrow. And the next day. Until the day comes when you don't need to convince yourself anymore. Because the proof will be undeniable. And then, you will trust yourself again. Lesson 3. Identifying self-sabotage. Look around you. Every obstacle, every failure, every limitation you think is holding you back. What if I told you that you put it there? Not the world, not your parents, not your boss, your friends, or your enemies. You. You are the architect of your own downfall. You've built a life where you are your own greatest enemy. Every time you set a goal, every time you get close to breaking free, you pull yourself back down. Why? Because part of you doesn't want to win. You say you do. You think you do. But deep in the shadows of your mind, there's another voice. One that thrives in your failure. One that whispers, winning means change. Are you ready for that? Success means responsibility. Can you handle that? What if you try and still fail? So instead of facing the unknown, you sabotage yourself. You procrastinate. You make excuses. You drown yourself in distractions, mindless entertainment, cheap dopamine. You destroy your progress before it even begins, just so you don't have to face the fear of what comes next. And the worst part? You probably don't even realize you're doing it. Self-sabotage doesn't scream. It whispers. It disguises itself as comfort, as logic, as harmless little detours. It says, you've worked hard today. Take a break. You'll start tomorrow. It's not a big deal. What's one more hour of scrolling? One more cheat meal? One more missed workout? It's death by 1,000 small cuts. And the result? You stay exactly where you are. Stuck. Trapped in a cycle of frustration, never understanding why you can't break through. Well, here's the truth. It's not bad luck. It's not the system. It's not fate. It's you. But that also means you can stop it. You can break the cycle. You can take back control. And it starts with awareness. Catch yourself in the act. Next time you make an excuse, recognize it. Next time you start self-sabotaging, call it out. Say it out loud. I am doing this to myself. I am choosing failure right now. And I refuse to keep doing it. Because here's the thing. When you see the pattern, when you know it's happening, you take away its power. And when you take away its power, you take back your life. So your challenge today? Identify one way you've been sabotaging yourself. Write it down. Expose it. Bring it to light. And then, destroy it. Lesson 4. The power of small wins. You think success is built on massive leaps, on overnight transformations, on grand moments where everything changes in an instant. But that's a lie. Success isn't built in a day. It's built in the small moments. The ones that no one sees. The ones that seem insignificant. The ones that, when you're in them, feel like they don't even matter. But they do. Because how you do the small things is how you do the big things. If you cut corners on the little tasks, you'll cut corners on the big ones. If you can't follow through on simple commitments, how will you ever follow through on the life-changing ones? If you can't control your morning routine, how will you control your destiny? Every day, you make a choice. Not just once, but hundreds of times. Will you wake up when you said you would, or hit snooze? Will you clean your room, or leave it a mess? Will you show up for your workout, or find an excuse? Will you eat something that fuels your body, or something that slows you down? These seem like tiny choices, but they aren't. They are votes for the person you are becoming. Every time you follow through, every time you keep your word, you are casting a vote for your future self. The one who is disciplined, who is successful, who is unstoppable. And the best part? You don't need to win big today. You don't need to become a millionaire overnight. You don't need to build a perfect body in a week. You don't need to transform into a new person in a month. You just need to win today. One small victory, one promise kept, one brick laid. Because when you zoom out, when you look back, after months and years of stacking small wins, you won't recognize yourself. You'll have built something indestructible. And the people around you, the ones who are still waiting for their big break, they'll look at you and say, "Damn, how did he do it?" And you'll know. You didn't do it in one leap. You did it in 1,000 small steps. So here's your challenge. Win today. Do one thing, one small thing, that moves you forward. Lay the first brick, and then another, and another. Because when you master the small wins, the big victories take care of themselves. Lesson 5. Mastering daily discipline. Discipline isn't about motivation. Motivation is a liar. It's there when you feel good, when you're inspired, when the world is working in your favor. But the moment things get hard, the moment you're tired, frustrated, or uncertain, motivation disappears. That's why most people fail. They rely on something that isn't reliable. But discipline doesn't care how you feel. It doesn't ask if you're in the mood. It doesn't wait for perfect conditions. It shows up every day, no matter what. And that is the difference between those who succeed and those who stay stuck. Most people treat discipline like an option, like something they'll do if they feel like it. But that's not how winners think. For them, discipline is non-negotiable. There is no decision to be made. Whether they're tired, whether they're busy, whether they feel like it or not. Because they understand something the weak never will. Discipline is freedom. When you master discipline, you take back control. You stop being a slave to your emotions, your excuses, your bad habits. You become the kind of person who does what needs to be done, no matter what. And that makes you dangerous. Because most people are ruled by impulse. They do what's easy, what's comfortable, what requires the least resistance. And that's why they stay the same. But you refuse to be like them. You refuse to be weak. You refuse to let your own mind sabotage you. So from this moment forward, you stop waiting for motivation. You stop making excuses. You stop giving yourself an easy way out. You do what needs to be done, every single day, even when you don't feel like it, even when no one is watching, even when it's inconvenient, uncomfortable, exhausting. Because when you master discipline, you master life. So here's your challenge. Pick one thing, one discipline, and commit to it, no matter what. Prove to yourself that you don't need motivation. Prove to yourself that you are stronger than your excuses. And when the weak ones quit, when they say it's too hard, when they beg for an easier way, you will still be standing. Lesson 6. Aligning actions with intentions. Intentions mean nothing without action. How many times have you told yourself, "I'll start tomorrow"? How many plans have you made? Dreams have you crafted? Goals have you set? Only to watch them fade into nothing? Not because you weren't capable, not because you didn't have the potential, but because you never took action. You lie to yourself. You say you want success, but your actions don't reflect it. You say you want discipline, but you let comfort win. You say you want to change, but you keep making the same choices. And then you wonder why nothing in your life is different. The truth? The universe doesn't reward intentions. It rewards execution. No one cares what you meant to do. No one cares about your plans. No one is coming to give you a trophy for thinking about working hard. What matters is what you do. So ask yourself, if I say I want to be strong, am I training like it? If I say I want to be successful, am I working like it? If I say I want to be disciplined, am I proving it daily? Because your life, the results you see, the success you achieve, the person you become, is nothing more than the sum of your repeated actions. Not your words, not your thoughts, your habits. And if those habits don't align with the future you want, then you don't actually want it. So stop fooling yourself. Either change your actions or change your expectations. Because you will never build an extraordinary life on a foundation of lazy, inconsistent effort. You want to be different? You want to be better? Then align your actions with your ambitions. Move with intention. Wake up and execute. Stop making excuses. Stop talking and start doing. Because the second your actions and your desires match, the second your effort finally aligns with your ambitions, everything changes. So here's your challenge. Look at your life. Identify where your actions don't match your goals and fix it. Because you don't deserve what you wish for. You deserve what you work for. Lesson 7. Transforming mindset through integrity. You say you want success. You say you want discipline. You say you want to be better, stronger, unstoppable. But let me ask you something. Do you trust yourself? Because if your own mind doesn't believe in you, nothing else matters. You can set all the goals you want. You can dream of greatness. You can tell yourself this time will be different. But if your subconscious hears those words and laughs, if it reminds you of every time you've quit, every time you've broken your own word, then deep down, you already know the truth. You're lying to yourself. And that's the real reason you're stuck. Not because you aren't capable, not because you don't have potential, but because you lack integrity with yourself. What is integrity? It's doing what you say you're going to do. It's following through, even when it's hard. It's keeping your promises, especially the ones you make to yourself. You wouldn't trust a friend who constantly betrayed you. You wouldn't respect a leader who never followed through. So why do you tolerate that behavior from yourself? Your mind keeps a record. Every time you say, "I'm going to change," and don't, it remembers. Every time you set a goal and quit when it gets hard, it remembers. Every time you take the easy way out instead of pushing forward, it remembers. And now, when you set a new goal, when you say you'll do better, what happens? That voice in your head, the one that knows the real you, it whispers, "We've been here before. You don't mean it." And that's why you fail. Not because you can't succeed, but because deep down, you don't even believe yourself anymore. So how do you fix it? How do you rebuild self-trust? You start small. You make a promise, and you keep it. Not a big one. Not some grand declaration. Something simple. Something undeniable. Wake up when you say you will. Train when you say you will. Read that chapter. Make that call. Show up. Not because it's easy. Not because someone is watching. But because you said you would. And as you stack those small wins, something changes. The voice in your head stops doubting. It stops mocking. It starts believing. Because now you have proof. Now you don't just say you're disciplined. You are. Now you don't just hope you'll succeed. You're proving it. Now when you look in the mirror, you don't see someone full of empty promises. You see a person of integrity. And that person can accomplish anything. So here's your challenge. Pick one thing. Just one. And do it. Every day. No matter what. Because once you prove to yourself that you can be trusted, nothing will stop you. Lesson 8. Overcoming resistance and excuses. There's a war inside you. A battle between the part of you that wants more. More success. More discipline. More power. And the part of you that whispers, stay the same. That voice, that resistance, it's the enemy. It's the voice that tells you to hit snooze. The voice that convinces you to start tomorrow. The voice that feeds you excuse after excuse, just so you never take action. And the worst part, you listen to it. You let it convince you that you're tired, that you're too busy, that you don't have what it takes. You let it chain you to the same life, the same failures, the same stagnation. But here's what you need to understand. That voice is a liar. It doesn't care about your potential. It doesn't care about your dreams. It only cares about one thing, keeping you weak. Because weakness is easy. Comfort is easy. Staying the same is easy. But here's the truth. Nothing great comes from comfort. No one becomes unstoppable by taking the easy road. No one builds greatness by making excuses. You think warriors are made in comfort? You think champions rise by waiting for the perfect moment? You think the strong, the disciplined, the powerful wait until they feel like it? No. They take action, whether they want to or not. They wake up and put in the work, no matter how they feel. They silence the excuses before they can take root. They fight resistance every single day. And they win. And that's what you need to do. Because the longer you entertain your excuses, the weaker you become. The longer you let resistance win, the harder it is to break free. But the second you stop listening, the second you push forward despite the voice, that's the moment you take control. That's the moment you realize you were never tired. You were never too busy. You were never incapable. You were just trapped in your own mind. And now you break free. So here's your challenge. The next time you hear an excuse, destroy it. I don't feel like working out. Too bad. Do it anyway. I'll start tomorrow. No, you start now. It's too hard. Good. That means it's worth doing. Because every time you conquer an excuse, every time you silence that voice, you grow stronger. And one day, that voice won't even try to stop you. Because it will know it already lost. To the returning GrimFace warriors, you already know what this is. You've stared into the abyss, embraced the grind, and chosen discipline over comfort. You're not here for motivation. You're here for execution. And to the new ones, consider this your initiation. If you're tired of the lies, the excuses, the weak mindset that's been keeping you chained, then it's time to wake up. This movement isn't for everyone. It's for those who are ready to tear down their limitations and build themselves into something unstoppable. So if that's you, subscribe now. Join the GrimFace movement. Because weakness dies here, and only the relentless remain. You feel it, don't you? The weight pressing down on you. The invisible chains tightening around your life. The nagging voice in the back of your mind whispering that something is wrong. Because there is a war happening right now. A war for your mind, your body, your time, your money, your freedom. And the worst part? Most people don't even realize they're in it. They wake up, clock in, consume the distractions fed to them, obey the rules they never questioned, and fall asleep thinking they're in control. They're not. They are prisoners of a system designed to keep them weak, blind, and obedient. And if you don't wake up now, you will be one of them. This is not about paranoia. This is not about conspiracy. This is about reality. The reality that you are either mastering your life or you are being mastered. There is no neutral ground. You either take control or you are controlled. You either move or you are left behind. You either break free or you spend your life serving those who already have. Lesson 1. Control your mind before they do. The war isn't coming. It's already here. Not with guns, not with armies, but with whispers, with screens, with the endless flood of distractions designed to keep you blind, deaf, and dumb. You think you're in control? You think you're making your own choices? Then tell me, when was the last time you sat in silence, truly alone with your thoughts, without the pull of your phone, the noise of the world, the constant feed of empty entertainment? Exactly. You are being programmed. Every day, every hour, and you don't even see it. They tell you what to think. They tell you what matters. They tell you who to hate, what to fear, what to desire. They manipulate your emotions, feed you distractions, keep you busy enough to never question why your life feels stagnant. And if you don't wake up and seize control of your own mind, then you are nothing more than a pawn, a puppet in a game you didn't even realize you were playing. The system is built on your weakness. They count on your complacency. They profit from your attention. They mold you into a consumer, a worker, a follower, anything but a leader, anything but a true individual. Your greatest mistake? Thinking that the battle is external, that the chains are physical. No, the real war is in your mind. The thoughts you allow in, the emotions you let control you, the beliefs you accept without questioning. You were never meant to be weak. You were never meant to be a slave. But they have spent years, decades, generations conditioning you to believe that you are powerless. How to break free? Eliminate the noise, turn it off. The mindless scrolling, the useless debates, the empty distractions. Every moment wasted on nonsense is a moment stolen from your own power. Read what strengthens you. Fill your mind with wisdom, not garbage. Study strategy. Study power. Study wealth, influence, and discipline. The stronger your mind, the harder it is for them to control you. Control your inputs. Control your reality. Guard your attention like your life depends on it. Because it does. If you don't filter what enters your mind, you will become whatever they feed you. Master your emotions. Fear, anger, envy. These are weapons they use against you. Learn to control them, or they will control you. React emotionally, and you are easy to manipulate. Stay centered, and you become untouchable. Think for yourself. Completely question everything. Every belief, every rule, every truth they hand you. Who benefits from you believing it? Who profits from your compliance? Find the answers, then decide for yourself. You are either the master or the slave. There is no in between. Either you command your mind or someone else does. Either you think for yourself or they think for you. You cannot afford to be weak. You cannot afford to be distracted. The longer you remain blind, the deeper the chains sink in. Wake up. Fight back. Take your mind back before it's too late. Lesson 4. Eliminate toxic dependencies. They keep you hooked for a reason. Addictions, comforts, relationships, everything you cling to, everything you need. It's been designed that way. Because the more you depend on something, the easier you are to control. Think about it. What happens if they take away your vices, your distractions, your coping mechanisms? You panic. You break. You crawl back, begging for the same chains you swore you could live without. They have you hooked. And that is exactly where they want you. What owns you? The truth is, if you cannot walk away from it, you do not own it. It owns you. Alcohol, drugs, junk food, porn, social media, cheap dopamine. They are all leashes, keeping you weak, keeping you numb, keeping you distracted from the war that is raging all around you. And it doesn't stop there. Toxic relationships, fake friends, a partner who drains you, manipulates you, or keeps you tied to the version of yourself you're trying to escape. A job you hate but need. A lifestyle you maintain just to impress people who wouldn't care if you disappeared tomorrow. Every one of these things is a shackle, and the longer you stay bound to them, the harder it becomes to break free. The hard question: does it serve you, or does it control you? Kill your addictions before they kill you. If it numbs you, if it slows you down, if it keeps you weak, it's a weapon being used against you. Cut it out, or be owned by it forever. Burn the bridges that lead nowhere. You cannot rise while being surrounded by anchors. Fake friendships, dead-end relationships, energy-draining people. They will not save you. Let them go. Stop worshiping comfort. Comfort is a drug. It lulls you into stagnation, makes you forget the war you're supposed to be fighting. Embrace the struggle. Seek the hardship. Build the resilience they don't want you to have. Detach from material lies. The car, the house, the luxuries they dangle in front of you. Are they serving you, or are they keeping you enslaved? Own things that increase your power, not things that trap you in debt. Learn to stand alone. True power is in self-sufficiency. If you need validation, if you need approval, if you need someone else to tell you who you are already lost. Cut the chains before they tighten the system. Want you dependent on their products, their distractions, their rules. But if you eliminate every toxic attachment, every unnecessary weight, every false crutch, then you become something terrifying to them. A man who cannot be controlled. And in this war, that is the most dangerous thing you can be. Lesson 2. Master your money, or it will master you. They don't need to lock you in a cell to keep you enslaved. They don't need chains. They don't need guards. All they need is debt. All they need is a system that convinces you to trade your life for a paycheck, to spend every dime you make on things that keep you in the cycle. They don't take your freedom outright. They make you sell it willingly. And you do. Every day. A job that drains you. A lifestyle that keeps you broke. A system that bleeds you dry, one paycheck at a time. You think you're free? Look around. You work for your landlord. You work for the bank. You work for the corporations that designed a world where you can never truly get ahead. And the sickest part? You've been conditioned to accept it. But make no mistake, you are in financial slavery. And until you master your money, you will never break free. Every dollar is a weapon. Use it or be used. Money is either your greatest tool or your greatest enemy. It's the difference between control and being controlled. The rich don't trade time for money. They make money work for them. They own. They invest. They multiply. The poor, they spend. They lease. They finance. They stay trapped. This is not about luck. It's not about fairness. It's about understanding the game and refusing to be a pawn. How to escape the paycheck trap. Stop buying liabilities. A new car, a bigger house, fancy clothes, useless status symbols. Every dollar you waste on these things is another day you stay enslaved. Stop financing your own prison. Invest or stay broke forever. You will never save your way to freedom. You must invest. Stocks, real estate, businesses, assets that work while you sleep. Every dollar that isn't making you more money is a wasted soldier in your war for freedom. Build multiple streams of income. One paycheck is a leash. If they can fire you, they control you. Create income that no one can take away from you. Side hustles, investments, ownership. Live below your means. For now. You don't need to flex. You don't need to impress people who don't care about you. Sacrifice today so you can dominate tomorrow. The system counts on your impatience. Don't give them the satisfaction. Leverage debt. Don't be owned by it. The rich use debt as a tool. The poor drown in it. Understand the difference. Debt that makes you money is a weapon. Debt that takes your money is a chain. Learn the game. Every dollar is a choice. Freedom or slavery. Money is not evil. It is power. And if you don't learn to master it, someone else will use it to master you. The war is not just for your mind. It's for your future, your options, your ability to walk away from anything that doesn't serve you. But that freedom will never come from another paycheck. Wake up. Master your money. Because the alternative is a lifetime of chains. Lesson 5. Move with urgency. The war isn't coming. It's already here. And while you sit there, debating your next move, waiting for the right time, the enemy advances. The system strengthens. The chains tighten. But you don't see it, because they have tricked you into believing you have time. You don't. Every second wasted is an opportunity lost. Every moment of hesitation is another inch of ground given to the forces that want to keep you weak, broke, distracted, and trapped. You think you can afford to wait? You think success will still be there when you finally feel ready? Wake up. The battlefield does not care about your excuses. The world will not wait for you to be comfortable. You move now, or you get left behind. There is no right time, only now. How many times have you told yourself, I'll start tomorrow. I just need to prepare more. The timing isn't right yet. Lies. Every single one. Fear disguises itself as logic. Indecision wears the mask of patience. And every time you hesitate, you train yourself to be weaker. Meanwhile, someone else, someone hungrier, more ruthless, more willing to act, is taking the opportunity you were too slow to grab. The cost of hesitation is everything. Your wealth. The sooner you invest, the sooner you escape the paycheck trap. But wait too long, and you stay in the cycle forever. Your strength. You don't train today? That's another day spent weaker than you should be. Another day your enemies are getting ahead. Your freedom. Every moment wasted is another link in your chains. The longer you delay, the harder it becomes to break free. How to develop. Relentless urgency. Destroy the someday mentality. There is no perfect moment. There is no magic sign. Decide, act, adapt. That's how winners operate. Move before you feel ready. Readiness is an illusion. If you wait to feel prepared, you'll be waiting forever. Jump. Build wings on the way down. Make time your weapon, not your enemy. Time can either be a tool or a trap. Use it wisely. Every hour should be pushing you toward power, freedom, and control. Stop overthinking. Start doing. Perfectionism is just another form of fear. You don't need the perfect plan. You need momentum. Start now. Fix it along the way. Operate like you're running out of time, because you are. If you knew you only had 6 months to escape your current situation, how would you act? Move with that level of urgency every single day. Win the race or be left behind. The world does not wait for slow movers. The ones who hesitate, who overthink, who sit on the sidelines, they do not get to win. Only the ones who move. Only the ones who decide. Only the ones who strike first. So, what's it going to be? Another wasted day? Or the day you finally take control? The war is here. The time is now. Move. To those who have been with us, the GrimFace warriors who refuse to be controlled, who fight every day to sharpen their minds, master their money, and break free from the chains of weakness. Welcome back. You already know what this is. You've seen the truth. You've felt the fire. And you know there's no turning back. But to those who are just waking up, to the ones who feel that pull in their soul, the urge to break free, to take control, to become something more than what the system has designed for you, this is your call to arms. This is more than motivation, more than advice. This is a movement for those who refuse to be another nameless worker, another faceless pawn, another weak and obedient follower in a world built to keep you asleep. Here, we build warriors. We forge strength. We teach you how to take back what's yours, your mind, your wealth, your power, your life. The war is real. The chains are tightening. The time to act is now. So if you're ready to rise, if you're ready to think for yourself, move with urgency, and become the master of your own destiny, then subscribe. Join the GrimFace movement. Step into the fight. Because no one is coming to save you. You either become unstoppable, or you remain a slave. The choice is yours. You were told to take it easy, to be kind to yourself, to move at your own pace. They lied to you. The world doesn't care about your comfort. Success doesn't wait for you to feel ready. Strength isn't built on ease. Everything you want, power, success, control over your life, comes at a cost. And that cost is discipline. But most people won't pay it. Most people will trade their future for comfort. Most people will surrender to their weakness and call it self-care. Not you. Not here. These lessons are for the ones who refuse to stay weak. The ones who are done lying to themselves. The ones who are ready to face the brutal truth and become unbreakable. If you're looking for motivation, leave now. If you're looking for an easy path, this is not for you. But if you're ready to kill your excuses, crush your weakness, and take control of your life, then listen carefully. Lesson 1. The lie of modern self-care. They told you self-care was the answer. They told you to take it easy, to be kind to yourself, to rest. But what they didn't tell you is that self-care can be the very thing that's destroying you. You think you're healing, but you're just avoiding the discomfort of discipline, avoiding the hard truths about your life, avoiding the pain of change, because change hurts, growth hurts, and comfort feels good, so you call it self-care. You tell yourself you need a break. You convince yourself you deserve to take it easy. And slowly, without realizing it, you start rotting from the inside. This is how it begins. One skipped workout because you're too tired. One day off from chasing your goals because you need to rest. One mindless distraction to help you unwind. And just like that, self-care becomes self-sabotage. The world has fed you a lie that tells you that you can grow without suffering, a lie that tells you that you can become great without discomfort, a lie that tells you that weakness is okay as long as you wrap it in soft words. But let me tell you the truth. No one who ever became powerful did so by being comfortable. The greats did not pamper themselves into success. They broke themselves down and built something greater from the ashes. So ask yourself, is your self-care making you stronger? Or is it making you soft? Is your self-care helping you grow? Or is it helping you escape? Is your self-care truly necessary? Or is it just another excuse? Because the difference between the weak and the powerful is simple. The weak chase comfort. The powerful chase discipline. So what are you really doing? Healing or hiding? Growing or running? Taking care of yourself or slowly killing your potential? Think about it and choose wisely. Lesson 2. The hidden cost of false self-care. Self-care feels good. That's why it's so dangerous. At first, it's just a break, a small indulgence, a day off. You tell yourself it's harmless, that it's necessary. But weakness never arrives with a warning. It sneaks in disguised as comfort. You think you're recharging. You think you're being kind to yourself. But every time you trade discipline for ease, you weaken your grip on your own destiny. Because here's the truth. Comfort is a slow death. And the worst part? You don't even realize it's happening. One day turns into a week turns into a habit. And before you know it, your dreams have faded into the background. Not because you weren't capable, not because you didn't have the potential, but because you let yourself believe the lie that said it was okay to take your foot off the gas. Let me make this clear. There is a cost to false self-care. Every easy choice has a price. Every moment you avoid discomfort, you pay for it in lost progress. Every time you choose temporary pleasure over long-term growth, you sacrifice your future self on the altar of weakness. And the world doesn't care. No one is going to feel sorry for you when you wake up in 10 years and realize you wasted your potential. No one is going to hand you success because you needed time to feel good. No one is going to respect a person who gave up greatness for a few fleeting moments of comfort. You think you're taking care of yourself, but what you're really doing is choosing to be weak. Because self-care is only self-care if it makes you stronger. Anything else? It's just self-destruction with a pretty name. So before you tell yourself you need to rest, ask yourself this. Is this making me better? Is this making me stronger? Or am I just running from the hard truth that discipline is the only path to power? Because if your self-care is costing you your future, then it's not care at all. It's sabotage. Lesson 3. Real self-care is self-discipline. Most people have it twisted. They think self-care is about feeling good. But the truth is, real self-care is about becoming strong. Not in the moment, not when it's easy, but when it matters. Because the highest form of self-care isn't indulging yourself, it's disciplining yourself. You think skipping a workout is self-care? You think sleeping in instead of chasing your goals is self-care? You think avoiding hard conversations, staying in your comfort zone, numbing your mind with distractions is self-care? That's not self-care. That's self-betrayal. True self-care isn't about what feels good right now. It's about what makes you unbreakable in the long run. It's about doing what needs to be done, even when you don't feel like it. It's about pushing forward when your body screams for comfort. It's about refusing to be another weak, excuse-ridden soul drowning in self-indulgence. Because here's the truth. Discipline is the highest form of self-love. You don't respect yourself if you let yourself stay weak. You don't respect yourself if you choose comfort over progress. You don't respect yourself if you let yourself become less than what you were meant to be. Do you think warriors pamper themselves? Do you think the greats became great because they took the easy road? Do you think legends were built on indulgence or on sacrifice? Your body is not a temple, it is a weapon. And if you don't train it, sharpen it, and master it, then you are letting yourself decay. So forget everything they told you about self-care. Forget the lie that says you need more ease, more rest, more softness. What you need is discipline. What you need is control. What you need is to become the kind of person who refuses to be weak. So the next time you tell yourself, I deserve this, ask yourself, do I deserve this? Or am I just avoiding the work? Because in the end, only one question matters. Are you getting stronger, or are you getting softer? Choose wisely. Lesson 5. Weak people seek comfort. Warriors seek discipline. Look around you. Weakness is everywhere. People chasing comfort, chasing ease, chasing the illusion that life is supposed to be effortless. They move through life like ghosts, avoiding pain, avoiding struggle, avoiding the very things that forge power. And then they wonder why they feel empty. They wonder why they feel lost. They wonder why they never achieve anything beyond mediocrity. Because comfort is their god, and comfort is the enemy of greatness. But warriors? Warriors don't chase comfort. Warriors don't seek an easy life. Warriors don't run from pain. They embrace it. They know that strength is built in struggle, that discipline is forged in discomfort, that power is born in the fire of self-mastery. Because discipline is not a choice, it's a requirement. You either train your mind, your body, your willpower, or the world will break you. You either wake up and do the work, or you watch your potential rot in front of you. You either master yourself, or you become a slave to your own weakness. So ask yourself, are you running toward discipline or running from it? Are you controlling your mind or letting it control you? Are you becoming stronger, or are you just making excuses? Because if you are still clinging to comfort, you have already lost. If you are still chasing ease, you are choosing to be weak. If you are still avoiding struggle, then you will never escape mediocrity. Warriors do not seek comfort. They seek war. The war against weakness. The war against laziness. The war against the soft part of themselves that begs for an easy life. And every single day, they choose discipline over weakness, pain over pleasure, sacrifice over softness. Because in the end, there are only two kinds of people: the ones who master themselves, and the ones who are mastered by their weakness. Which one are you? Lesson 4. You must choose comfort or growth. Every single day, you face a choice that will define your future, a choice that will separate you from the weak, or bury you among them. Comfort or growth. That's it. That's the game. Because you can't have both. You can't chase comfort and expect strength. You can't seek ease and expect discipline. You can't avoid struggle and expect to rise. Comfort is the path of weakness. Growth is the path of warriors. And most people, they choose comfort. They choose the easy way out. They choose to sleep in, to put things off, to waste their time. They choose distractions over discipline, pleasure over purpose, weakness over power. And then they wonder why their life never changes. Every excuse is a decision to stay weak. Every moment you run from discomfort, you are choosing to be average. Every time you let yourself slip, you are writing your own failure. You do not rise by accident. You do not become great by chance. You either take control, or you become another nobody drowning in mediocrity. So let me ask you, which road are you on? Are you choosing pain, struggle, and sacrifice? Are you choosing the work, the discipline, the fire? Are you choosing to forge yourself into something unbreakable? Or are you choosing softness? Are you choosing the excuses, the distractions, the same tired cycle that keeps you small? Because if you keep choosing comfort, don't be surprised when life gives you nothing. The world does not reward the weak. The world does not bow to the comfortable. The world only respects those who embrace the pain and grow from it. This is your moment, your crossroads, your chance to decide who you are going to become. Comfort or growth, weakness or strength, excuses or discipline. Choose wisely. To the returning GrimFace warriors, you already know the truth. You already know the cost of greatness. And yet, you keep showing up, ready to embrace the fire. Respect. Keep sharpening your mind. Keep choosing discipline. The weak will fall, but we rise. And to those who are new here, this is your moment, your crossroads. You can go back to comfort, back to excuses, back to the life that's kept you weak. Or you can make a choice to rise, a choice to take control, a choice to become unbreakable. If you're ready to destroy your weakness and forge the strongest version of yourself, subscribe now and join the GrimFace movement. This is not for everyone, but if you're built for more, you already know where you belong. See you in the next lesson. Look at yourself, right now. You're sitting there, drowning in the wreckage of your own promises. The goals you swore you'd chase, the habits you said you'd build, they're rotting in the corner of your mind, aren't they? You tell yourself you'll start tomorrow, that you'll summon some grand burst of willpower to fix it all. But tomorrow comes, and you're still the same, trapped in the quicksand of your own excuses, sinking deeper every day. You're not weak because you lack strength. You're weak because you've been lied to. You've bought the fairy tale that discipline is some towering fortress you storm with grit and glory. It's not. It's a war fought in the shadows, in the smallest cracks of your day. And I'm here to drag you into that fight. This isn't about grand gestures. This isn't about waking at dawn to run 10 miles or choking down kale while you chant affirmations in the mirror. That's the lie they sell you. The Hollywood montage of transformation. Real discipline, it's uglier, it's quieter, it's in the dirt, in the moments no one sees. It's micro-discipline, the art of tiny, ruthless commitments that claw you out of the abyss 1 inch at a time. And here's the dark truth. Those inches, they're rewriting your brain. They're forging chains of steel inside you, binding you to a version of yourself you've only dreamed of. But you've got to start small, or you'll never start at all. Picture this. Your brain is a battlefield. Every time you cave, every time you scroll instead of work, hit snooze instead of rise, choose comfort over courage, you're carving trenches for weakness. Neuroplasticity, they call it. Your mind bends to what you feed it. Feed it laziness, and it builds a cage. Feed it distraction, and it locks the door. But here's the flip side they don't tell you. It works both ways. Every tiny act of defiance against your impulses, every micro choice to say no, to stand up, to begin, lays a brick in a new foundation. Your brain doesn't care about the size of the win. It just registers the pattern. And patterns, they become you. Let's get real. You're not going to overhaul your life in a day. You've tried that. You've screamed into the void, made your big plans, and then crashed harder than ever when the fire faded. That's because you're fighting the wrong war. The real war isn't against your to-do list or your temptations. It's against the version of you that's already given up. And that war isn't won with a sledgehammer. It's won with a scalpel. Precise, deliberate, small. Start here. Say no to one thing today. One tiny, stupid thing. That extra cookie. That 5-minute scroll through social media when you should be working. Don't just resist it. Feel the weight of it. Feel the itch in your hands, the pull in your chest. That's your old self clawing at you, begging to stay alive. And when you say no, you're not just skipping a snack or a distraction. You're burying that weak bastard a little deeper. That's micro-discipline. It's not sexy. It's not loud. But it's a dagger in the heart of your failures. Or try this. Set a timer for 2 minutes. 2 measly minutes. Pick something you've been avoiding. Writing that email, lacing up those shoes, opening that book, and start. Just start. You don't have to finish. You don't have to conquer the world. You just have to move. Because here's the secret. Your brain doesn't know the difference between 2 minutes and 2 hours. It logs the act. It wires itself a little tighter. It whispers, "This is who we are now." And tomorrow, those 2 minutes become 5, then 10, then a habit you can't shake. That's the dark magic of it. Small cuts that bleed into something unstoppable. You want proof? Look at the people you admire, the ones who seem to have it all together. You think they were born that way? Number. They're just better at the shadows. They've mastered the art of showing up when it's boring, when it's hard, when no one's watching. They don't wait for motivation. They build it, brick by brick, with choices so small, you'd laugh at them. A glass of water instead of soda. A single push-up when they're tired. A note jotted down instead of a dream forgotten. That's their edge. That's your edge, if you're brave enough to take it. But let's not kid ourselves. This isn't easy. Micro-discipline isn't a feel-good fix. It's a slow burn. It's facing the ugliness of your own habits, staring into the mirror of your procrastination, and choosing to fight anyway. There's no applause for it. No one's going to pat you on the back for skipping a Netflix episode to plan your week. The reward isn't instant. It's forged in the quiet, in the grind, in the moments you'd rather quit, but don't. And that's what makes it powerful. That's what makes it yours. The action plan, your blueprint to rise. So how do you make this real? How do you take this shadowy art and carve it into your life? You don't just nod and walk away. You build a plan. A ruthless, practical map to drag yourself out of the pit. Here's how you wield micro-discipline, step by step, until it's not just a speech but your reality. Step 1. Pick your poison. Start by naming one enemy. One small, insidious habit that's been choking you. Maybe it's the mindless scrolling that steals your evenings. Maybe it's hitting snooze until your mornings are a graveyard of lost time. Maybe it's that extra drink that fogs your clarity. Pick one. Not 5, not 10. 1. Write it down. Stare at it. Let it sink in how much it's cost you. That's your first target. Step 2. Set the trap. Design a micro-commitment to strike back. Make it so small, it's almost embarrassing. If you're a slave to your phone, commit to putting it face down for 5 minutes when you wake up. If you're a snooze addict, vow to sit up the second the alarm screams. No exceptions. If it's the drink, swap it for water one night this week. The smaller it is, the less your excuses can fight it. Write this commitment down too. Pin it where you'll see it. Your mirror, your desk, your soul. Step 3. Track the kill. Get a notebook, an app, A scrap of paper. Something. Every day you win, mark it. A check, a slash, a blood red X. Don't just think about it, see it. Watch those marks stack up. They're not just tallies. They're proof your brain is bending. Proof you're not the same person who started. Miss a day? Fine. Don't wallow. Start again. The streak isn't the point. The fight is. Step 4. Stack the arsenal. Once you've slain that first enemy, once that micro-commitment feels like breathing, add another. Not before. Maybe now it's 2 minutes of stretching when you'd rather collapse. Or writing one sentence of that project you've buried. Layer these wins slowly, like a predator building its lair. Rush it, and you'll crumble. Master it, and you'll rise. Step 5. Face the mirror. Every week, sit down, alone. No distractions. Ask yourself, did I show up? Where did I falter? What's next? This isn't fluffy reflection, it's a reckoning. Be brutal. If you failed, admit it. If you won, feel it. Then adjust. Tighten the screws. Make your next micro-commitment sharper. This is where you forge the steel, by staring at your own shadow and refusing to blink. This plan isn't glamorous. It's not a quick fix. It's a slow, deliberate march through the mud of your own resistance. But that's the point. You've spent too long chasing shortcuts that left you empty. This time, you build something real. Day by day, cut by cut, you rewire yourself into someone who doesn't break. The final call. So here's your wake-up call. You're not broken. You're not doomed. You're just asleep, lulled into a coma by the lie that change has to be big to matter. It doesn't. It starts with one choice. One microscopic rebellion against the chaos you've let rule you. Your brain is waiting. It's ready to bend, to rewire, to become something stronger. But it won't move until you do. Today, pick your fight. Make it small. Make it brutal. Say no to one thing. Start one task. Hold the line for 2 minutes. Track it. Stack it. Face it. Feel the resistance. Taste the discomfort. And do it anyway. That's where the power lives. Not in the spotlight, but in the dark corners you've been too scared to face. That's micro-discipline. That's how you claw your way out. That's how you rewrite who you are. The clock's ticking. The pit's deep. Your move. What's it going to be? That's it, warriors. You've just stared into the abyss of micro-discipline. The small, brutal cuts that carve a path out of your own personal hell. To the returning GrimFace warriors, you legends of the shadows, welcome back. You've been grinding in the dirt with us, stacking those wins, burying the weak versions of yourselves, one tiny rebellion at a time. This is your tribe, your battleground. Stay in the fight, because we're not done yet. The war's still raging, and you're still standing. And to the new blood, watching this, yeah, you, the one who's been lurking, teetering on the edge of giving a damn. Listen up. This isn't just a video. This is a call to arms. The GrimFace movement isn't for the faint, the flaky, or the fake. It's for the ones ready to claw their way up, to face the ugliness, to build something unbreakable from the ashes of their excuses. Hit that subscribe button. Join us. Not because it's easy, but because it's hard. Because you're tired of drowning and ready to rise. Like this if it hit you. Share it if you're in. Comment your first micro-commitment. Let's see who's got the guts to start. This is GrimFace Motivation. We don't quit. We don't break. We grind. See you in the shadows, warriors. Move. Listen. You're standing there, aren't you? Right on the brink. The wind's clawing at you, sharp and cold as a blade slicing through your skin, and below, nothing. A black, endless pit. No bottom to catch you. No light to guide you. Just the abyss. It's been there since the day you took your first breath, hasn't it? Looming. Watching. Every failure that's ever crushed your ribs. Every betrayal that's ever ripped your guts out. Every shard of loss that's lodged itself in your chest. It's all down there, swirling in the dark, calling your name with a voice like rust and broken glass. And what have you done? You've run. You've dodged. You've built fragile little walls out of forced grins and empty promises, chasing the sun like it's some holy cure. But let's rip that lie wide open. The sun doesn't give a damn. The world doesn't even glance your way. And the abyss? It's not going anywhere. It's patient. It's eternal. It's you. So stop running. Stop hiding. Turn around and face it. Stare into the jagged, gnashing jaws of that void and let it glare back at you with its hollow eyes. Because here's the truth they won't whisper in your ear. That darkness isn't here to break you. It's here to fuel you. It's the furnace where the weak get reduced to ash and the strong get hammered into steel. Life isn't some soft, glowing storybook where the good guys triumph and the choir sings. Life is a slaughterhouse, a cold, grinding machine that tears through your hopes, your trust, your illusions, and leaves nothing but bones and blood in its wake. And yet here you are, cut up, bruised, maybe half dead inside, but still on your feet. That's not luck. That's not fate playing nice. That's you, scraping through the carnage because something inside you, something primal, refuses to lie down and rot. Failure. You've tasted it, haven't you? That sour, choking filth, like ash mixed with bile, when everything you built collapsed. The job you lost when the axe fell without warning. The dream you nursed for years that crumbled into dust between your fingers. The risk you took that blew up in your face. The world snickered behind your back. Or worse, it didn't even notice you fall. And you sat there, alone in the dark, surrounded by the wreckage, asking yourself why you bothered. But open your eyes. That crash didn't bury you. It hurt like hell. It left scars you can still trace with your fingertips. But it didn't kill you. And every time you crawl out of that hole, you're different. You're harder. You're sharper. The abyss took its shot, smashed you down, and you spat in its face by getting back up. Betrayal. That's a deeper wound, isn't it? A slow seeping venom that twists in your veins. The knife driven into your back by someone you let close. Someone you handed your trust to like a fool. Someone who saw the real you and still chose to cut. They grinned while they did it, didn't they? And when they walked away, they left you bleeding out on the floor, gasping, wondering what you did to deserve it. Nothing. You did nothing to deserve it. That's the sick punchline. Life doesn't owe you fairness. People don't owe you their souls. But that pain, it's still there, isn't it? A dull throb, a red-hot ember. Don't smother it. Don't drown it in tears or cheap distractions. Let it burn. Let it wake you up. Because every betrayal carves a lesson into your marrow. Who's real, who's a ghost, and how to stand alone when the crowd scatters. And loss. God, loss is the cruelest thief of all. The gaping, ragged hole where something irreplaceable used to live. A person you'd have died for, now just a memory fading at the edges. A future you could see so clearly, snatched away like smoke in the wind. A piece of yourself, innocence, faith, hope, stripped bare and tossed into the dirt. It's gone, and the silence it leaves behind is louder than any scream. The abyss feeds on that loss. It swells, deepens, grows hungrier with every sob you choke back. Every night you lie awake staring at the ceiling. But here's where the game changes. That pain doesn't have to be your chains. It can be your blade. It can carve away the soft, brittle parts and leave something cold and unbreakable behind. You've lost, yes. You've mourned until your throat was raw. But you're still here, and that's not surrender. That's defiance. They'll sell you fairy tales in those glossy books, those chirpy speeches with their upbeat drums, telling you the dark's just a phase, that you can think it away with gratitude journals and morning affirmations. They're lying through their teeth. The abyss isn't a detour. It's the road. It's the fire that tests you, the shadow that defines you. You don't rise above it. You rise because of it. The dread that keeps you up at night. The cold truth that nothing's promised. The weight of knowing it could all vanish in a heartbeat. That's your strength. That's what separates the ones who crack from the ones who conquer. So how do you live this? How do you take this raw, jagged truth and weld it into your life? Not just as a fleeting thought, but as a rhythm, a pulse, a way of being. You don't wait for the perfect moment. You don't wait for the clouds to part or the wounds to heal. You start now, right here, in the mud and the dark, with whatever scraps you've got left. Here's how you embrace the abyss and make it your own, step by step, day by day, until it's not just something you survive, but something you wield. Step 1. Face the wreckage. Every morning, when you drag yourself out of bed and feel that hollow ache clawing at your chest, don't turn away. Don't drown it in coffee or scroll it into oblivion. Sit with it. 5 minutes. Set a timer if you have to. Close your eyes and let the failures, the betrayals, the losses flood in. Picture them. The day your boss called you in and the floor dropped out. The night you found the texts and knew you'd been a fool. The moment you stood at the grave or watched the dream die. Name them out loud. Whisper them if you're scared someone might hear. Then grab a pen. Write them down. On a napkin, in a battered notebook, across your arm in ink if that's what it takes. Not to wallow, but to map it. To see the enemy clear. Because once you've got it on paper, it's not a phantom haunting you. It's a target you can hit. Step 2. Ritualize the ruin. Pick one thing the abyss handed you, let's say failure, and turn it into a daily fight. You screwed up that presentation and the room went silent? Fine. Tonight, set a timer for 30 minutes and tear it apart. Rewind the tape in your head. Where did you stumble? What could you have said? Be brutal. No sugarcoating. No excuses. Write down 3 things you'll do different next time. Then make it stick. Set your alarm an hour earlier, 5 a.m., when the world's still dead, and practice. Stand in front of the mirror and talk to your reflection until the words don't shake. Or hit the gym instead. Lift the barbell until your arms scream. Run the treadmill until your lungs burn. Because physical pain beats mental rot every time. Make it a habit. Every day, one small win against that failure. The abyss swings. You swing back. Step 3. Weaponize the betrayal. You've got names seared into your skull, don't you? Faces that flash behind your eyes when you least expect it. The friend who sold you out. The lover who played you. Don't waste your breath cursing them. Hate's a leash, and they don't deserve to hold it. Use it instead. Every time that wound stabs, let it be your trigger. Feel it? Good. Get up. Move. Do something they'd never see coming. Start with 10 push-ups when their voice echoes in your head. Grit your teeth and count them out. Next time, 20, then 50. Or pick up that guitar you dropped when they laughed at you. Play until your fingers bleed. Sign up for that class they said you'd never finish. Coding, boxing, whatever. And show up every damn day. Build something so fierce, so untouchable, that their shadow can't even reach it. Let the sting be your alarm clock. To every GrimFace warrior out there who's been riding with us, returning to this dark corner of the fight, respect. You've stared down the abyss with us before, felt its teeth, and still came back. You're not here for soft words or cheap hope. You're here because you've got scars, you've got fire, and you know this grind doesn't quit. You're the blood in these veins, the steel in this spine. This is your ground. You've earned it. And to the new eyes watching, the ones just stepping into the storm, welcome to the GrimFace movement. This ain't a feel-good club. This is a war cry for the ones who thrive when the world breaks. You've tasted the dark, haven't you? Felt the weight? Good. That's where we live. Hit that subscribe button and join the ranks. Become a GrimFace warrior. We don't promise easy. We promise real. Step up, take your place, and let's carve something unbreakable together. Keep fighting. Stay grim. The abyss is ours. Listen. You feel it, don't you? That cold, damp breath brushing the back of your neck, like a stranger's exhale in a room you thought was empty. That shiver that snakes down your spine. Slow, deliberate. When the noise fades, the room goes quiet, and it's just you, trapped with the jagged edges of your own thoughts. That shadow flickering in the corner of your eye, never still, never gone, always there, always watching, always waiting for you to slip. You've spent your whole damn life running from it, legs burning, chest heaving, convincing yourself it's some phantom you can dodge if you sprint fast enough, hide deep enough, lie loud enough. But you can't outrun it. It's not a ghost you can banish with a prayer or a light switch. It's fear. And it's not here to destroy you. It's here to guide you. It's here to wake you up from the coma of a half-lived life. Fear isn't what the weak think it is. It's not the tremble in your knees when the lights flicker out and the dark presses in. It's not the sweat slicking your palms when the odds stack against you, a mountain of doubt ready to crush you flat. It's not the whimper you choke down when the world turns its back. No, fear is a stalker, relentless, patient, merciless as midnight. It trails you through every dark corner of your soul, every sleepless night when the ceiling stares back like a judge, every moment you dare to reach for something bigger than the rusted, barbed cage you were handed at birth. A cage forged from the expectations of others, the failures of yesterday, the limits you've let define you. It's the shadow that moves when you move, breathes when you breathe, whispers when you're silent. Its voice a rasp that claws at your resolve. You've been wrong about it your whole life. You thought it was hunting you to drag you kicking into the dirt, to bury you under the weight of your own fragility. It's not. It's pushing you. It's daring you. It's begging you, pleading with every hiss, to turn around, lock eyes with it, and claim what's yours. You think fear means you're broken? You think it's a signal to shrink, to retreat, to crawl back into the warm, suffocating lie of a safe, small life, where the days blur into a gray sludge of nothingness. You're dead wrong. Fear is the compass you've been too terrified to trust. It's a blade-sharp needle, unyielding, unapologetic, pointing straight through the haze to what matters most. That knot in your gut when you picture failing, when you see yourself face down in the mud, dreams shattered, pride bleeding out. That's not a stop sign. It's proof you're chasing a prize worth hacking your way through hell for. That choke in your throat when you imagine rejection, words slicing like razors, doors slamming like gunshots, eyes turning away like you're invisible. That's not surrender. It's evidence you're bold enough to stand in the fire and demand something raw, something real. That ice flooding your veins when you feel death's shadow creeping closer, its skeletal fingers brushing your shoulder, its hollow laugh echoing in your skull. That's not the end. It's the spark roaring at you to burn brighter, fiercer, louder, while you've still got air in your lungs and blood in your fight. If it doesn't scare you, it's not worth a damn thing. Let that sink deep, past your skin, past your ribs, into the marrow of your bones where the truth lives. The easy road, the one with no shadows, no whispers, no weight. It's a trap. It's a graveyard dressed up as peace, where the grass grows soft over the corpses of ambition, grit, and soul. The things that matter, the things that etch your name into the iron hide of this unforgiving world, they come with fangs. They come with claws. They come with that stalker, pacing just behind you, his voice low and jagged, cutting through the wind. You're not enough. You'll crash. They'll spit on your ashes and forget you ever existed. And he's right to whisper it. He's right to stalk you with those words. Because if you weren't afraid, if that voice didn't echo in your skull, it'd mean you're chasing nothing worth a fight. It'd mean you're already a corpse walking, a shell breathing, a shadow pretending to be alive. I know him too well, that stalker. He's been with me every brutal, bone-crushing step. Every time I've stood trembling at the edge of something massive, something that could rip me apart and scatter the pieces. When I wanted to quit, when the weight of exhaustion pinned me to the floor, when every muscle screamed for surrender, he was there, his tone sharp as a blade slicing through the silence. Go ahead. Run. Prove you're worthless. Prove you're just another nobody. When I lost it all, money gone like smoke, trust fractured like glass, hope ground into dust under the heel of reality, he was there, leaning in close, his presence thick and heavy, waiting for me to crack, to cry, to collapse. And when I stood at the abyss, teetering on the edge, staring down into that endless black void, wondering if the fall would swallow me whole or spit me back mangled, he was right there, his breath freezing my neck, his words a dare. Jump. Find out what you're made of. He never leaves. He never sleeps. He's been my companion through every war I've waged. Against the world, against myself, against the clock, ticking down to nothing. And I don't want him to go, because he's not my enemy. He's my teacher. He's the one who shows me where the fight lives, where the blood's worth spilling, where the soul gets forged. You don't grow where it's soft and bright, and the air hums with comfort. You don't grow where the sun shines and the birds sing, and the path is paved smooth. You grow in the dark, where the air's thick with ash and regret, where the ground's littered with broken glass and the echoes of your own screams, where fear's boots thud behind you like a war drum calling you to battle. Every time you turn to face him, every time you meet that hollow, unblinking stare and snarl, "Not today, you bastard," you get harder. Your skin thickens. Your will sharpens. Every time you take a step toward what terrifies you, toward the cliff, the fire, the unknown, you rip a piece of his strength away. You make him flinch. Failure? Let it stalk you. Let it breathe down your neck through every plan, every gamble, every leap into the void. It's there because you're aiming high enough to hit the ground hard enough to leave a mark. Rejection? Let it hunt you. Let it pace behind you, muttering about every door that's slammed in your face, every laugh that's cut you deeper than a knife, every time you've been left bleeding in the dust. It's there because you're daring to demand more than the scraps they throw you. Death? Let it loom. Let it stalk you through every breath, every pulse, every fleeting second you've got left on this spinning rock. It's there because you're alive enough to feel its weight, to hear its countdown, to defy its pull. Fear doesn't mean you're fragile. It means you're awake. It means you're still in the damn fight. But knowing this, that's not enough. You can't just sit there, nodding like it's some gritty sermon to scribble in a notebook and forget. You can't just feel the shiver and call it a day. You've got to move. You've got to take that stalker by the throat, wrestle him to the ground, and make him work for you. This isn't about inspiration. It's about action, about forging yourself in the crucible of your own terror. So here's how you do it. Here's how you turn fear from a shadow into a weapon you wield with both fists. Step 1. Name him. Start tonight. Kill the lights. Sit in the dark, alone. No distractions, no safety nets. Feel that stalker creeping in, his presence heavy, his breath a chill that settles in your bones. Don't push him away. Don't numb him with noise or liquor, or the lies you tell yourself to sleep. Let him sit with you, close enough to feel his stare. Ask yourself, what's he whispering? What's the fear that's been tailing you the longest? The one that's worn a groove in your soul? Failure at what cost? Abandonment by who? The end of what dream? Write it down. Scratch it into a page with a pen that bleeds ink like it's your own blood. Give it a name. The fall, the cut, the fade. Stare at it until your eyes burn. He's not some vague mist anymore. He's real now, solid, a shape you can see. And what you can see, you can fight. Step 2. Hunt him back. Take that named fear and track it like a beast through the wild. If it's failure, what are you failing at? A dream you've buried under years of excuses. A job that's sucking your soul dry. A promise you made to the kid you used to be. The one who believed in you before the world taught you doubt. If it's rejection, who's holding the axe? A lover who walked away without a backward glance? A crowd that sneered and turned their backs? Your own reflection, spitting venom every time you look too long? Dig into it. Get specific. Get dirty. Peel back the layers until you hit the root. Then start small. Face it in pieces, like chipping at stone. Afraid of failing at something big? Fail at something little first. Make a cold call and stutter through it. Try a push-up you can't finish, and feel the burn. Write a line and let it suck. Let it sting. Let him whisper his poison. Then do it again, and again. Hunt him through the wreckage of every try, through the sweat, the shame, the small victories, until he's the one backing off, until he's the one glancing over his shoulder. Step 3. Feed him pain. Fear thrives when you flinch, when you hesitate, when you let it paralyze you. So don't. When he stalks you, when that dread hits like a fist to the gut, don't freeze, don't run, don't bargain with the bastard. Act through it. Your hands are shaking like leaves in a storm. Pick up the weight anyway. Lift it, drop it, lift it again. Your voice cracks like dry wood. Speak louder. Say what you mean. Let it break and keep going. Your heart's pounding, hammering against your ribs at the thought of losing it all. Everything you've bled for? Step into the ring regardless. Throw the punch, take the hit, stand back up. Every time you move against him, you're feeding him your pain instead of your surrender. You're shoving it down his throat. Every ache, every doubt, every scream you've swallowed. He'll choke on it, and you'll grow, inch by inch, scar by scar, until you're the one casting the shadow. Step 4. Mark the wins. Every time you face him and come out standing, every time you spit in his face and keep walking, claim it. Carve it into something real, something you can touch. A notch on a wall, weathered and rough. A line in a notebook, ink smudged from your grip. A scar you can point to. Earned, not given. Doesn't matter if it's small. Saying no to a habit that's owned you for years. walking into a room that makes your skin crawl, staring down a doubt until it blinks and looks away. Those are victories. Tiny wars won in the dark. Stack them. Build them into something that towers over him. A jagged pile of proof that you're not his prey anymore. You're the predator now, and he's starting to see it. Step 5. Walk with him. Stop trying to lose him. He's not going anywhere, and that's the point. Accept that he'll stalk you to your last ragged breath, through every dawn and dusk, every rise and fall. But now he's not leading the chase. You are. When you wake up and feel him lurking in the gray light, his weight pressing on your chest, good. It means you're still swinging for something worth a damn, something worth the fight. When he whispers as you stand at the edge of a risk, a cliff, a choice, a chance at everything, perfect. It means you're alive, pulsing, defiant. Walk with him. Let his steps match yours, a rhythm you set. Let his voice fuel you. Turn his taunts into a chant that drives you forward. Because the day he goes silent, the day his whispers fade, is the day you've stopped fighting, stopped clawing, stopped living. Step 6. Forge the pact. Make a deal with him, a blood oath in the dark. Take that notebook, that list of wins, and add to it. Not just what you've done, but what you will do. Write the fears you're going to face next, the ones too big to name yet, the ones that make your pulse race just thinking about them. Seal it with something real. Rip the page and burn the edges. Press your thumb into the ash. Let it mark you. Tell him, this is mine. You push, I push harder. Forge a pact that you're in this together. Not as victim and hunter, but as partners in the grind. He'll test you. You'll test him back. And together, you'll build something unstoppable. Step 7. Echo his voice. Turn his whispers into your war cry. When he stalks you with, "You're not enough," throw it back. Shout it to the sky, to the mirror, to the world. I'm not enough yet, and that's why I keep coming. When he hisses, "You'll crash," let it roll off you like thunder, then roar. I'll crash and rise again. When he mutters, "They'll spit on your ashes," grin through the dirt and bellow, "Let them try. I'll bury them first." Take his voice and make it yours. Twist it, warp it, wield it. Let it echo through every step you take, every wall you break, every fear you turn to dust. This isn't a fairy tale with a neat little bow. There's no moment where the stalker vanishes into the mist and you're free, skipping into a golden dawn. He's eternal, woven into your shadow, your pulse, your fight. But so's your will. So's the fire that keeps you moving when the world says stop. Turn around. Look him in the face. See the hollow eyes, the sneer, the challenge. He's not here to bury you. He's here to forge you. That terror twisting your insides when you think about what's ahead. Failure, loss, the unknown. That's not a shackle. It's a blade. Sharpen it. Swing it with everything you've got. Use it to slash through the excuses, the hesitation, the weakness you've let fester too long. Let fear push you harder. Let it stalk you to the edge of what you think you can endure. Then shove you past it into the abyss where legends are made. Because you weren't born to cower from the dark. You weren't born to beg for mercy or scrape for crumbs. You were born to rule the shadows, to bend them to your will, to make them fear you. He's behind you right now. Can you hear him? That low, guttural rasp scraping the air. That steady, unyielding tread keeping time with your heartbeat. He's asking, what are you going to do? Crumble like the rest? Or conquer what they can't? Answer him. Not with words, they're cheap. Answer with every drop of blood you spill, every bead of sweat you shed, every step you take toward what scares you most. toward the life you've been too afraid to claim. Let him stalk you all the way to the peak, through the mud, the fire, the storms. Let him watch you climb over the bodies of everything that tried to stop you. Doubt, pain, time, him. And when you get there, when you stand on the ruins of what he thought would break you, chest heaving, hands scarred, eyes wild, he'll still be there, whispering. And you'll turn, grin through the grit and the grime, and say, "Thanks for the push, you relentless son of a bitch. I owe you one." And there it is, warriors. The raw, unfiltered truth laid bare. To all you GrimFace veterans out there, the ones who've been walking this shadowed path with us, staring down your stalkers night after night, thank you. You're the iron backbone of this tribe. The ones who've bled with us, fought with us, risen with us. You've turned your fear into a blade, and every step you take carves deeper into the legend of what it means to be GrimFace. This fire burns because of you, because you've chosen to stand, to snarl, to conquer when the world expected you to break. Respect. You've earned it. And to the new blood watching, those of you just stepping into this dark ring, feeling that stalker's breath for the first time, welcome. You're not here by accident. You're here because something in you is awake, something clawing to break free from the cage of a small, safe life. This is your call. The GrimFace movement isn't for the timid. It's for the relentless, the ones ready to hunt their fears, to forge their will in the ashes, to rule the shadows instead of cowering in them. Hit that subscribe button. Join us. Walk with us. Let's turn that whisper behind you into a war cry that shakes the earth. This is only the beginning. Your beginning. Step up, warriors. The dark's waiting. There's a fight going on inside you. Right now, as you listen, as you sit there wondering what's next, it's happening. A quiet, relentless struggle that's been with you your whole life. On one side, there's you, the real you, the one who dreams big, who feels that spark of potential, who knows deep down you're meant to rise above the ordinary. On the other side, a smaller, weaker version of yourself. A voice that tugs you toward ease, that nudges you with doubts, that pulls excuses out of thin air to keep you stuck. That's your opponent. Not the chaos of the world, not the doubters or the clock, just this timid part of you that's scared to step up. Your mission? Face it down. Push it back. Win that fight every day until it's just a whisper, and you're the one calling the shots in your own mind. This isn't about cruelty or crushing something out of spite. It's about choosing who you want to be. That weaker self isn't evil. It's just soft. It's the part of you that hits snooze instead of starting the day strong. That picks mindless scrolling over meaningful work. That says later, when you know now, is what matters. Every time you give in, it gets a little louder, a little bolder, staking its claim on your time, your energy, your future. You've felt that sting, right? That quiet disappointment when you look back and see a day slip through your fingers. That's not failure. That's a signal. A call to step into the ring and take back what's yours. Here's the deal. You're not losing because you're weak. You're losing because you haven't fully committed to the fight. This isn't some dramatic showdown with swords and smoke. It's a steady, everyday standoff. You don't need to hate that lesser self. You just need to outlast it. See it for what it is. A tired old habit. A reflex that's had its run. It's the voice saying, "I'm not ready. I need a break. Maybe tomorrow." But you're stronger than that. You've got the will to push back. Not with rage, but with resolve. With a fire that says, "Not today. Not anymore." The world out there doesn't make it easy. full of noise, distractions, a million reasons to coast through life and let that weaker self steer. You see people doing it, drifting along, letting their days blur into nothing, living on autopilot because they stop fighting their own battles. But that's not you. You're still here, still listening, still ready to draw a line. That lesser self wakes up with you every morning, stretching out, testing you with its same old tricks. Take it easy. You've done enough. Don't buy it. Don't back down. Self-discipline isn't about perfection. It's about showing up, standing tall, and saying, I decide who runs this show. Think about the people who've made it. The ones who built something great, who turned their ideas into reality, who became the best versions of themselves. They faced this same fight. They had their own lesser selves whispering doubts, dragging their feet, pulling them toward the couch instead of the grind. But they didn't give in. They didn't negotiate. They kept moving forward, day after day, until that weaker voice faded into the background. They didn't win by being flawless. They won by being stubborn, by refusing to let that smaller self call the shots. That's what you're capable of too. Not tomorrow, not when life slows down. Right now, in this moment, with whatever you've got. Think about the people who've made it. The ones who built something great, who turned their ideas into reality, who became the best versions of themselves. They faced this same fight. They had their own lesser selves whispering doubts, dragging their feet, pulling them toward the couch instead of the grind. But they didn't give in. They didn't negotiate. They kept moving forward, day after day, until that weaker voice faded into the background. They didn't win by being flawless. They won by being stubborn, by refusing to let that smaller self call the shots. That's what you're capable of too. Not tomorrow, not when life slows down. Right now, in this moment, with whatever you've got. This fight isn't a punishment. It's a chance. Every day you choose to push past that weaker self, you're building something. Not just habits or goals, but a version of you that's tougher, sharper, more in control. That lesser self isn't gone forever. It'll always be there, lurking, waiting for a crack to slip through. But you don't have to fear it. You just have to outwork it, outsmart it, outlast it. This is your life, your time, your shot to rise. The fight's already on. Step up. Take the reins. Because when you do, when you keep showing up and pushing forward, what's left is you, standing strong, running your own mind like the leader you were meant to be. So stand up, right now. The day's waiting, and that lesser self is already testing you. Don't wait for a sign or a surge of energy. Just move. Draw your line, pick your fight, and go after it. This isn't about destruction. It's about direction. It's about proving to yourself, step by step, that you're the one in charge. The war's already started. Win it. Steps to implement this into daily life. You've got the spark now. You see the fight for what it is. But a spark's only the start. It's what you do with it that turns it into something real. This is your playbook, your way to take that energy and make it work every day. These aren't just ideas. They're your tools to keep that lesser self in check and build the life you want. Commit to them, and you'll see who's really in control. Step 1. Start strong. Win the morning. The fight kicks off when you wake up. That alarm's your signal to move, not a debate club. Your lesser self will nudge you. Stay in bed. Ease into it. Don't listen. Get up fast. Splash water on your face. Stretch out. Do something quick and sharp to shake off the haze. Maybe it's 10 jumping jacks or a brisk walk outside. The point. Act before it can argue. Winning the morning sets the tone. Show it you're awake and in charge. Every single day. Step 2. Spot its tricks. Name the excuses. That lesser self has a playbook too. It's sneaky, throwing out lines like, "I'm too tired. I'll get to it later. I deserve a rest." Today, grab a notebook or your phone and jot them down. Every excuse you catch it using. Keep that list where you'll see it. By your bed, on your desk. When you hear one pop up, call it out. There's that trick again. Then push past it. Work through the tiredness. Start now, skip the rest. Knowing its moves takes away its power. Step 3. Pick your battles. Build a daily plan. You need a target to aim at, something to flex your will against. Each day, write down 3 wins you're going after. Things your lesser self resists, like a workout, a tough task, or reading instead of scrolling. Keep it simple, but real. Hit them early, before the day piles on distractions. Don't just check them off. Feel the win. Each one's a step forward, a signal to that weaker voice that you're the one steering the ship. Step 4. Close the loopholes. Block its hiding spots. Your lesser self loves an easy out. Cut them off. Share your daily goal with someone. Tell a friend, "I'm finishing this today," and ask them to check in. Put your phone out of reach when you work. Clear out the snacks or shortcuts that tempt you. Make it harder for that voice to pull you off track. No big drama, just quiet, firm choices that say, "Not today." The fewer exits it has, the less it can fight back. Step 5. Check the score. Reflect every night. End the day with a look back. Sit down for 10 minutes. No screens, no noise. Think about where you won. The moment you pushed past a slump, the task you finished, the temptation you skipped. Then spot where it got a jab in. Maybe you stalled, maybe you drifted. Don't beat yourself up, just note it. Write down one thing it used against you. Fatigue, boredom, whatever, and plan how you'll block it tomorrow. This isn't about guilt. It's about getting smarter for the next round. Step 6. Track your ground. Mark the progress. Keep a record of the fight. Use a notebook, a calendar, anything you can touch. Every day you stick to your plan. Waking up on time, hitting your wins, pushing back. Mark it. A dot, a check, a word, doesn't matter. Add a quick note. Chose the gym over the couch. Finished when I wanted to quit. Over time, you'll see the pattern, the ground you're gaining. It's proof you're winning, proof that lesser self is losing its grip. Step 7. Raise the bar. Challenge yourself weekly. Once a week, pick a bigger fight. Something that stretches you. Something your lesser self would rather dodge. Maybe it's a long run, a project you've delayed, a conversation you've avoided. Break it into daily pieces and go after it. Tell yourself, "This is where I prove it." It's not about perfection. It's about momentum. Each time you tackle something tougher, you're showing that weaker voice it's not running the show anymore. This isn't a one-off battle. It's a way of living. That lesser self won't vanish. It'll always be there, testing you, looking for a weak spot. But you don't need to dread it. You just need to keep showing up. You'll stumble some days. Fine. Get back in the ring. You'll win others. Good. Build on it. Day by day, you're not just fighting. You're shaping who you are. Keep at it. And soon you'll look back and see a life you've claimed. A mind you've mastered. That's the prize. That's yours to take. That's it for today, warriors. To all you GrimFace warriors out there, the ones who've been in this fight with me, showing up, battling that lesser self day after day, thank you. You're the backbone of this movement. The ones who know what it means to draw the line and hold it, no matter what. Your grit, your resolve, it's what keeps this fire burning. and I'm damn proud to have you in the ranks. You're not just watching, you're living it. And that's what makes you unstoppable. And to the new faces out there, the ones just stepping into this ring, welcome. You've heard the call. You've felt that spark. This isn't just a video. It's a challenge, a chance to take control and build something real. Don't just sit there thinking about it. Hit that subscribe button, join the movement, and step up with us. We're not here to coast or coddle. We're here to push, to fight, to rise. You've got a place in this if you're willing to claim it. So do it. Subscribe, lock in, and let's wage this war together. The GrimFace warriors are waiting. See you in the next battle. Imagine it's late. The days chewed you up and spat you out. Work's relentless hum. The texts you didn't answer. The dishes still mocking you from the sink. The world's gone quiet. Lights flickering out one by one. And most people, they're collapsing into bed, chasing sleep like it's some kind of savior. Or they're zoned out, thumb numb from scrolling, letting the hours dissolve into a haze of nothing. Not you. Not tonight. Tonight, you're stepping into the shadows, into a reckoning. A brutal, solitary ritual that doesn't let you off the hook. 10 minutes. No phone, no noise, no excuses. Just you, alone, facing the raw truth of what you did with the day you were given. This isn't about drifting off or pretending everything's fine. This is about staring yourself down, peeling back the layers, and deciding who's going to win tomorrow. You, or that slinking, whispering part of you that keeps dragging you back. You've been in a fight all day, even if you didn't clock it. Life's a battlefield, and you're out there swinging, or dodging. Think about it. That moment this morning when the alarm screamed, and you clawed your way out of bed instead of smacking it silent. That was a win. That hour you forced yourself to finish the report. The workout you gritted through when your legs begged for mercy. Those were punches you landed. But it's not all glory, is it? There were blows you took too. The 15 minutes you lost to a rabbit hole of cat videos when you swore you'd start that project. The "I'll do it later," you muttered as you scrolled past the gym bag gathering dust. The way you let that deadline creep closer. Because there's still time. That's the enemy landing hits. Those small, sneaky moments where you let the weaker you, the one that loves comfort and shrugs off promises, take the wheel. This ritual, it's your chance to step back into the ring after the bell's rung. 10 minutes at the end of the day, alone in the dark, where no one's watching and no one's clapping. You sit there, no music, no screen, just the hum of your own thoughts. And you replay it all. Start with the victories. Picture them. The coffee you brewed instead of hitting the drive-thru. The email you sent when you wanted to hide. The run you finished with sweat stinging your eyes. Let those wins settle in. Feel the weight of them. The proof you've got fight in you. Then turn the lens. Look at where you stumbled. Don't dodge it. Don't tell yourself it's no big deal. That hour you wasted staring at your phone instead of tackling the laundry piling up? Call it what it is. The way you hit snooze 3 times because 5 more minutes sounded so sweet? Admit it. This isn't about beating yourself up. It's about seeing it clear, raw, unfiltered. You're not a superhero, and you don't need to be. You're just someone who's tired, stretched thin, juggling a dozen things, and still, you're here, ready to face it. Most people don't do this. They stumble through their days, eyes half closed, letting the losses pile up like unpaid bills. They don't look back. They're too scared, too lazy, too stuck in the lie that tomorrow will fix itself. You've been there, haven't you? I have. Those nights you crashed into bed, pretending the day didn't happen, hoping the guilt would fade by morning. It doesn't. It festers. But you're not them. Not anymore. You're stepping into this execution ritual because you're done letting life slip through your fingers. You're done waking up to the same traps, snoozing, stalling, scrolling, without a plan to fight back. This is your stand. 10 minutes to cut through the fog and hold yourself accountable. So you sit there, and you don't just replay, you dissect. You find the wins, and you hold them up like trophies. That moment you said no to the extra beer, the call you made when you'd rather have ghosted. You let them remind you what you're capable of. Then you dig into the losses, not to wallow, but to learn. Where did it get you? Was it the third coffee that made you jittery and useless by noon? The way you let that coworker's jab derail your focus? Name it. I scrolled when I should have worked. I dodged the gym again. Write it down if you can. Scratch it into a notebook like you're carving it into stone. That's not failure staring back. That's intel. That's the crack in your armor you're going to seal shut. And here's where it turns. You don't stop at looking back. You load the gun for tomorrow. You pick one of those weaknesses, snoozing, procrastinating, whatever reared its head today, and you sentence it to die. Not some half-hearted, I'll do better. No. You vow its execution. Tomorrow, I set the alarm across the room and I'm up on the first ring. Tomorrow, I start that task at 8 a.m. No excuses. You map it out. Specific, sharp, like a hunter stalking prey. You're not wishing for a win. You're planning a kill. That's your power in this ritual, turning the day's wreckage into tomorrow's weapon. This isn't soft. It's not a cozy meditation with candles and affirmations. It's a war drum beating in the night. A rhythm you set. A pulse that says you're still in this, still fighting. You think the people who climb out of the muck, the ones who turn chaos into control, who build lives that matter, do it by drifting? They don't. They face the dark. They sit with the wins and the losses, and they sharpen themselves on both. That's what you're doing here. Every night you carve out these 10 minutes. You're not just closing a chapter. You're rewriting the next one. You're taking the mess of being human, the exhaustion, the distractions, the slip-ups, and forging it into something deliberate, something fierce. You know that feeling, don't you? That quiet nag when you let a day slide, when you could have been more, but settled for less. That's why this ritual's yours now. Life's too short to keep tripping over the same stones. Too real to let the hours bleed out without a reckoning. 10 minutes in the dark, facing yourself. It's not comfortable. It's not pretty. But it's yours. It's the difference between drifting and driving, between surviving and seizing. So tonight, when the world hushes and the weight settles, don't run from it. Sit down. Stare it down. Beat that drum. Because when you do, when you make this ritual your own, you're not just ending the day. You're claiming the fight, night after night, until you're the one standing tall. You've felt the pull. You're ready to make this real. This isn't just a speech. It's a call to act, a way to turn every night into a proving ground. Here's how you build this nightly execution ritual into your life. How you take the day's battles and shape them into tomorrow's victories. These aren't suggestions. They're your orders. Follow them, and you'll own the dark. Step 1. Claim your ground. Set the stage. Pick a time. Late, after the day's done, when the house is still. Find a spot. A chair by the window, the edge of your bed, a corner where no one bugs you. Kill the distractions. Phone off, TV dark, earbuds out. Dim the lights or sit in shadow. Let the quiet wrap around you like a cloak. This isn't a chill session. It's your war room. Make it a habit. Same time, same place, every night. Consistency is your first strike. Step 2. Run the tape. Relive the day. Sit for 10 minutes, no less. Start with the good. Replay every win like it's a movie scene. That moment you hauled yourself up despite the grog. The chore you knocked out when you wanted to flake. The temptation you sidestepped. Feel it. Let it hit you that you've got grit. Then flip it. Walk through the losses. Where did you trip? I scrolled instead of writing. I skipped the run. Don't rush. Don't soften it. Let it sit there. Heavy. You're not perfect. You're real. This is about truth, not comfort. Step 3. Spot the leak. Pin the weakness. Zero in on one thing that got you today. Snoozing? Procrastination? That third episode you binged instead of sleeping? Name it. I hit snooze twice. I dodged that call. Grab a notebook, a napkin, your phone. Write it down. Seeing it in ink makes it solid, not some fuzzy regret. Circle it. That's your target. The crack that let the day slip. Don't skip this. It's the pulse of the fight. Step 4. Forge the blade. Plan the execution. Now hit back. Take that weakness and bury it. Tomorrow, I put the alarm in the bathroom and I'm up. Tomorrow, I call them at 9 a.m. Sharp. Make it a vow, not a hope, a command. Picture it. You, stepping over that weakness like it's roadkill. Write the plan next to it. Short, clear, brutal. Alarm across room. Call logged by 9. Say it under your breath if you can. Let it growl. This isn't a wish. It's a death sentence for what held you back. Step 5. Track the war. Build the record. Keep a tally. Use that same notebook or a scrap pinned to the wall. Each night, jot the weakness you named and the plan you made. Next night, check it. Did you kill it? Mark it. A slash for a win, a dash for a miss. Pile them up. Watch the list grow. The wins stack. The losses shrink. It's not just paper. It's your battle scars. Proof you're in this. Flip back a week later. See what keeps sneaking up. That's your intel, your map to tighten the screws. Step 6. Beat the drum. Lock the rhythm. Make it every night. 10 minutes. No dodging. Life's messy. You'll miss a day. Fine. Don't miss 2. Set a reminder if you have to, but don't lean on it. Own it. Sit even when you're wiped, when the bed's calling. Push through the fog. That's where the gold is. This isn't a one-off. It's a pulse, a drumbeat you drive into the dark. Miss it, and the day's just noise. Stick to it, and it's your anchor. This is your fight now. Life's a grind. Deadlines, dishes, that coworker who won't shut up. But this ritual cuts through. You're not flawless. You'll scroll too long, skip a workout, let the alarm win some mornings. Doesn't matter. What matters is, you sit down every night and face it. You name it. You plan it. You beat that drum. Every reckoning's a step. Out of the haze, into the driver's seat. Start tonight. The dark's waiting, and so's your victory. That's the ritual laid bare for tonight, warriors. To all you GrimFace warriors out there, the ones who've been riding with me, night after night, facing the dark and beating that drum, thank you. You're the steel in this fight. The ones who don't flinch when it's time to reckon, who turn every stumble into a step forward. You're not just here. You're living this, carving your path through the shadows, and I'm damn proud to stand with you. You keep this movement alive, and that's what makes us unbreakable. And to the new souls tuning in, the ones just stepping into this night, welcome to the GrimFace movement. You've felt it, haven't you? That pull to stop drifting, to face yourself and take the reins. This isn't just a video. It's a call to join the ranks, to sit in the dark and claim your fight. Don't just watch. Hit that subscribe button, lock in, and step up with us. We're not here to coast or crumble. We're here to grind, to grow, to own, every damn day. You've got a place among the GrimFace warriors if you're ready to face it. Subscribe, join the movement, and let's beat that drum together. See you in the next reckoning. Look at your hands. Look at your life. What do you see? Smooth skin, maybe. A few calluses if you're lucky. Or do you see the marks? The rough patches? The lines etched deep from nights you didn't sleep? From days you pushed when every bone in your body screamed to stop? Most people hide those marks, cover them with excuses, bury them under a smile, pretend they're nothing. Not you. Not today. Today you're going to look at those scars. Every scratch, every bruise, every tear you've clawed your way through, and you're going to see them for what they really are. Currency. Cold, hard cash in a trade more brutal than anything Wall Street ever dreamed up. Every failure, every late night, every time you dragged yourself through the mud. It's not just survival. It's a deposit, a payment, a price you pay for power, for grit, for a resolve so deep it'll outlast anything life throws at you. This isn't some fairy tale about everything happens for a reason. No. Life doesn't hand out lessons wrapped in bows. It hands you a shovel and points to the dirt. You dig, you bleed, you fall, and what you get in return isn't a pat on the back. It's a scar, a mark that says you paid up. Think about it. That night you stayed up past midnight, hunched over a desk, wrestling with a project you didn't even want to touch. Your eyes burned, your head throbbed, but you kept going. That's a scar. That morning you woke up after 3 hours of sleep, legs like lead, and still laced up your shoes to run because you'd promised yourself you would. That's a scar. That time you bombed, missed the deadline, tanked the interview, let the doubt win, and still got back up, fists clenched, ready to swing again. That's a scar. These aren't pretty little footnotes in your story. They're the coins you drop into the grinder, the toll you pay to buy something most people will never touch. Strength. The world doesn't tell you this. It sells you polish, perfect lives, quick fixes, 10-step plans to be your best self without breaking a sweat. That's a lie. A cheap, shiny trinket dangled in front of the weak. Real growth, real power, it's not clean. It's not painless. It's a trade, and the cost is steep. You don't get grit by coasting. You get it by grinding through the dark, by hauling yourself over jagged edges, by taking the hits and keeping your eyes open while the blood runs. Every scar you earn is a transaction. One step out of the muck, one brick in the wall of who you're becoming. The deeper the cut, the darker the struggle, the richer you get. Not in bank accounts or likes, but in something heavier, something raw. Resolve. The kind that stares down a storm and doesn't blink. You've felt it, haven't you? That moment when you're neck deep in it, exhausted, doubting, one breath from giving up, and something kicks in, something feral. You push anyway. You finish the set, write the page, take the call, even when your hands shake and your chest burns. That's the trade happening right there. You're not just surviving, you're buying in, paying with sweat, with frustration, with every ounce of will you've got left. And what you get back? A scar. A notched line on your soul that says, I was here, I fought, I paid. Most people run from that. They dodge the late nights, the failures, the mud. They want the prize without the price. They end up broke, smooth-skinned and empty-handed, wondering why they feel so hollow. Not you. You're in the market, trading every brutal moment for something they'll never understand. Let's get real. You've got scars already. Plenty of them, if you're honest. That time you poured weeks into something. A dream, a job, a relationship, and it crumbled anyway. You didn't just lose. You felt it collapse, brick by brick, until you were standing in the rubble, hands raw from trying to hold it together. That scarred you. Or those mornings you woke up to a list of things you swore you'd tackle. But by nightfall, half of it was still staring back, mocking you. Procrastination won, and it left its mark. Maybe it's the late nights you've spent alone, wrestling with a choice, quit or keep going, while the clock ticked past 2 a.m. and your sanity frayed. Those aren't just memories, they're payments, deposits in a currency the soft will never touch. But here's the twist. Those scars aren't just proof you made it through. They're the wealth you carry. Every time you fell and got back up, every time you pushed past the breaking point, you didn't just survive, you cashed in. That failure that gutted you, it bought you a thicker skin. That night you worked until your vision blurred, it paid for a resolve that doesn't bend. That slog through the mud, literal or not, when you wanted to quit but didn't, that's grit, stamped into you like a coin pressed from iron. The darker the struggle, the bigger the payout. The world sees scars as flaws, ugly little reminders of what went wrong. You see them as capital. The more you've got, the richer you are in what matters. Think about the people who've made it, the ones who stand taller than the rest, who walk through life like they own it. You think they got their scar free? Hell no. They've got gashes you can't even see. Late nights that turned into years. Failures that hit like freight trains. Moments they dragged themselves forward when every muscle begged to stop. They didn't dodge the trade. They leaned into it. They paid with every ounce of themselves. Every doubt swallowed. Every rejection endured. Every time they chose the hard road over the handouts. Their scars aren't regrets. They're their fortune, their power. And yours can be too. You're not new to this. You've been trading all along, even if you didn't name it. That breakup that left you hollow, staring at the ceiling for hours. You paid with tears and got back a spine that doesn't break so easy now. That job you lost, the one you thought defined you, until you had to scrape by and rebuild. You paid with pride and bought a hunger that doesn't quit. That time you set a goal, run a mile, write a book, save a buck, and fell short, only to try again and again until you crossed the line. You paid with shame and cashed in resilience. You're already in the game. You've got a wallet full of scars, and it's heavier than you think. But here's the catch. This trade doesn't work if you don't see it through. You can't half-ass it. You can't pay the price and then hide the scars like there's something to be ashamed of. You've got to own them. Wear them like armor. Stack them like gold bars. Every time you fail, every time you push past the edge, you're not just earning a mark. You're building a vault. A reserve of strength that no one can touch, that no bad day can drain. The soft ones out there, the ones who dodge the grind, who coast through life looking for the easy exit, they'll never know that wealth. They'll stay broke, unmarked, untested. You're different. You're in the dirt, trading blows with life, piling up a fortune in scars that'll carry you further than they'll ever dream. So what's it going to be? You've got a choice right now. You can keep drifting. Let the days slide by. Dodge the hard stuff. Keep your hands clean and your soul light. Or you can step into the trade. Pay up. Take the late nights, the failures, the slog through the muck, and turn them into something tangible. Something you can feel in your bones. Every scar's a coin. Every struggle's a payout. The deeper you go, the richer you get. You're not here to play it safe. You're here to buy power with every drop of sweat and every ounce of will you've got left. Look at your scars. Count them. They're not wounds. They're your wealth. Start trading. Start now. You've heard the deal. You feel the weight of it. This isn't just talk. It's a way to live. A way to turn every brutal moment into something you can hold. Something that makes you stronger. Here's how you take this scars as currency trade and make it real. Day in, day out. These aren't gentle tips. They're your tools to pay the price and stack the wealth. Commit to them, and you'll see what you're worth. Step 1. Face the grind. Chase the scar. Start today. Pick one thing you've been avoiding. Something hard. Something that'll cost you. A workout that leaves you gasping. A task you've dodged for weeks. A call you'd rather skip. Don't ease in. Dive straight into the deep end. Set a time. 6 p.m. You're doing it. No excuses. Push until it hurts. Until your lungs burn, your hands shake, your brain begs for a break. That's the payment. When it's done, feel the scar forming. Write it down if you have to. Ran 3 miles. Paid with sweat. That's your first coin. Do this daily. Chase the struggle. Earn the mark. Step 2. Catalog your vault. Track the trade. Get a notebook, a scrap of paper, something rough and real. Every night, list the scars you earned that day. Not just the wins, the costs too. Stayed up till 1 a.m. finishing the proposal. Scar of exhaustion. Missed the deadline but started over. Scar of failure. Be specific. Where did it hurt? What did you give? Then note what it bought. Grit to keep going. Proof I don't quit. Keep it raw. Keep it honest. Stack those entries like a ledger. Watch your wealth grow. Look back weekly. See the fortune you're building. Step 3. Wear the marks. Own the pain. Stop hiding. When you fail, when you push, when you pay, don't shrug it off or play it small. Tell yourself, this is my trade. Miss a goal? Say it out loud. I paid with this stumble. I bought a lesson. Work late? Flex it. I traded sleep for progress. When someone asks why you're tired, don't mutter rough day. Say, I've been in the dirt, earning. Wear your scars like a badge. Let them remind you what you're trading for. Shift your mind. Pain isn't a loss. It's a purchase. Step 4. Raise the stakes. Pay more. Get more. Once a week, up the ante. Pick a bigger price. A scar that cuts deeper. Run double your usual distance. Tackle a project that scares you. Say no to something easy when every fiber wants yes. Set a deadline. Sunday, it's done. Push past the edge. Past where you'd normally stop. When you're shaking, doubting, ready to crack. That's the sweet spot. Pay it. Earn it. Write that scar down. Ran 10K, legs dead, bought endurance. The darker the struggle, the richer the payout. Keep raising it. Your vault's got room. Step 5. Spend the currency. Use the wealth. Those scars aren't just to hoard. They're to spend. When life hits, a setback, a doubt, a day that feels like quicksand, reach into that vault. Remember the late nights, the falls, the mud you crawled through. Tell yourself, I've paid for this. I've got the scars to prove it. Use them. Let them steady your hands, harden your voice, push your feet forward. You're not starting from zero. You're cashing in a fortune you've already earned. Lean on it daily. It's yours to burn. Step 6. Mark the milestones. Celebrate the trade. Every month, pause. Look at your ledger, your scars, your stack of payments. Pick one that stands out. Failed the pitch but pitched again. Worked 3 nights straight. And mark it. Scratch a tally on your wall. Tattoo it if you're bold. Or just sit with it in the dark. That's not a pat on the back. That's a nod to the trade. You paid, You bought. You're richer for it. Then set the next milestone, another scar, another coin. Keep trading. Don't stop. This is your life now, a relentless exchange. You'll fail some days, pay with shame, buy resilience. You'll push others, pay with sweat, buy power. Every scar's a coin, every struggle's a deal. You're not here to stay smooth. You're here to get marked, to get rich in what counts. Start today. Pay up. Stack the vault. The trade's open, and it's yours to run. That's the trade laid out for today, warriors. To all you GrimFace warriors out there, the ones who've been in the dirt with me, stacking scars, trading every brutal moment for power, thank you. You're the blood in this movement, the ones who don't flinch at the price, who turn the mud and the late nights into a fortune of grit. You're not just here, you're paying up, building something real, and I'm damn honored to have you in this fight. You keep the vault heavy, and that's what makes us unstoppable. And to the fresh faces watching, the ones just feeling the weight of this deal, welcome to the GrimFace movement. You've tasted it, haven't you? That itch to stop dodging the scars and start trading them instead, to turn the hard stuff into currency. This isn't just a video, it's your shot to step into the grind, to pay the price and claim the wealth. Don't sit there counting scratches. Hit that subscribe button, join the movement, and get in the trade with us. We're not here to coast or crumble. We're here to bleed, to build, to rise. You've got a place among the GrimFace warriors if you're ready to pay up. Subscribe, stack your scars, and let's get rich in this together. See you in the next deal. Listen, right now, as you're sitting there, breathing, blinking, maybe sipping your coffee or scrolling through your phone, there's a clock ticking. It's not on your wall, not on your wrist. It's deeper. It's carved into your bones, etched into every cell of your body, counting down with a rhythm you can't stop. Every second, every heartbeat, every flick of your eyes across this screen, it's dropping. Minutes, hours, days, years. A clock with your name on it, ticking towards zero. You don't know when it stops. Could be tomorrow, could be decades, but it's moving, relentless, unforgiving. And here's the gut punch. You're dying, right now, not in some distant abstract future. Now every breath you take is one less you've got left. So what are you doing with it? Screwing around, waiting for the right moment, letting procrastination steal what's yours? Or are you ready to face that clock, feel its weight, and start running it like it's a race you can beat? This isn't a scare tactic. It's not about curling up in a corner, terrified of the end. No. This is a wake-up call, a brutal, ice-cold slap to snap you out of the haze. You're not immortal. You're not some eternal flame flickering forever. You're flesh and blood, a finite spark, a blip on a timeline that's already halfway gone, or more. You've been coasting, haven't you? Telling yourself there's time to start that project, time to hit the gym, time to chase the dream you've been kicking down the road. Tomorrow, you say, like it's a promise. It's not. Tomorrow's a thief, and every delay you let slide is a chunk of your life. It's pocketing, laughing as it slips through your fingers. That clock doesn't wait. It doesn't negotiate. It ticks, and you're either running with it or bleeding out to it. Picture it. Close your eyes for a second. Really see it. A clock, old and rusted, hands spinning faster than you want to admit. Your name scratched across the face in jagged letters. Every tick is a second gone. Every talk a minute you won't get back. You're what? 25? 30? 40? Do the math. Average lifespan's around 80 if you're lucky. Less if the world's got other plans. Subtract your age. That's your rough count. Your years left, your days left, your hours left. 50 years? 40? 20? Now cut it into seconds. Millions, sure, but they're draining fast. You've already burned through a third, maybe half, maybe more. What have you got to show for it? A pile of laters? A stack of half-finished plans? That's what procrastination does. It robs you blind while you're busy pretending you've got forever. You've felt it, haven't you? That quiet nag when you waste a day, binging shows, scrolling feeds, letting the hours melt into nothing. It's not just guilt. It's your gut screaming that something's wrong, that time's slipping, that the clock's hands are moving and you're standing still. You've had those mornings where you wake up, groggy, hitting snooze like it's a game, telling yourself you'll get to it. And then it's night, and you're staring at the same undone list, the same unrun miles, the same unstarted dreams. That's not laziness. That's theft. You're stealing from yourself, from the you that's clawing to get out, the you that knows there's more, the you that's watching that clock and begging you to move. Every "I'll do it later" is a pickpocket, dipping into what's left of your life. But here's the flip. Here's where the dark turns sharp. That clock, it's not just your enemy, it's your fuel. It's not here to crush you. It's here to light a fire under your ass. You hack your mind to feel it, to let that ticking sink into your gut, like a drum beat you can't ignore. You're not immortal, and that's your power. Every second's a deadline, every minute's a shot, every day's a chance to grab what's yours before it's gone. You don't have forever, and that's why you don't wait. You don't delay. You don't let procrastination win. You run the clock like it's a race, because it is. You're dying, sure, but you're not dead yet. And until that last tick, you've got a say in how this goes. Think about it. You've seen the years slip already. Birthdays piling up. Candles you can't count anymore. Remember 10 years ago? Feels like yesterday, doesn't it? That summer you swore you'd change. That job you meant to leave. That goal you scribbled down and forgot. Blink, and it's gone. Now picture 10 years from now. Where are you? Still waiting? Still pushing it off? Or standing taller? Scars earned? Battles fought? Because you stopped screwing around and started running. That clock's not slowing down. It's speeding up. And every second you waste is a second you'll never claw back. You've lost enough already. Childhood's a memory. Youth's fading. And middle age is creeping or already here. How much more are you willing to give away? Let's make it real. You're 30. Say it out loud. Average life's 80 maybe. That's 50 years left. 18,250 days if you're counting. Sounds like a lot, right? It's not. Sleep takes a third. 6,000 gone. Work another third. 6,000 more. You're down to 6,000 days, give or take. 15 years of waking hours to live, to fight, to matter. And that's if you're lucky. If the clock doesn't punch out early. You're at 40, 30 years left. 10,000 days, maybe 3,000 to actually do something. 50, 20 years, 7,000 days. A handful of hours to cash in. Every snooze, every scroll, every meh, later. It's not just a moment. It's your life bleeding out, drop by drop, while you watch. You've had brushes with it, haven't you? That scare, the doctor's call, the car that swerved too close, the night you couldn't sleep because the what if hit too hard. For a second you felt it. The clock, the edge, the end. Your heart raced, your palms sweated, and you swore you'd change. Start tomorrow, live harder, stop wasting it. Then the sun came up, the fear faded, and you slid back into the same old rut. That's the trap. You don't feel the ticking until it's loud, until it's too late. But you don't have to wait for the siren. You can hack it now. You can make that clock your pulse, your rhythm, your reason to move. Not tomorrow, not next week. Now look at the ones who got it. The ones who built something, who left a mark, who lived like they meant it. They didn't have more time. They had less bullshit. They felt the clock. They knew it wasn't a suggestion. It was a deadline. Edison burning midnight oil, inventing while the world slept. Tick. Ali training when his body begged to quit. Dodging punches, and years. Tick. That single mom, you know, working 2 jobs, raising kids, still smiling. Tick. They didn't wait. They didn't procrastinate. They ran the clock, paid the price, cashed the days. You think they were special? They weren't. They were just awake. Awake to the ticking. Awake to the theft. Awake to the race. You can be too. You're not here to drift. You're not here to let the days blur into a gray smear of maybe someday. You're here to feel that clock in your chest, to let it shake you loose from the quicksand of delay. Every tick's a question. What are you doing? Every talk's an answer. Move now or lose it. You don't have forever. You don't even have tomorrow. Guaranteed. You've got this breath, this heartbeat, this moment, and it's already slipping. So what's it going to be? Keep screwing around, letting the thief take what's yours? Or start running the clock like it's a fight you can win? You're dying, right now. Make it count. You've heard the tick. You feel it now, that gnawing pull in your gut. This isn't just a wake-up call. It's a blueprint, a way to hack your mind and live like the clock's your fuel, not your jailer. Here's how you take the death clock and burn it into your days. How you kill procrastination and ignite the urgency you've been dodging. These aren't soft suggestions. They're your orders. Follow them, and you'll run the race. Slack off, and the clock wins. Step 1. Set your timer and face the number. Start today. Grab a pen, a scrap of paper, your phone. Something. Write your age. 30, 40, whatever. Average lifespan's 80. Subtract it. That's your rough years left. 50, 40 less. Multiply by 365 days left. 30 years, 10,950 days. 40 years, 14,600. Cut a third for sleep. Down to 7,300 waking days maybe. Write it big. 7,300 days left. Stick it where you'll see it. Mirror, desk, wallet. That's your clock ticking. Look at it every morning. Feel it sink in. No fluff, just truth. You've got less than you think. Move now. Step 2. Beat the tick. Start with 1 strike. Pick one thing you've been delaying. Small, real, gnawing. That email you owe, the run you skipped, the page you meant to write. Set a 5-minute timer. 5 minutes to start, not finish. When it rings, you're in. No excuses, no later. Feel the clock's pulse. Every second you stall is stolen. Do it daily. Same time, 7 a.m., 6 p.m., whatever sticks. 5 minutes turns into 10, then an hour, then a habit. You're not waiting for motivation. You're outrunning the tick. Stack those strikes. Procrastination bleeds out fast. Step 3. Rig the alarm and make it sting. Hack your wake-up. Set your alarm. Loud, harsh, across the room. Label it. Death clock. Move or die. When it screams, you're up. No snooze, no bargaining. Splash cold water. Do 10 push-ups. Shout if you're alone. Anything to jolt you awake. That's the tick hitting your chest, reminding you. This day's not infinite. Tie it to your number. 7,300 left. This is 1. Do it every morning. Let it burn the fog off. You're not easing in. You're racing out. Step 4. Mark the hours. Track the drain. Get a cheap watch, a timer app, something that ticks. Set it to chime hourly, 8 a.m., 9 a.m., on. Every chime, pause. Ask, what did I do this hour? Wasted it scrolling? Note it. Lost 3,600 seconds. Crushed a task. Mark it. Bought 3,600. Keep a tally. Notebook, phone, napkin. End the day. Count the losses versus the wins. See the clock draining. Feel the theft. Do this daily for a week. Watch the urgency grow. You'll stop pissing time away when you see it bleed. Step 5. Spend the days and chase the big cut. Once a week, raise the stakes. Pick one thing that matters. Something you've pushed off for months. A side hustle, a hard talk, a 10K run. Break it into 7 daily bites. Monday, plan. Tuesday, first step, on. Set a deadline. Sunday, it's done. Tell yourself, this is 7 of my 7,300. Spend it or lose it. Feel the clock's teeth. Every delay's a day gone forever. Push till it's dead. Weekly, you're not just living, you're cashing in big. Step 6. Nightly talk, face the countdown. End each day with a reckoning. 10 minutes, no distractions. Sit in the dark, clock in mind. Ask, what did I trade this day for? List the wins. Ran, wrote, fought. List the thefts. Scrolled, stalled, slept. Then subtract 1 from your number. 7,299 left. Say it out loud. 1 less. Feel the tick, the talk, the drop. Plan tomorrow. One thing you won't let slip. Do it every night. That's your drumbeat, your reminder. Time's not waiting. This is your race now. You'll slip. Scroll too long. Snooze once. Miss a day. Fine. Get back up. The clock doesn't care about your excuses, but it respects your fight. Every step you take, every second you seize, you're running it, not it running you. Burn that number into your skull. 7,300, 5,000, whatever's left. Feel it. Live it. You're dying. Right now. Start beating the clock today. That's the clock laid bare for today, warriors. To all you GrimFace warriors out there, the ones who've been running this race with me, staring down the ticks, fighting every talk, thank you. You're the pulse of this fight, the ones who don't blink when the countdown hits, who turn every stolen second into a strike. You're not just here, you're beating the clock with me, and I'm damn proud to have you in this trench. You keep the fire alive, and that's what makes us relentless. And to the new blood watching, the ones just hearing the tick for the first time, welcome to the GrimFace movement. You've felt it, haven't you? That gut punch, that urge to stop drifting and start running before the hands hit zero. This isn't just a wake-up call. It's your shot to join the ranks, to live like time's yours to seize. Don't stand there counting down. Hit that subscribe button, lock in, and run with us. We're not here to wait or waste. We're here to fight, to claim, to outlast. You've got a place with the GrimFace warriors if you're ready to beat the clock. Subscribe, step up, and let's make every tick count together. See you in the next race. Look up. Go on. Look. You won't see them, not with your eyes, but they're there. The strings, thin as spider silk, sharp as razor wire, tight as a noose coiled around your wrists, your throat, your soul. You've felt them your whole life, haven't you? That invisible tug when you dared to dream something bigger than the box they built for you. That brutal yank when you stepped too far, too fast, too free. Fate, society, fear. Call it what you want. The puppeteer doesn't care what name you give it. It's been pulling you across this cracked, splintered stage since the day you stumbled into this world. A marionette in a play you didn't write, didn't audition for, didn't even want. You're not alone up there. Look around. Rows of us, dangling, jerking to the same hollow rhythm. Some don't even notice anymore. They've learned to love the dance, to smile as the strings carve deeper into their flesh, to nod along as the spotlight blinds them. They've forgotten what it's like to stand still, to breathe without permission. But you're different. You feel the weight, the itch, that quiet, gnawing rage in your gut that screams, "This isn't my show." It's been there so long you can't remember a time it wasn't. A ember glowing in the dark, waiting for you to fan it into a blaze. Close your eyes. Picture this. An attic. Not some bright, airy loft, but a suffocating cage of shadows thick as tar, the air choking with dust and the stink of rot. A figure stands there, hooded, faceless, a silhouette carved from the gloom. Their fingers tremble, not with fear, but with something hotter, something feral. They grip the threads, their threads, and they snap them. Not clean, not quiet. Each break is a jagged, defiant crack, like bones shattering under a hammer, like glass exploding in a storm. The strings fall, coiling in the dirt like dead snakes, and the figure doesn't run, doesn't laugh, just stands there, still as death, breathing heavy as the dust swirls into a cyclone around them. That's you. That can be you. This isn't about hope. Let's burn that lie to ash right now. Hope's a cheap drug they peddle to keep you swaying, a carrot on a stick you'll chase until your legs give out. It's the puppeteer's favorite trick. Dangle a promise of someday, so you never look at right now. No, this is spite. Pure, molten, unshakable spite. You don't cut the strings to be free. Freedom's a fairy tale for fools who think the world's a meadow waiting to bloom. You cut them to prove the puppeteer wrong. To spit in its faceless grin and scream, "You don't own me. Not anymore." Every snap is a middle finger to the hands that thought they'd choreographed your end. Every severed thread, a scar you carve into its myth of control. They'll tell you it's impossible. Oh, they'll scream it from the rafters. That the strings are iron, the stage is locked, the script is etched in stone. They'll whisper it in your ear. Your parents, your boss, that nagging voice in your skull that sounds like you but isn't. They'll laugh from their balconies while you claw at the threads, mocking your bloody fingers, your shaking fists. Let them talk. Let them cackle. Because the second you tear one loose, just one, the whole damn theater trembles. The lights flicker. The audience gasps. And the puppeteer? It falters. It's not invincible. It's not a god. It's just loud. And you're louder. This is your rebellion. Not some grand, shining revolution with banners and anthems. This is a quiet, vicious war fought in the dark, in the attic of your own mind. The puppeteer's had its run. Years, decades, maybe your whole life, twisting you into shapes you didn't choose. But the stage isn't its anymore. The strings aren't unbreakable. And you're not a puppet. You're a blade. Sharp, unyielding, forged in the heat of your own fury. This isn't about escaping the theater. It's about turning it to ash. And it starts with one cut. So here's your moment. Right now. The attic's waiting, dust and all. The shadows are calling. The threads are taut. And that ember in your gut? It's ready to ignite. Grab the strings, your strings, and rip them apart. Not for peace, not for glory, but for the sheer savage thrill of watching the bastard above you flinch. You're not here to bow. You're here to break. Prove it. Prove them wrong. Start cutting. But how? How do you take this fire, this rebellion, and make it real? How do you step out of the theater and into the attic, scissors in hand? It's not enough to feel the rage, to hear the words. You've got to do something with them. You've got to turn spite into steel, defiance into action. So let's tear it down to the bones. Here's how you cut the strings. 5 steps to rip the puppeteer's hands off your life. Step 1. Name the puppeteer. You can't fight what you can't see. The first cut is clarity. Sit alone, somewhere quiet, somewhere real. No screens, no noise. And ask yourself, who's pulling me? Is it fear, whispering you're not enough? Is it society, chaining you to a script of shoulds? Job, house, smile, repeat. Is it your past, dragging you back with every step? Write it down. Name it. Give it a face. It's not some vague cosmic force. It's specific, personal, and it's been laughing at you too long. Mine was shame. A leering, hollow-eyed thing that tied me to mistakes I couldn't unmake. What's yours? See it. Know it. Because the second you name it, it stops being a shadow and starts being a target. Step 2. Find the first string. Don't try to snap them all at once. You'll choke on the tangle. Start small. Start close. Look at your day, your week. What's one thing you do because it says so, not because you want to? Maybe it's staying silent when you want to scream. Maybe it's clocking into a job that's a slow death. Maybe it's smiling when you're breaking. That's your first string. It's not the thickest, not the tightest, but it's there, and it's yours to cut. For me, it was saying yes when I meant no. A thread so thin I'd stop noticing it, until I did. Find yours. Mark it. You're not dismantling the whole stage yet. You're just loosening the grip. Step 3. Snap it with spite. This is where the rebellion ignites. Take that first string and break it. Not gently, not timidly, but with every ounce of venom you've got. Quit the soul-crushing meeting. Tell the truth that's been rotting in your chest. Walk away from the person who's been winding your strings tighter for years. Do it messy. Do it loud. Do it because the puppeteer thinks you won't. When I cut mine, I told someone who'd owned me too long that I was done. Not for closure, but to watch their smug mask crack. It wasn't pretty. It didn't need to be. The point isn't perfection. It's defiance. Feel that snap. Taste it. Let it echo. Step 4. Stand in the dust. After the cut, don't run. Don't look for the next string yet. Stand there, like that figure in the attic, and breathe. The dust will swirl. Chaos, guilt, doubt, maybe even panic. The puppeteer will howl, flailing to tie you back. Let it. You've just proven it's not omnipotent. It's desperate. This step is about owning the wreckage. I stood in mine for days, heart pounding, second-guessing every move, until I realized the theater didn't collapse. The world didn't end. I was still here, untethered. You will be too. This is where you learn the truth. You don't need the strings to stand. Step 5. Keep cutting. One string isn't the war. It's the first battle. The puppeteer's got more, and it'll adapt, tugging harder, weaving new threads from your habits, your hesitations. So you keep going. Name the next one. Find it. Snap it. Stand in the dust again. Each cut makes you sharper, meaner, more you. It's not a sprint. It's a slow, deliberate carving of your own shape out of the puppet they made you. I'm still cutting mine. Some days it's fear, some days it's expectation. The attic's never empty, but neither am I. You won't be either. This is your rebellion now. Make it relentless. And that's it. GrimFace warriors. Another string snapped. Another crack in the puppeteer's stage. To those of you who've been here, cutting alongside me, Battle after battle. Thank you. You're the shadowed few, the ones who don't bow, who keep the fire burning when the dust settles. This rebellion's stronger because of you. To the new faces out there, lurking in the dark, feeling that first tug of spite, welcome. You're not just watching, you're stepping into the attic. The GrimFace movement isn't a club, it's a war against the strings, and we need blades like you. Hit that subscribe button, join the ranks, and start snapping. This stage isn't big enough for puppets anymore. Let's burn it down together. See you in the shadows. "10 years from now, you'll stand at a crossroads of your own making. You'll look back at this moment, right here, right now, and you'll either feel the fire of gratitude burning in your chest because you clawed your way out of the pit, or you'll choke on the ashes of regret, suffocated by the chances you let slip through your fingers. The clock is ticking, and it doesn't care about your excuses. Most of you will waste the next decade chasing shadows, empty promises, fleeting highs, the same tired mistakes, while the relentless few surge ahead, leaving you in the dust. But it doesn't have to be that way. This isn't about luck or genius. It's about learning the brutal truths of this game called life, and playing it with every ounce of blood and bone you've got. I'm not here to hand you fairy tales or pat you on the back. I'm here to drag you through the muck of reality and show you the lessons that can forge you into something unbreakable. Lessons I wish I'd carved into my soul a decade ago. These aren't feel-good cliches. They're the cold, hard principles that separate the wolves from the sheep, the victors from the forgotten. If you want to skip the years of aimless wandering, if you want to stop being a ghost in your own story, then listen close. The next 5,000 words are your map out of the abyss. This is your wake-up call. Let's begin. The game you didn't know you were playing. Life is a game, and most of you are losing because you don't even know you're in it. You drift like a ship without a rudder, reacting to storms, following the currents of someone else's tide, never once grabbing the wheel. The winners? They see the board. They learn the rules. They play to dominate. And the first rule is this: your mind is the battlefield. Every thought you let fester, every doubt you indulge, every distraction you chase. It's a move in the game, and it's either pushing you toward victory or dragging you to defeat. You've got to master your head before you master anything else. The world doesn't bend to your whims because you wish it would. It bends to the actions you take, and those actions start between your ears. Fear, hesitation, self-pity, they're parasites, eating away at your resolve. The top 1% don't win because they're smarter or luckier. They win because they've turned their minds into weapons, sharpened by discipline, aimed with intent. You want a life that lights you up? Stop waiting for it to happen. Take control of the game, or it'll play you. Step 1. Lock down your mind. Grab a notebook. Something rough. Something that feels like it's seen a fight. Every morning, write down 3 thoughts dragging you down. I'm not good enough. I'll fail. What's the point? Then write why they're lies. Burn them out with evidence from your life. Times you've survived, moments you've pushed through. Do this for 30 days. Train your mind to spot the enemy within and crush it. Intent starts here. Life's a bastard. Stop whining about it. Here's the second truth. Life is hard, and it's never going to be easy. The sooner you stop wishing for a soft landing, the sooner you start climbing. Most of you waste your energy raging at the unfairness of it all. Why me? Why now? Why this? Every obstacle feels like a personal slight. Every setback a reason to curl up and quit. That's the trap. Expecting ease turns you into a punching bag. Life hits, and you just take it, whimpering. But when you accept the grind, when you stare into the teeth of the storm and say, "I'm ready," everything changes. Hardship isn't your enemy. It's your forge. The resistance you hate is the fire that shapes you. Stop playing victim and start playing predator. Obstacles aren't here to break you. They're here to test you. And when you expect them, when you train for them, you don't just survive, you thrive. Step 2. Embrace the suck. Pick one thing in your life that's kicking your ass right now. Money troubles, a dead-end job, a relationship on the rocks. Write it down. Then list 3 ways it's making you stronger. Patience, resourcefulness, grit. Every day for a week, do one small thing to face it head on. Make a call, cut a tie, take a risk. Stop dodging the pain. Lean into it. It's your fuel. Stop thinking, start doing. Overthinking is a coward's game. You hesitate, you analyze, you wait for the stars to align, and while you're stuck in your head, someone else is out there doing. Perfectionism is just fear in a fancy suit, whispering that you're not ready. Newsflash, you'll never be ready. The greats didn't wait for certainty. They moved, they messed up, they figured it out. Action beats hesitation every time. You can't improve what doesn't exist. Stop planning and start building. The first step doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be taken. Step 5. Break the paralysis. Pick one thing you've been stalling on. A call, a project, a change. Set a timer for 10 minutes and start it. Doesn't matter if it's messy. Momentum kills doubt. Do this once a day until moving feels natural. Run your life like a war room. Your life is your empire, and you're either the ruler or the pawn. High achievers don't wait for orders. They strategize, they execute, they own the outcome. The average drift, blaming the wind when they crash. No one's coming to save you. Every choice, every hour, every move, it's on you. Treat it like a business. Cut the fat, sharpen the edges, build the machine. Step 6. Take command. Audit your day. Write down everything you did yesterday, every hour, every distraction. Circle what's useless. Cut it tomorrow. Replace it with one move toward your goal. CEOs don't waste time. Neither should you. Trust the voice inside. Your gut knows before your brain does. It's a compass in the fog, whispering truths you're too scared to hear. How many times have you ignored it, only to kick yourself later? Intuition isn't magic. It's your subconscious piecing together what your eyes miss. The best don't just think. They feel, they act, they trust. Doubt slows you down. Instinct speeds you up. Step 7. Tune in. Next time you're torn, stop. Breathe. Ask yourself, what's my gut saying? Write it down, then act on it once. Just once. See what happens. The more you listen, the louder it gets. Obsess or fade. Mediocrity is for the half-hearted. The top dogs don't dabble. They obsess. They live their mission until it's carved into their bones. Casual effort gets you casual results. If you're not consumed, if you're not all in, someone else is. And they'll outrun you every time. Obsession isn't madness. It's focus with fangs. Step 8. Go all in. Pick your fight, your craft, your dream. For 1 week, give it everything. No distractions, no half measures. Sleep less, work more, feel the burn. Obsession builds unbreakable things. Build your fortress. Every thought, word, and deed. It's either armor or a chink in it. Most sabotage themselves daily. Whining, doubting, wasting time. The strong audit everything. They cut the weak links and forge steel. Your mind's a fortress. Guard it, or it falls. Step 9. Purge the poison. For 24 hours, track every thought, every word. Cross out what weakens you. Replace it with power. I will. I can. I'm enough. Act only on what builds you. Weakness dies when you starve it. Know your lane, dominate it. You can't be everything. Stop chasing every shiny thing and master your corner. The best don't scatter. They focus, they deepen, they own their role. Find your edge, sharpen it, wield it. Excellence isn't broad, it's precise. Step 10. Own your strengths. List 3 things you're damn good at. Pick one. Spend an hour this week honing it. Practice, study, push. Double down. Mastery beats dabbling. Stress is a signal. Move. Stress isn't work. It's inaction. It's the gnawing ache of knowing you're stalling. Action cuts through it like a blade. Move, decide, do. Clarity follows. Sitting still breeds chaos. Step 11. Kill stress with motion. Next time you're stressed, name the cause. Take one small action against it. 5 minutes now. Watch the fog lift. Motion is your weapon. Never stop sharpening. Success isn't a fluke, it's evolution. The winners don't coast. They grind, they learn, they adapt. If you're not growing, you're dying. Commit to the climb, and the peak finds you. Step 12. Keep evolving. Add one new skill this month. Coding, writing, lifting. Spend 30 minutes daily on it. Growth compounds. Stagnation rots. Fuel the machine. Your energy's your lifeblood. Starve it with junk, neglect, exhaustion, and you're a shell. Feed it. Sleep. Sweat. Eat like you mean it. And you're a force. Low energy, low results. Simple as that. Step 13. Optimize your core. Fix one energy leak this week. Sleep 8 hours. Ditch sugar. Walk 30 minutes. Track how you feel. A strong body powers a strong life. Anchor to something bigger. The unshakable tap into a higher power. Faith, purpose, a code. It's not about rewards. It's about meaning. When you're driven by more than yourself, you don't break. Find your North Star. Follow it. Step 14. Define your why. Write one sentence. I fight for this. Pin it where you see it daily. Let it pull you through the dark. Respect is blood, not breath. Words are cheap. Action commands. Show up, deliver, repeat. Respect follows. Talkers fade. Doers rise. Step 15. Back it up. Make one promise to yourself today. Keep it. Small, real, done. Respect starts with your own word. Master the grind. Results come from process, not wish lists. Obsess over the work, the steps, the craft, and the scoreboard takes care of itself. Chase outcomes, and you'll always lag. Love the game, and you win. Step 16. Lock in. Pick one task tied to your goal. Do it daily for a week. No shortcuts. Master the move, not the dream. Be the outlier. Your weirdness is your weapon. Conformity kills. The greats don't fit. They stand out. Own what makes you you, and the world bends. Step 17. Unleash it. Name one quirk you hide. Show it once this week. Unfiltered. Bold. Your edge is your power. Happiness is the hunt. Stop chasing happy. It's not out there. It's in the chase, the grind, the growth. Pursue what sets your soul on fire, and joy sneaks in. Step 18. Find your fight. List 3 things that excite you. Pick one. Spend an hour on it this week. Happiness follows purpose. Love the one in the mirror. You're your worst enemy or your best ally. Beat yourself down, and you'll settle for scraps. Lift yourself up, and you'll demand the world. Choose. Step 19. Stand tall. Write 3 things you've survived. Read them daily for a week. You're tougher than you think. Bet on yourself. Every dawn's a do-over. Yesterday's gone. Good or bad, it's dust. Today's yours. Reset, attack, repeat. The winners don't dwell. They move. Step 20. Start fresh. Each morning, write one thing you'll crush today. Do it. Tomorrow's a blank slate. Keep swinging. To the returning warriors, those of you who've been here, weathering the storm with me, staring down the abyss week after week, thank you. Your grit fuels this fire. You're the iron backbone of this fight, and I see you, unyielding in the shadows. Keep coming back. Keep pushing. The war's not over. And to the new blood, the ones just stepping into this pit, welcome. You're not here by accident. You felt the pull, the hunger for something real, something raw. This is the GrimFace movement, a legion of the relentless, the scarred, the unbroken. We don't promise easy, we promise strength. Join us. Subscribe to the struggle. Step into the dark and forge your place. The next battle's already begun. Don't just watch it, live it. Listen. Close your eyes for a second and feel it. The hum of the world around you, the steady pulse of your breath, the faint tick of time slipping through your fingers. It's not loud, but it's there. A quiet rhythm that's been playing beneath your life for as long as you can remember. That sound, it's not just a clock, it's a question, a challenge. Every beat asks, are you going to keep coasting, or are you finally going to step into the ring? Because here's the truth, not a soft whisper, but a cold, clear shout. Most people don't stumble because life's rigged, or because they're missing some secret code. They falter because they've built a fortress out of their own excuses, brick by fragile brick, and they've gotten too comfortable hiding inside it. You know the words. They roll off your tongue like a reflex. I don't have time. I'm too tired. It's not the right moment. Someone else had it easier. They feel good in the moment, don't they? Like a warm blanket on a cold night. But here's the hard part. The piece you've been dodging. Those aren't explanations. They're weights. They're anchors chaining you to a version of yourself that's smaller, softer, less alive than you were meant to be. You're not failing because the world's against you. You're stalling because you've been letting yourself off the hook, day after day, until someday became your anthem. Picture it. Your life. Right now. Not the polished version you show the world, but the raw, unfiltered one. The mornings you meant to get up early but didn't. The projects you swore you'd start but shelved. The quiet promises you made to yourself in the dark. Better health, bolder moves, bigger dreams that somehow turned into dust. That's not fate. That's not bad luck. That's you, choosing comfort over courage, one excuse at a time. And the worst part? Deep down, you feel it. That restless ache, that gnawing tug in your gut. It's not guilt, it's potential. It's the real you, the one who's tired of waiting, pounding on the walls of this cage you've built, begging you to break it down. But here's the flip side, the spark in all this mess. You're not stuck. Not yet. The hard truth isn't a dead end. It's a doorway. Your weaknesses aren't a prison sentence. They're raw material. You've got everything you need to turn this around. Not luck, not handouts, but grit, choice, and a fire that's been smoldering longer than you realize. Excuses are the only thing standing between you and the life you keep imagining when the room's quiet and the doubts are loud. And the best part? You can beat them. Not with fairy tale hopes or empty pep talks, but with deliberate, relentless action and a mind that learns to bend steel instead of breaking. This isn't about overnight miracles. It's about waking up, stepping up, and building something real, one hard-won inch at a time. You don't need to be perfect. You don't need to be fearless. You just need to start. And I'm going to show you how, step by step, with a plan that's tough but doable. A roadmap from where you are to where you're meant to be. This is your reckoning, not with the world, but with yourself. Let's tear down the excuses and forge something unbreakable. Step 1. Look hard. Own the mess. You can't fight what you won't see. So we start here, at ground zero, facing the truth. Grab a mirror. Doesn't have to be literal, just a moment of honesty, and look yourself square in the eye. Ask the question that's been lurking. What's the excuse I keep leaning on? I'm too busy? I don't know where to start. I'll get to it later. Don't dodge it. Don't soften the edges. Let it land. Write them down, every single one. Make a list. It might be 3 lines, it might be 30. Doesn't matter. The point is to get them out of your head and onto the page where you can see them for what they are. Flimsy little shields you've been hiding behind. Now take it a step further. For the next 7 days, track your time, like it's a detective case, and you're the lead investigator. Use a notebook, an app, a scrap of paper, whatever sticks. Log everything. That hour you spent working, write it down. The 15 minutes you scrolled through TikTok, log it. The nap that turned into 3 hours, put it in there. Be ruthless about it, not to shame yourself, but to see. At the end of the week, spread it out in front of you. Add it up. Where did your 168 hours go? You'll spot the leaks, the chunks of time that evaporated into nothing, the habits that stole more than they gave. It might sting. You might feel a twist in your stomach when you see how much slipped away. That's okay. That's good. That twist isn't failure. It's clarity. It's the first crack in the wall. You're not hiding anymore. You're awake. Step 2. Cut the fat. Forge the foundation. You've got your inventory. You've seen the mess. Now it's time to clean it up. Not gently, but decisively. Ruthless self-discipline isn't about turning into a machine. It's about choosing what matters and sticking to it, like your life depends on it. Pick one habit from that list. The biggest time thief. The laziest crutch. Maybe it's your phone pinging you into oblivion every 5 minutes. Maybe it's hitting snooze until the day's half gone. Maybe it's just one more episode that turns into a season. Whatever it is, don't ease off it. Cut it out. Full stop. Delete the app. Move your alarm clock to the kitchen. Cancel the streaming subscription for a month. Make it hard to cheat. Then, replace it. Don't leave a vacuum. Fill it with something that moves you forward. If you ditch the phone at night, pick up a book for 20 minutes. If you kill the snooze button, lace up your shoes and walk around the block. Keep it simple but firm. The rule is, no excuses, no breaks. Commit to it for 30 days. That's your proving ground. If you slip, say you cave and reinstall the app, don't wallow. Reset the clock and start over. This isn't about punishment. It's about building. You're laying the first stone of a foundation that can hold a skyscraper. Think of it like a blacksmith forging steel. You don't get a blade by tapping the metal. You hammer it, heat it, shape it. That's you right now. Every day you stick to this, you're pounding out the dents of your old self. Step 3. Rewire the fight. Master your mind. Your head's a noisy place. Always has been. That voice that pipes up when the alarm blares or the deadline looms. I can't. This sucks. Why bother? It's loud, persistent, and sneaky as hell. But here's the deal. It's not the boss of you. Not anymore. This step is about taking control, turning your mind from a critic into a coach. Call it psychological strategy, not warfare. Less blood, more chess. Every time life throws a punch, a missed goal, a harsh word, a rainy day that kills your run, don't let that voice take over. Pause, breathe, then flip the script. Tell yourself, this isn't a roadblock. It's a chance to prove what I've got. Write it down if it helps. Keep a scrap of paper in your pocket. Say it out loud when you're alone. Start small. 5 minutes a day. Sit somewhere quiet and picture yourself facing something tough. A late night at work, a hard conversation, a mile you don't want to run. See that voice kicking up dust? See yourself stepping over it, calm and steady. Over time, you'll train your brain to spot the opportunity and the obstacle. You're not dodging punches, you're learning to hit back. Step 4. Check the score. Sharpen the edge. You don't improve by guessing. You improve by knowing. Every week, carve out 20 minutes, Sunday night works, and review your game. Pull out your time log, your habit streak, your wins and slips. Be straight with yourself. Where did you stick to the plan? Maybe you crushed that no phone rule 5 days straight. Where did you bend? Maybe you snoozed twice. Don't judge, just dissect. If you won, nod to yourself, then raise the stakes. Add 10 minutes to your reading, 1 more push-up. If you faltered, ask why. Late night? Bad planning? Fix it. Tweak the system. Keep a running tally of the excuses you've kicked. I'm too tired. Gone. I'll do it tomorrow. Buried. It's not a trophy case. It's a progress report. You're not aiming for flawless. You're aiming for forward. Think of it like tuning a car. Check the engine, tighten the bolts, keep it running smooth. Step 5. Lean into the stretch. Grow through the tension. Here's a truth that hums under everything. Growth lives where comfort ends. That flutter you feel when you think about asking for a raise, starting that blog, or running that extra mile. It's not a warning, it's a signal. This step is about leaning into it. Every day, pick one thing that makes you pause. Doesn't need to be epic. Emailing someone you respect, signing up for a class, saying no when you'd usually cave. Do it. No overthinking, no rehearsals, just go. First time, your pulse might spike. 5th time, you'll feel the shift. Make it a ritual, your daily stretch. Maybe it's speaking up in a meeting when you'd normally stay quiet. Maybe it's tackling a chore you've dodged for weeks. The tension's the point. It's where you expand. Think of it like stretching a muscle. It pulls, it resists, then it grows. Step 6. Stack the wins. Build the momentum. Wins aren't just endpoints. They're fuel. Every time you follow through, every logged hour, every crushed excuse, every stretched limit. Mark it. Not with fireworks, but with a quiet tally. Stack them. 1 day becomes 3. 3 becomes 10. 10 becomes a month. Don't just chase the big prize. Chase the rhythm. Celebrate the grind. The 5 a.m. wake-ups. The pages read. The moments you chose discipline over drift. Each one's a link in a chain, pulling you forward. Picture it like rolling a snowball downhill. Start small, a single push. Then it builds, gathers speed, gets unstoppable. That's you. Step 7. Look back to leap forward. See the distance. Every 30 days, stop. Look back. Pull out your notes, your logs, your tally. Compare today to day 1. See the ground you've covered. Not to brag, but to fuel up. You're not the same person who started. That old you, the one who shrugged and said, maybe later, they're a shadow now. Ask, what's next? What excuse haven't I tackled? Set a new mark. Raise the bar. You've got the tools. Use them. This isn't a finish line. It's a springboard. Step 8. Share the load. Lift others. You're climbing now. You've got traction. Don't hoard it. Share it. Tell someone what you're doing. Not to boast, but to connect. Maybe it's a friend who's stuck, a coworker who's drifting. Say, I'm trying this. It's working. One in? Teach them one step, tracking time, cutting a habit. Lift them as you rise. It's not charity, it's reinforcement. Helping others locks in your own gains. That rhythm's still there, ticking steady. It's not counting you out. It's counting you in. Every beat's a shot to choose. Drift or drive. The world won't hand you the keys, but it'll turn its head when you build something worth seeing. You're not here to float through a half-lived life, clutching someday like a lifeline. You're here to carve your mark, to forge a legacy out of the excuses you've left behind. So what's it going to be? Another day of I'll try, or the first day of I am? The clock's ticking. Your story's waiting. Start writing it. And now, a word to the crew that keeps this fire burning. To my returning GrimFace warriors, those of you who've been in the trenches with me, facing the hard truths, swinging the hammer of discipline, and staring down the doubts week after week, thank you. You're the heartbeat of this thing. Every time you show up, every time you push through the muck and keep climbing, you prove what this is all about. Not just surviving, but thriving. You've taken the hits, shed the excuses, and built something real. I see you. I honor you. You're the steel in the spine of the GrimFace movement, and I'm damn proud to stand with you. And to the new faces out there, the ones who stumbled across this today, maybe feeling that tug in your chest, that whisper that says there's more to you than what you've settled for, welcome. This is your invitation. The GrimFace movement isn't a fan club. It's a call to arms. It's for the ones who are tired of coasting, ready to ditch the crutches, and step into the fight for their own lives. You don't need to be perfect to join, just willing. Willing to look at the mess, pick up the tools, and start building. We're not here to coddle you. We're here to challenge you, to cheer you on as you turn your some days into right nows. Hit that subscribe button, join the ranks, and let's get to work together. The warriors are waiting. You're one of us now, if you choose to be. This is the GrimFace way. Face the truth, own the grind, claim the win. Let's keep moving. See you in the next one. They want you weak. They want you distracted. They want you obedient. From the moment you wake up, you're under attack. Your phone is a battlefield, your mind a prize. The system doesn't come at you with chains or guns. It doesn't need to. It has something far more effective: distractions. Every algorithm, every flashing notification, every ad disguised as entertainment, it's all designed to steal your focus, to keep you passive, to make sure you never build the discipline needed to break free. Because a man who is undisciplined is easy to control. A mind that can't focus is a mind that can be led. They feed you endless streams of cheap dopamine, turning your attention span into a shattered mess. They keep you entertained so you never have to sit in silence and ask yourself, what the hell am I doing with my life? They are betting that you will stay weak. They designed the world to keep you busy with nonsense, mindless scrolling, processed food, shallow pleasures. They want you fat, slow, and constantly seeking the next small hit of gratification. Because the moment you choose discipline, The moment you choose to master yourself, you become a problem. They don't want problems. They want predictable, distracted, manageable people. You think it's a coincidence that everything that makes you stronger, reading, working out, mastering a skill, feels hard at first, and everything that makes you weaker, junk food, social media, binge watching, feels effortless. That's the design. That's the trap. How you outplay them. You stop playing by their rules. 1. Control your inputs. Stop feeding your mind garbage. What you consume determines what you become. Every useless video, every piece of gossip, every hour lost on meaningless entertainment, it's all a weight dragging you down. Start feeding your mind power. Books, deep thinking, hard truths. 2. Starve the weakness, feed the strength. Cut out what makes you soft. Dopamine detox. Delete the distractions. Wake up earlier. Train harder. Build something real. The world only respects those who produce results. 3. Weaponize your focus. Your attention is your greatest asset. Guard it like your life depends on it, because it does. Cut out the noise. Control your time. Work when others play. Learn when others waste away. Become their worst nightmare. A man who controls himself cannot be controlled by anyone else. A man who has discipline cannot be manipulated. A man who is unstoppable is a threat to the entire system. You don't have to announce it. You don't have to scream it to the world. You just move different. With precision, with intent, with a mind they can't break. While they stay lost in the fog of distraction, you sharpen your mind like a blade. While they waste years on nothing, you build something that lasts. While they laugh, thinking life is a joke, you become the force they never saw coming. Let them think you're just another sheep. Let them think you're playing along. Then outwork them, outthink them, outlast them. And when they finally realize you're no longer under their control, it will be too late, because you've already won. The system is betting on you failing. Prove them wrong. This isn't about making small changes. It's about restructuring your entire existence to become untouchable. If you want to break free, you need a plan. A ruthless execution strategy that puts you ahead while everyone else rots away in distraction. Here's how. 1. Control your inputs. Guard your mind like a fortress. Your mind is either your greatest weapon or your biggest liability. Right now, it's likely under siege, bombarded by distractions, useless information, and mind-numbing entertainment. It's time to take control. Steps to implement. Purge the trash. Delete social media apps that waste your time. Unfollow accounts that add no value. Turn off notifications. Control what you consume. For every minute you spend on entertainment, spend 5 on self-education. Read books on strategy, finance, psychology, and discipline. Listen to content that makes you sharper, not duller. Master. Selective. Ignorance. Not everything deserves your attention. Cut out news that fills you with fear, gossip that poisons your mind, and conversations that drain your energy. Outcome: your mind becomes a weapon, not a playground for distractions. 2. Starve weakness. Feed strength. Eliminate what makes you soft. Discipline isn't just about adding new habits. It's about removing the things that sabotage you. Every ounce of weakness you tolerate is a chain, keeping you enslaved to mediocrity. Steps to implement. Destroy your vices. Alcohol, junk food, endless scrolling, laziness. These are your enemies. Cut them out ruthlessly. Train like it's life or death. Because it is. Your body is your machine. Build it strong. Set a training regimen and follow it with military precision. Wake up before the world. The early hours belong to the disciplined. Wake up at 5 a.m. Take control of the day before the world even opens its eyes. The outcome: you start moving with power, not sluggishness. 3. Weaponize your focus. Create systems, not excuses. The undisciplined let their environment control them. The disciplined engineer their environment to force results. Steps to implement: set unbreakable daily routines. Define your day before it starts. Plan the first 3 hours with absolute structure. Hour 1. Exercise. Wake up your body and mind. Hour 2. Learning. Read, study, sharpen skills. Hour 3. Execution. Work on your highest priority goal. Kill distractions with a schedule. Set work blocks with 0 interruptions. No phone, no notifications. Just deep work. Make discipline automatic. Remove the need for willpower. Automate good habits. Set alarms for every task. Meal prep so you don't eat garbage. Schedule workouts like business meetings, non-negotiable. The outcome: you become unstoppable because your actions are dictated by systems, not feelings. 4. Build a war chest. Financial freedom is freedom from control. Money is leverage. The system controls people through financial dependence. You want true freedom? You need to build your own economic power. Steps to implement: cut unnecessary expenses. Every dollar wasted on liabilities is another chain on your neck. Track your money like a hawk. Earn, invest, multiply. Make money work for you. Learn high-income skills. Invest in assets that grow. Stop chasing instant gratification. Create multiple streams of income. A single paycheck is a single point of failure. Own your time by building businesses, investments, and skills that pay you long-term. The outcome: you become financially sovereign, untouchable by corporate slavery or economic crises. 5. Master the art of moving in silence. Powerful people don't announce their plans. They execute. Loud people seek validation. Silent people control the board. Steps to implement: stop talking. Start doing. No one needs to know what you're working on. Let your results speak for you. Become a ghost in the system. While others argue online, waste time proving points, and chase attention, you move in silence, stacking skills, wealth, and power. Disappear to level up. Take a break from socializing. Cut out unnecessary relationships. Use that time to build yourself into something unrecognizable. The outcome: the world won't see you coming until it's too late. Final warning: the system will fight back. If you commit to this path, understand one thing: the system will try to pull you back. Your old habits will whisper for you to return. Your weak friends will mock your discipline. Society will tell you you're too intense. Good. Let them talk. Let them laugh. They won't be laughing when you own your time, your body, your wealth, and your mind. The choice is simple: be controlled or be in control. Be another pawn in their game, or flip the board over and build your own. You decide. To the returning GrimFace warriors, you already know what this is about. You've been in the trenches. You've been sharpening your mind, cutting out weakness, and stepping into the power they never wanted you to have. You are the resistance. And every time you show up, every time you apply these lessons, you take one more step toward the unstoppable force you were meant to be. For those of you new to this movement, welcome to the other side. This isn't a place for the soft. This isn't where we pat you on the back and tell you everything will work out if you just believe. No, this is where we tell you the truth. The hard, cold truth that most people run from, and then we show you how to win. If you're ready to break free from the system that's been keeping you weak, if you're ready to stop being distracted and start dominating your own life, then subscribe now. Hit the bell, lock in, Because we're not just talking, we're building warriors. And once you're in, you'll never see the world the same way again. Stay sharp, stay relentless.